Chapter 326. We can only wait for the god of destruction to solve it. We are going to win. King Kai was very excited. Old King Kai, you are too much. You are already so powerful, and you still let me guide your potential energy. Hey, uncle, what's the matter? Caulifla turned her head and asked Sun Wukong. Sure, of course there is no problem. Do you also want to fuse 3 people? Sun Wukong asked. Is there a fusion of 2 people? Caulifla asked. Yes, the fusion of 2 people is relatively much simpler than that of 3 people. Sun Wukong nodded. Cab, how about we fuse together? Caulifla asked excitedly. Ah! 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 Cabe felt that happiness came too suddenly, and felt something was wrong. When you 2 fuse, do you stand or squat when you go to the toilet? Old Kai said lightly. Cab's face turned black instantly. Caulifla's face also turned black. Ignore this question. Kale, how about we fuse together? Caulifla suggested. I don't want to. Kale refused decisively. If we 2 merge, what will you do if you want to take advantage of my brother Gohan? I'm not stupid. Caulifla didn't want to talk anymore. Kale, you've changed. I'm your elder sister. You refused so straightforwardly. Don't talk yet. Something's not right over there. King Kai's face darkened, and he quickly pointed to the picture in the crystal ball. Oops. Sun Wukong's face was covered with cold sweat. Everyone looked at the crystal ball together. In the crystal ball, Carter Tien had returned to normal, with a confused expression on his face, and cold sweat kept falling on his face. Pico, Vegeta, as for the gods Dandy and Mr. Popo, Piccolo had arranged for them to find a place to hide. As long as Dandy is still alive, the dead can be resurrected through the Dragon Balls. I knew this idiot would mess things up. Vegeta was so angry that his whole body trembled. Sure enough, he is just like Kakarot. We shouldn't count on him. Piccolo said in a deep voice. The 2 quickly landed beside Carter Tien. Bu also looked at Carter Tien with a smile and patted his big belly. Carter Tien was panicking. Hey, Bu, wait for this guy to recover, and then you can beat him later. Let me do it first. Vegeta snorted. Vegeta, why are you still holding a grudge? Carter Tien said unhappily. Shut up! Vegeta shouted angrily. Enough! Bu roared, you have disappointed me so much, there is no one who can fight. Just destroy you like this. As he said, Bu raised his right hand, and his fat hand was aimed at Vegeta and others present. Vegeta and others' faces changed again and again. Immediately, Vegeta and others did not dare to be careless and immediately showed their strongest state. Pa! At this moment, Carter and Tien and the other 2 shook and split into 3 people. The fusion time is over. What's going on? Why is it over so soon? Calorie was trembling with fear. This is bad. We will be killed. Trunks looked pale. Uncle, I don't want to die yet. Sun Wushan said to Calorie. Don't be afraid, Uncle is here, Uncle will protect you. Calorie patted Sun Wushan's head gently and whispered in his ear, run. Ah! Sun Wushan was stunned. Run in 2 directions, you run that way, I run this way. Calorie gave Sun Wushan a look. This is not good. Sun Wushan felt it was not appropriate. Is this what you said about protecting me? It's too late if we don't run now. Calorie gritted his teeth. Besides, this is an adult matter, why should we children get involved? Goten scratched his head, feeling that Uncle Calorie was right. Your level is too low, how about giving you some time to practice well? Bu hesitated for a moment and suddenly changed his words. Vegeta and others were slightly stunned, but they didn't expect Bu to say that. I'll take a nap first, you are not allowed to disturb me, or I will beat you to death. Bu said, yawned, and fell asleep on the ground. Vegeta, Pico, the two looked at each other and were speechless for a while. Let's leave here quickly, why are you still hesitating here? When he wakes up, he will beat us to death. Calorie whispered, and after saying that, without any hesitation, he immediately pulled Goten into the air. Soon, Calorie had already taken Goten away. Wait for me! Trunks panicked and hurriedly chased after him. Children still like to play with other children. Only Vegeta and Piccolo stayed at the scene, and they were speechless. Universe 7, Kaishin Realm. It seems I have to go back. Son Goku sighed and said hurriedly. Dad, I'll go with you. Son Gohan stepped forward. And me? Kale followed closely. I'll go too, maybe I can help. Cab stepped forward. Then let's go and take a look, it's better than staying in this boring place. Caulifla also wanted to go over and take a look. Okay. Son Goku did not object. Old Kaishin, how can I release the energy you guided out? Son Gohan hurriedly asked Old Kaishin. What did you promise me? Old Kaishin smiled strangely and immediately looked in Kal's direction. Son Gohan, I know, come here. Kale stepped forward and hooked his finger at Old Kai. Old Kai was ecstatic and ran to Kale happily, opened his claws, and didn't know where to start. Since we have already agreed, let's start this wonderful memory. Old Kai smiled meanly. Ji and Jebit on the side blushed, feeling too embarrassed. I'm going to do it. Old Kai stretched out his hand towards Kale. Bang! Kale had no reason to be polite, he stepped forward and pressed Old Kai's head, and slammed it to the ground. Only a muffled sound was heard. When he looked again, Old Kai's head was deeply embedded in the ground, and left a pit on the ground. You old thing, you really dare to attack me? Kai snorted coldly, you are so brave. Do you believe I will kill you now? Old Kai, are all the girls nowadays so hot-tempered? Why don't you have martial ethics? What you said, why do you regret it again? The old Kai wanted to cry but had no tears. You still say? Kai increased his strength. The old Kai screamed in pain. Is it appropriate for us to look at it like this? Lord Kai. Jebit couldn't bear it. We can't beat her. Kai shook his head. Lord Kai is right, just pretend we didn't see it. Jebit nodded, who made this old thing so lustful? Let's look at the sky together. Kai suggested. Jebit didn't object, and the two looked up at the sky together, turning a blind eye to this side. Old man, how can I let brother Gohan raise those energies? Kai shouted coldly. Kai increased his strength again. Pa! Old Kai's head was embedded deeper into the ground. Will you tell me? Kai shouted loudly. I'll tell you. Old Kai immediately became cowardly, let me go first. Humph! Kai snorted coldly and let go of Old Kai's head. Old Kai got up from the ground, patted the dust on his body, and replied, it's actually very simple, just follow the way to become a Super Saiyan. Yes, so it's a Super Saiyan, I'll try it. Son Gohan's eyes lit up. Ah! Immediately afterwards, Son Gohan shouted loudly, and the energy on his body surged out crazily. The powerful aura set off a big storm with Son Gohan as the center at that time. Old Kai flew backwards directly, and his head hit Kai's chest at once. At this moment, the whole world seemed to be quiet. Old Kai felt extremely happy and satisfied. If time could stop, I would like to record this moment. You old man! Kai was furious and slapped Old Kai away. It's not my fault, I was blown here. Old Kai explained happily at the moment he flew out. Kale was so angry that his whole body trembled. Gohan silently felt his own powerful energy, and his face showed endless surprise. This is really amazing. Gohan was surprised. It's amazing, Gohan. Goku nodded and commented, I can't believe it, I've never seen such a change. This is different from the Super Saiyan or the legendary Super Saiyan. Humph, there's nothing impressive about transformation. Old Kai patted the dust on his body and climbed up from the ground. Stop chatting, don't you plan to go to Earth? Kai asked helplessly. Okay, let's go. Sun Wukong cheered up and stretched out his hand. Everyone hold me, I will use teleportation to take everyone back now. Wait a minute. Old Kai suddenly spoke. Sun Wukong paused for a moment and turned his head to look at Old Kai. You old thing, what else do you want to do? Kai asked angrily. Wukong, how do you plan to fight that Majin Buu? Old Kai asked without paying attention to Kai. Didn't you increase the energy for Gohan? Sun Wukong asked with a smile. Old Kai lowered his head in shame and said quickly, this time is limited, and the current increase is not much. It may be difficult to deal with the current Majin Buu. Ha ha ha, I knew it would be like this. Sun Wukong laughed. Ya, what did you say? Sun Gohan was speechless. You spent so much time guiding my potential energy, but you still can't help me defeat Majin Buu? Idiot! Who knew Majin Buu would become so powerful? He was definitely not so strong before. The old King Kai shouted loudly. I originally wanted to ask him to guide your potential energy, but now it seems that there is no need. Caulifla whispered to Cab. I think so too. Cab nodded vigorously. Forget it, otherwise he will take advantage of you again. He dares. I can't kill him. Caulifla snorted. Goku, are you sure you can defeat Majin Buu? King Kai asked nervously. This I'm afraid it won't work. Sun Wukong shook his head gently and pondered. Vegeta's transformation is already very powerful. Even if I exert my full strength, I can only be as powerful as Vegeta at most. Vegeta is not a match for Majin Buu, and it will be difficult for me to defeat him. But try to delay the time and wait for Luo Tian and my father to come back. You kid don't want to use the fusion technique? Old Kai suddenly spoke. Haha, you still understand me? Sun Wukong looked at Old Kai deeply and nodded without denying. Do you think that guy will let you use the fusion technique? Old Kai asked with a smile. Why not? Isn't that guy sleeping? Sun Wukong was stunned. Old Kai, King God, stupid, you suddenly appeared, won't he wake up? Old Kai scolded angrily. You seem to be right. Sun Wukong scratched his head. Also, who are you going to use the fusion technique with? Old Kai pointed to Piccolo and Vegeta in the crystal ball and asked again. Of course, I will use the fusion technique with Vegeta. Sun Wukong pointed to Vegeta. How long will it take you two to master that kind of fusion action? Old Kai was not optimistic. This I'm afraid it will take some time to fully master it. Sun Wukong nodded thoughtfully. Old ancestor, you asked so many questions, is there any better way? Kai asked curiously. Of course. Old Kai smiled proudly, pointed to the Patara earrings hanging on Sun Wukong's ears, and smiled more mysteriously. This? Do you want it? Sun Wukong pointed to the earring on his ear in surprise. Don't you have one too? Didn't that guy Fuwa tell you? This is called Patara earring. Old Kai explained, this earring can be combined quickly. Just wear one on the left ear and the other on the right ear and it will be convenient to complete. Hey? I remember Lord Fuwa did tell me about this, but I forgot. Sun Wukong scratched his head and laughed. What's your memory? Old Kai wiped his sweat. Yes, I'll try to combine with Vegeta with this. Sun Wukong nodded solemnly. That's right. Old Kai pouted. So, the earring is called combination, and the previous one is called fusion, right? Kai suddenly realized. Ha ha ha, Lord Kai, you finally understand. Sun Wukong grinned. Go. If you can't even combine to defeat him, you can only wait for the god of destruction to wake up and deal with him. Old Kai sighed slightly. Got it, got it. Sun Wukong nodded and prepared to take everyone back to Earth. However, before leaving, Sun Wukong suddenly thought of something and asked, "By the way, how long will it take to combine with this earring?" "Don't worry, once this kind of earring is combined, it can never be separated." Old Kai smiled. Sun Wukong, please vote for a monthly ticket. Chapter 327 Super Saiyan 4 Vegeto. This can never be separated. Sun Wukong was speechless and felt a headache for a while. I'm still not used to sleeping with Emily. Old Kai, Cabby, this guy is too much. If you're not used to it, you can introduce her to me. She's a woman, right? Old Kai said with some expectation. That's right, okay, it's a happy decision. Sun Wukong answered carelessly. Well, it's settled. Old Kai was so excited that he thought Sun Wukong was really sensible and quickly stretched out his hand. It was the right choice for me to guide his son's potential energy. It's settled, it's settled. Sun Wukong and Old Kai held hands together. The Kai and others were speechless. Sun Gohan was too embarrassed to listen. Dad, will Uncle Vegeta agree with you? Will Aunt Emily be happy to accompany this old man? Let's go. Sun Wukong called out and immediately took everyone to perform instant teleportation. Swish! In just a moment, Sun Wukong returned to the earth with everyone and appeared at a relatively far distance from Vegeta and Piccolo. Then, Sun Wukong waved to Vegeta and Piccolo in the distance. It's Goku. Piccolo was slightly stunned, and was suddenly surprised and happy, and Gohan and the others. Great! Tisk, Kakarot, that bastard, has only come back now. Vegeta snorted, feeling very unhappy. Let's go and take a look. Piccolo pondered. Vegeta did not object. However, just when the two were about to act, Bu suddenly opened his eyes and jumped up from the ground. Are you all here? Then let's go together. Bu patted his fat belly and grinned. Oops, this guy is awake. Piccolo's face was heavy. Damn Kakarot, it was his arrival that attracted the attention of this fat guy. Vegeta was so angry that his teeth itched. Dad, Bu is awake. Son Gohan was speechless. Hey, if we don't come, will that guy continue to sleep? Caulifla asked. I don't know, but since he's awake, let's find a way to defeat him. Son Goku thought for a while and answered. Dad, if you want to merge with Uncle Vegeta, I'm afraid Uncle Vegeta may not agree. Son Gohan suddenly said. What do you mean? Sun Wukong was stunned and didn't quite understand. Dad can tell Uncle Vegeta that wearing this earring can increase his powerful energy. Sun Gohan lowered his voice. Will he be fine in this way? Okay, I'll listen to you and agree. Dad, I want to go up and try first. Sun Gohan stepped forward and said to Son Goku. Hey? Do you want to try? Sun Wukong was slightly stunned and quickly advised, forget it, although your energy has been greatly improved, this guy is too powerful, far beyond my imagination. No, Dad, I also want to know how powerful he is. Sun Gohan said stubbornly, just take advantage of this time, Dad will talk to Uncle Vegeta about the fusion. Then you be careful. Son Goku thought about it and nodded in agreement. Brother Gohan, I'll go with you. Kale immediately appeared beside Son Gohan. Thank you, Kale, but I want to try it myself. Son Gohan smiled at Kale. Kale hesitated for a moment, but still nodded obediently. Then, Son Gohan no longer hesitated at all, and walked towards the direction of Majin Buu with great righteousness. Bu glanced at Son Gohan, his eyes full of disdain. Humph, Kakarot, what do you mean? Vegeta snorted and said lightly, do you want your son to die in vain? Vegeta, come here, I have a good thing here. Sun Wukong chuckled. What good stuff? Vegeta was stunned, but still stepped forward and appeared beside Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong had already taken off the Patara earrings and placed them in the palm of his right hand. Seeing Vegeta coming up, Sun Wukong opened his hand, and a Patara earring appeared in his hand. "That's it," Sun Wukong said to Vegeta. Cabby and Caulifla both looked at Vegeta with sympathy. This poor uncle is about to be cheated. Not only you are being cheated, but your wife will be given to that guy old Kai by this uncle. What a tragedy! What is it? I seem to have seen it somewhere. Vegeta really felt unfamiliar with this thing, but he seemed to have seen it somewhere. Vegeta, take this and wear it on your right ear. Sun Wukong handed the earrings to Vegeta. As long as you wear this thing, your strength will increase at least 10 times. What did you say? Vegeta's expression was moved, his eyes kept flashing, staring at the Patara earrings handed over by Sun Wukong. Just such a small thing can make me increase my strength 10 times? How is it possible? Vegeta was half believing and half doubting. Well, anyway, there must be no problem, don't worry. Sun Wukong was not good at lying, and he kept scratching his head when he said this, feeling a little unnatural. This is a special equipment for King Kai, and it is also the reason why this Uncle Gaku is more powerful. Caulifla explained calmly on the side. Uncle Gaku, why don't you give this to me? Cab followed Caulifla and said. Do you want to use it? Do you want to merge with me? Sun Wukong was stunned. Caulifla, Vegeta? Vegeta showed a confused look. At this time, Sun Gohan had come to the opposite side of Bu. It's you? The little guy who was beaten badly by me last time. Bu grinned. I'm going to pay it back this time. Sun Gohan said, clenching his fist tightly, and the aura on his body surged out crazily. Bang! Sun Gohan quickly attacked and hit Bu's face with a heavy punch. Suddenly, Bu's body leaned back. Piccolo was surprised and happy on the side. How did Gohan become so powerful? Bang! Sun Gohan kicked again and hit Bu's head on the spot. Bu rubbed his head, but there was no big reaction. Ah! Sun Gohan screamed and hit him with another uppercut. Stop making noise! Bu was a little impatient and slapped Sun Gohan. Swish! Sun Gohan drew an arc in the air and suddenly fell into the sand in the distance, almost being trapped in the quicksand. Gohan! Piccolo was shocked and quickly flew into the air, quickly appeared beside Sun Gohan and grabbed him. Kale was also moved and rushed up. Uncle Piccolo, I still can't do it. Sun Gohan smiled a little distressed. Gohan, don't say that, you are the most powerful Saiyan. Piccolo encouraged. It's a pity that the energy I increased from old Kai is useless. Sun Gohan shook his head helplessly. Brother Gohan, don't lose heart. We will always defeat that guy. Kale said to Sun Gohan, lowered his head shyly, and suddenly raised it, looking directly at Sun Gohan and said, Brother Gohan, how about we merge? Fusion is also fine. Hey? The two of us? Sun Gohan's mouth twitched, and he quickly waved his hand and refused. Forget it, I don't want to squat to pee. Kale, what do you mean? Piccolo didn't quite understand. After all, Namekians don't have men and women. Who's next? Bu glanced in the direction of Son Goku and others. Son Goku was still persuading Vegeta. But just now, Son Goku accidentally told Cab about the fusion. Vegeta looked at Son Goku with some suspicion. Cab suddenly felt that Son Goku was a pig teammate and didn't want to pay attention to him. Kakarot, tell me honestly, what is this thing for? Vegeta gritted his teeth and glared at Sun Wukong. Ha ha ha, I still won't lie. Sun Wukong laughed and explained calmly, this is the Patara earring. As long as you wear it on the other ear, the two of us can complete the fusion and become a very powerful warrior. Ya, what did you say? Vegeta was stunned, and then he was endlessly angry. He gritted his teeth and shouted, you guy! You want me, a noble prince, to merge with you, an inferior warrior? Don't dream. Forget it. Sun Wukong waved his hand. Who's next? Since no one challenges me, I'll take care of you one by one. Bu snorted and appeared in front of Piccolo, Sun Wuhan, and Kale in an instant. Sun Wuhan and the other two changed their faces again and again. You took the initiative to provoke me, but now you act like nothing happened? Bu snorted with his hands on his waist. Bang! The next moment, Bu punched Sun Gohan in the face. Suddenly, a red fist mark appeared on Sun Gohan's face. Sun Gohan leaned back and almost fell. Gohan! Piccolo's face changed again and again, and he quickly turned on the orange mode. Ah! Kala's whole body was full of yellow-green flames, flashing with lightning. The legendary Super Saiyan 2. Damn it! I can't forgive you. I will never allow you to bully my brother Gohan. Kala's eyes were bloodshot, and he punched Bu with a powerful punch. Bang! Bu slapped Kale hard and knocked him to the ground. Pa! Bu flashed behind Piccolo again and kicked him down from the air. Kale and Piccolo fell to the ground, the light on their bodies dissipated, and they returned to normal. That fat guy is angry. Caulifla shuddered slightly. This is bad. Sun Wukong's expression became more and more serious. I didn't expect that even Kala's legendary Super Saiyan 2 was not his opponent. Vegeta also glanced over there silently. Pico's orange mode was also easily defeated by the fat guy. Vegeta, there is no other way. It is difficult for us to defeat this guy except for fusion. Sun Wukong said solemnly. Vegeta was silent, and he was very resistant in his heart. I don't want to merge with a guy like Kakarot. But if I don't do this, no one can be Bu's opponent. How long will it take for Luo Tian to come back? Vegeta asked with gritted teeth. It will take at least several hours. It will be too late when he comes back. Sun Wukong said in a deep voice, Vegeta, there is no time to think about it. I hope our fusion can delay for a while. Vegeta was silent. Please, Vegeta, put this on quickly. Sun Wukong begged, otherwise we're really finished. Damn it. Vegeta's face was covered with cold sweat, and his face was extremely ugly. Then, Vegeta put the earring in his hand on his right ear. Is it the right ear? Vegeta asked. Yes. Sun Wukong nodded, with excitement and expectation on his face. Vegeta put on the Potara earring. By the way, there is something I want to tell you. Once this earring is put on for fusion, it can't be restored to two people. Sun Wukong explained, do you understand? Vegeta's mentality exploded at that time. You bastard! Why are you telling me now? Vegeta was furious and wanted to take off the earring. By the way, is your wife called Emily? Caulifla suddenly asked. Vegeta was stunned and glanced in the direction of Caulifla, not understanding what she wanted to say. It's okay, don't worry about these details. Caulifla laughed. Vegeta felt bad, as if there was a pit waiting for him to jump in. The next moment, before Vegeta could react, his body flew uncontrollably towards Sun Wukong. Wait a minute. I don't want to merge. Vegeta shouted loudly. However, everything was too late. Snap! In just a moment, Sun Wukong and Vegeta quickly overlapped and merged into one person. Wow, so handsome! Caulifla clapped her hands and even stepped forward to touch Vegeta's face. Cabby suddenly felt green on his head. Don't do it! This is the fusion, it feels so strange. Caulifla looked at Vegeta up and down, and even lifted his pants, intending to look inside. Vegeta slapped Caulifla's hand away lightly. Don't these little girls have any sense of shame? Cabba sniffed and wanted to cry. Caulifla, how could you do this? Tisk, so stingy. Caulifla snorted. Let's call the fusion of Vegeta and Kakarot Vegeto. Vegeto ignored Caulifla and smiled. Boom! Veget suddenly burst out with a huge amount of energy. In just a moment, Vegeto turned into the image of Super Saiyan 4. This transformation is not bad, right? This is the transformation of the original Saiyan. Forget it, change the name, let's call it Super Saiyan 4 from now on. Vegeto said with a smile. Shua! The next moment, Vegeto moved and appeared beside Bu in an instant. Bu was stunned and looked at Vegeto in surprise. Chapter 328 It's all your fault. Go and provoke the Lord of the Omni. What surprised Bu a little was that the opponent's level was rising rapidly. This guy's level seemed to have reached at least level 30. And it felt like he hadn't shown his true strength yet. It's getting more and more interesting. Bu suddenly became interested and raised his fists excitedly. I want to see what your highest level can reach. I haven't had such a good time for a long time. The last time I had such a good fight was when I was with Broly. At that time, I followed Broly to fight the Destroyer, and my life was really comfortable. I miss the past so much. Humph, Bu, let me take care of you. Veget snorted. Bu nodded vigorously. Bang! Veget attacked quickly and punched Bu hard in the face. There was a punch mark on Bu's face. Bang! Veget threw another uppercut, sending Bu flying to a higher altitude. Swish! Veget flew into the air and appeared right above Bu in an instant. Hey! Veget made a hook kick and suddenly kicked Bu in the stomach. Bu turned into a stream of light and rushed into the desert below. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, Bu's body left a bottomless pit in the desert. But then, Bu jumped out of the pit and suddenly fired energy balls in his hands. The energy balls whistled towards Vegeto. Veget looked calm and unhurried, and slapped the balls one by one, sending them flying everywhere. Shua! Bu appeared behind Vegeto and hugged him from behind. Veget still had no intention of panicking, his head dropped down, and then suddenly pushed back. Bang! The back of Vegeto's head hit Bu's big face directly. Bu felt that his face was flattened. Pa! Veget grabbed the tentacles on Bu's head, and punched quickly with his right hand, punching him in the face one by one. Bu seemed to be beaten and unable to fight back. Go to hell! Vegeto grabbed the tentacles on Bu's head again, and moved his body to smash down to the ground below. Boom! Bu once again left a big hole in the desert below. Swish! Bu's figure flashed, and soon appeared in front of Vegeto, looking at him with a smile. Are you immortal? Vegeto's expression became more solemn. I haven't had such a good time with you for a long time. Bu grinned. Really? Vegeto smiled slightly. Show me your real skills, I know you still have some reservations. Bu snorted, looking at Vegeto and said. Your observation is very meticulous. Vegeto snorted, clenched his fists tightly. Okay, then as you wish, let you see my true strength. Yet. Bu nodded repeatedly. Boom! Veget no longer hesitated, and light emerged from his body, and blue flames burst out. Pop! In just a moment, Vegeto's hair had turned blue. In addition to Vegeto's hair, the hair on his body and his tail also turned blue. Oh! Bu's mouth immediately turned into an O shape. Okay, let's get started. Vegeto smiled confidently. Yet. Bu nodded vigorously again. Wait a minute, what kind of transformation is this? Caulifla asked curiously. Bu glanced at Caulifla, then looked at Vegeto. A short silence. I want to know too, tell me. Bu said to Vegeto. Well, I'll give you a brief explanation of my current transformation. Veget nodded slightly. At this time, Piccolo, Son Gohan, and Kair had already flown up from below and appeared not far away, looking in the direction of Vegeta. Is that the fusion of Goku and Vegeta? Piccolo asked in surprise. Uncle Piccolo, that is a fusion, not a fusion. Son Gohan corrected seriously. What do you mean? Is there a difference? Piccolo was stunned. Uncle Piccolo, fusion is an operation performed through dance steps. The people who need to be fused have the same breath and body proportions. Son Gohan explained, fusion is relatively simple, like the Patara earrings used exclusively by King Kai. Just wear one on the left ear and the other on the right ear to complete it. Is it that simple? Piccolo suddenly realized and asked, since there is such a simple fusion, why didn't Goku take it out earlier? Dad doesn't seem to know much about fusion. Son Gohan answered. And it seems that the earrings can only be combined with 2 people, right? 3 people can't complete the fusion. Kai added on the side. What if there are 3 earrings? Piccolo suddenly had an idea. Uncle Piccolo, there are only 2 earrings, not 3. Son Gohan smiled helplessly. Besides, even if there are 3, where will the third person wear the earrings? Kai asked, wear it on the nose? Son Gohan, Pico, the 2 were silent. You make a lot of sense, we don't know how to refute it. Is there a time limit for the fusion of Goku and Vegeta? Piccolo asked. Old Kai said that once they merge, there is no time limit, and it seems that they will never be separated. Son Gohan scratched his head and muttered, but I think Uncle Luotian should have a way to separate Dad and Uncle Vegeta. That's good. Pico nodded. Shua. Veget's body trembled slightly, and he had returned to normal. The normal Vegeta was almost the same as the one in the plot, with a face that was not much different from Vegeta and Son Goku. This is my basic form. Vegeto explained. Bu nodded. Snap. Golden light burst out from Vegeto's body, his hair stood up high, and he turned into a Super Saiyan. This is a Super Saiyan. Vegeto smiled. Oh. Bu nodded again. SHH the golden light on Vegeto's body became more intense, and lightning wrapped around him. This is Super Saiyan 2. Vegeto answered. Bu nodded again. Snap. Veget changed his body, and his hair immediately turned red, starting the transformation to Super Saiyan 4. This is Super Saiyan 4. Vegeto said again. Bu scratched his head, and after a brief silence, he asked curiously, is the number after 2 4? It's 3. It's 3. I'm sure it's 3. Caulifla corrected loudly on the side. Well, I also remember it's 3. Bu replied. So, what about 3? Without 3, how can there be 4? Caulifla asked. What about 3? Bu followed and asked. Super Saiyan 3 I can't do it. Vegeto shook his head gently, and replied, you can understand that the long hair transformation of Carter Tien is Super Saiyan 3. You lied to me, it's called Super Saiyan God 3. Bu shook his head. It doesn't matter, Vegeto snorted. Keep going. Bu didn't ask any more questions. This transformation is called Super Saiyan 4. Vegeto pointed to his body, and his expression became a little solemn. Pop. Then, red flames burned all over Vegeto's body, and his hair immediately turned bright red. At the same time, the color of Vegeto's hair and tail became brighter. Although Vegeto's hair and tail were red before, they were definitely not as vivid as they are now. These colors now seem to be alive, shining like flames. Is this Super Saiyan 5? Caulifla asked curiously. You can understand it this way, Vegeto nodded, but the correct name should be Super Saiyan God based on Super Saiyan 4. Oh. Bu shook his head thoughtfully. Then Vegeto's expression became more and more solemn, then it's my final state. Boom. The next moment, Vegeto's whole body was glowing with blue light, and the color of his hair, fur, and tail turned blue in an instant. Super Saiyan 6? Caulifla was getting more and more excited, as if it was her own transformation. You can't call it that, although the strength of this transformation has been greatly improved. Vegito wiped his sweat. The best name is to become Super Saiyan God on the basis of Super Saiyan 4, and start the Super Saiyan transformation again. Bu followed and learned, and his mouth was a little bit unsmooth. The name of your transformation is too long, let's give it a simpler one. Caulifla suggested. I think so too. Vegito nodded, looked at Bu and asked, Bu, how about you give me a name for this final transformation? Blue. Bu simply said 2 words. Veget, Caulifla, you are so casual. Vegito was speechless, but he didn't say much. He nodded and said, okay, let's call it Super Saiyan 4 Blue. Not bad, level 49. Bu grinned. Veget was stunned, feeling that he had heard of it somewhere. What level? Caulifla asked gossipingly. I heard Luo Tian talk about the level before, and Bardock also talked about it. Vegito pondered. Let's talk about the level later, let's try your strength first. Bu clenched his fists and took a fighting stance. Okay, then try it. Vegito floated in front of Bu. The battle was about to start. Boom! Blue flames burst out from Vegito's body, and he punched Bu fiercely. Bu raised his hand slightly and easily caught Vegito's attack. Bang! Bu directly hit Vegito's face with his head. Veget felt as if his face was flattened. Boom! Bu sat down and directly knocked Vegito down from the air. Boom! Veget left a bottomless pit in the desert below like a cannonball. Puff! 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 Bu opened his mouth and ejected ghosts one by one from his mouth. There were 6 little ghosts in total. The little ghosts shook their bodies and revealed their chubby heads. Go, little monsters, come on! Bu waved his hand. Swish, swish, swish. The little ghosts immediately whistled towards Vegito. What is that? Vegito was slightly stunned. He had just flown out of the pit when he saw the little ghosts appearing nearby. The little ghosts were grinning and laughing like idiots. Be careful. That thing is Carter's special move. Once it touches, there will be a big explosion. Piccolo hurriedly reminded loudly. Veget's heart sank. When the little ghosts were about to get close to him, Vegito immediately flashed and disappeared on the spot. Boom! The 6 little ghosts missed and collided with each other, making a loud noise that shook the earth. The whole planet shook violently. It's so dangerous if you are in the center of the explosion, you might be killed. Vegito looked in that direction with lingering fear and appeared next to Piccolo. A large black hole had appeared in the sky over there, accompanied by the big explosion just now. Black lightning flashed above the black hole, giving people a very terrifying feeling. This guy is so much stronger than we thought. Piccolo's face turned pale instantly. Yet it seems that we underestimated the opponent. Vegito wiped his sweat. Hee hee. Bu patted his fat belly and grinned happily. How do you know Carter's moves? Piccolo asked loudly. Is it difficult? I can learn it once I learn it. Bu smiled. Veget, are you sure you can win? Piccolo asked. I'm afraid it's difficult. I didn't expect him to be so powerful, Vegito said in a deep voice, but let's try to delay time as much as possible and wait for Luo Tian and Bardock to come. That's the only way. Piccolo nodded solemnly. I'm going. Vegito gritted his teeth, rushed up quickly, and launched a fierce attack on Bu. Universe 7, King Kai Realm. Hey, kill him quickly. Come on. King Kai looked at Vegito in the crystal ball with some excitement and shouted loudly. Shut up. The old King Kai's face turned black, and he shouted angrily, what have you been doing all these years? What have I been doing all these years? Of course, I'm always monitoring Majin Buu's every move. King Kai scratched his head embarrassedly. Why do I feel that this Majin Buu has reached the strength of Lord Beerus? The old Kai looked heavy. The old ancestor was talking about Beerus-sama. Is it the cat? That is the god of destruction of our universe, right? Kai asked. Idiot! How many times do you want me to repeat it to you before you can remember it? Of course. Who else could it be besides him? The old Kai shouted at the Kai, spitting all over his face. The Kai quickly took out a handkerchief to wipe his face. Now it seems that even the fusion of Goku and Vegeta may not be Buu's opponent. The old Kai sighed helplessly. Then what should we do? Kai asked. It's all your fault for provoking the Lord of all. The old Kai was furious when he thought of this, and punched the Kai fiercely, shouting, Why did you provoke anyone else, but you went to provoke the greatest god in the universe? Chapter 329 Go and invite Lord Beerus. I know that God Kai felt wronged. If even Vegito can't deal with Majin Buu, then the only one who can defeat him is Lord Beerus. Old God Kai said in a deep voice, It seems that Goku's father will not arrive for several hours. Lord Beerus? Should we invite him now? God Kai suddenly had an idea. Why don't you invite Goku's father if you have this time? Old God Kai glanced at God Kai. I don't know where they are. God Kai scratched his head. You sound like you know where Lord Beerus lives. Old God Kai snorted. Hee, I really know where Lord Beerus is. I went there once before, and I kicked him away with just a look. Kaishin felt that he was really in the limelight at that time. Who would believe that he could knock a god of destruction away with just one look? Old Kaishin didn't want to talk anymore, and resisted the urge to smash this guy to death. Go quickly, why are you still in a daze here? Old Kaishin shouted angrily. Let me go by myself? Old ancestor, please come with me. Kaishin was a little scared. I won't go. You made the mistake yourself, you have to solve it yourself. You have to pay for the mistake you made. The old Kai snorted. Jebet, who was standing by, found that something was wrong and quietly slipped away. Jebet, you come with me. You gave me a lot of bad ideas back then. The Kai looked at Jebet. Jebet, I have a stomachache. I'm going to the bathroom. Jebet's face tightened, and he turned and ran. Forget it, I'll go by myself. The Kai was speechless. Kai. The next moment, the Kai's body flashed with light and disappeared in an instant. The old Kai sighed, feeling that the future was long and the road was full of thorns. Shua! The Kai took Jebet to teleport, and in just a blink of an eye, they appeared on the Beerus planet. Oh my, rare guest, isn't this Lord Kai? Whis stepped forward and greeted with a smile. The prophecy fish also flew over on the fish tank, with a look of ridicule in its eyes. You're you the angel, Whis? Kaishin scratched his head embarrassedly. I'm sorry for offending you before. I am ignorant and don't know these things in the God realm, please forgive me. As he said that, Kaishin immediately bowed to Whis and admitted his mistake respectfully. Ignorance is not a crime, Lord Kaishin, don't mind. Whis giggled and said, Actually, I don't care, Lord Kaishin should find a way to make up for it and get Lord Omni's forgiveness. Otherwise, our entire 7th universe may encounter an unprecedented crisis. This people from our 7th universe are now running wild on the earth of the 6th universe. Is this a crisis in our universe? Kaishin touched his 2 index fingers together and asked a little embarrassedly. Oh my, it's hard to say, it's hard to say. Whis didn't know what to say for a while. Then I want to ask Lord Beerus to help me deal with that Majin Buu, okay? King Kai looked at Whis with a pleading look. Lord Beerus is sleeping, Lord Kai can try to wake him up. Whis smiled and pointed to the castle in the distance. I remember I stared him out of the castle before. King Kai smiled awkwardly. Did he go back to sleep again? Yes, he went back when he was sleepwalking. Whis nodded with a smile. King Kai, he can go back to his nest to sleep even when he is sleepwalking. It's amazing. As expected of the god of destruction. Then I'll try. King Kai nodded solemnly and flew towards Beerus Castle. Looking at the back of King Kai leaving, the prophecy fish turned his head to look at Whis. Whis looked calm and said nothing. Hey, Whis, if you let God Kai go like this, Lord Beerus won't accidentally kill him, right? The prophecy fish asked with some concern. For Lord Kai, this may be his calamity. Whis pondered. You mean he might really die? The prophecy fish was surprised. It's hard to say, it depends on Lord Kai's luck. Whis replied. You're right, maybe if God Kai dies, Lord Zeno will calm down. The prophecy fish nodded thoughtfully. That's what I mean. Whis replied. I'm afraid he will be destroyed by Lord Beerus, and even his soul won't have time to escape. The prophecy fish sighed. You won't be able to revive him then, right? Yes. Whis nodded. In an instant, God Kai appeared in the room where Beerus was sleeping. Then, God Kai looked closely and saw Beerus sleeping soundly on the bed. Beerus was sleeping so hard that his nose was bubbling. Lord Beerus, wake up, I am God Kai. God Kai stepped forward and pushed Beerus. Snap! Beerus waved his hand forward and grabbed God Kai's neck. Ahaha! God Kai cried out in pain, his face instantly turned purple. Bang! Beerus waved his hand violently and threw God Kai out. God Kai's body penetrated the wall of the castle on the spot, flew backwards, drew an arc in the air, and fell to the ground. With such a weak body, how could God Kai withstand Beerus' attack? God Kai was lying on the ground at that time, his breath was weak, his head tilted to the side, and his bones were broken. He's dying, said the prophecy fish. Yes, yes, Whis nodded. Don't you want to save him? The prophecy fish asked again. If he dies, Beerus-sama will disappear with him, right? No, because old Kai is still alive. Whis explained. Then do you want to kill him too? The prophecy fish asked. Whis, ahem, prophecy fish, you're joking a little too much. Whis glanced at the prophecy fish. He just a joke to ease the depressing atmosphere. The prophecy fish laughed. Let's wait until Kai-sama dies. Whis thought for a while and said, then call the All-King again. I believe the All-King will. The anger should have subsided by half. You make a lot of sense. The prophecy fish nodded. 3 minutes later. The Kai's eyes widened and he died. He's dead, the prophecy fish sighed. Whis, contact the Lord of the Omni King. Okay. Whis didn't object, picked up the scepter in his hand, and immediately contacted the high priest through the crystal ball on the scepter. Whis, is there anything? The voice of the high priest came from the temple of the Omni King. Oh my lord high priest, things are not good. Whis showed a helpless expression and said with some sadness, Lord Kai of our universe was accidentally beaten to death by Lord Beerus. When I found out, he was already dead. Whis also sent the video of the death of the Kai to the high priest. Dead? Did you learn this word from Luo Tian? The high priest was stunned and asked with a smile. Yes. Whis nodded in acknowledgement. I know, Lord Omni is right next to me, I'll report it. The high priest's eyes flickered, as if he had understood Whis's meaning. Please trouble Lord Omni. Whis replied. Soon, the high priest immediately contacted the Lord Omni who was playing, and told the Lord Omni what was going on here. Hey, the Kaishin of the 7th universe is dead? The voice of the Lord Omni came over. Yes, Lord Omni. Whis responded immediately, and asked carefully, do you want to revive him? Don't rush to revive him, he deserves it. The Lord Omni hummed, let him exist in the form of a soul for a while, and when he has almost understood all the knowledge of the God realm, it won't be too late to revive him. Okay, Lord Omni. Whis nodded respectfully. That's it. The King of All said expressionlessly. The call ended. It's good, it seems that the King of All has done a favor, at least the soul of the King of the world still exists. The prophecy fish breathed a sigh of relief. From the current situation, the King of All should not erase our 7th universe. Whis nodded. That's great, I was almost scared to death just now. The prophecy fish sighed, feeling very fortunate, and stepped forward to spit on the body of the king of the world. It's all this guy's fault, almost made our seventh universe disappear. But I have to admire the courage of the king of the world, he dared to call Beerus. Whis said with a smile. When will Beerus wake up? The prophecy fish asked. I have to sleep for a while, it seems that I haven't slept enough. Whis pondered. The king of the world. Swish! The soul of the Kaishan appeared beside the old Kaishan and Jebet in an instant. My ancestor, I'm back. The Kaishan scratched his head embarrassedly. The old Kaishan looked up at the Kaishan and suddenly found a halo on his head. Jebet widened his eyes, his face changed again and again, and he exclaimed, Lord Kaishan, what's wrong with you? I was beaten to death by accident. The Kaishan looked distressed. The old Kaishan and Jebet fell to the ground at once, and they didn't react for a long time. There was silence for a full minute. You idiot! What happened to you? How did you die so easily? The old Kaishan shouted angrily. Lord Beerus is too strong. He grabbed my neck and threw me out, and then I fell to death. The Kaishan burst into tears. Old Kaishan, Jebet, the two of them were speechless. Fortunately, he didn't use destruction, otherwise you wouldn't even have a soul. The old Kaishan looked complicated and sighed deeply. What should we do now? Old ancestor asked the Kaishan, that Beerus-sama doesn't sleep well at all, there's no way to wake him up. Now we can only wait for Bardock and the others to come. The old Kaishan said helplessly, look around quickly, and if you find Bardock and the others, bring them here immediately. Old ancestor, I only have my soul left now, and you still want me to work? The Kaishan complained in a low voice. Idiot! Who told you to be careless? If you want to wake up Beerus-sama, you shouldn't be so close to him. Old Kai spitted all over Kai's face. Kai quickly wiped it with a white towel. Hurry up and do what I say. If Bu from our universe goes to Universe 6 to destroy the Earth there, and Lord Omni knows about this, our seventh universe will be guilty of an even greater crime. Lord Omni might really wipe out the entire universe. Old Kai looked particularly heavy. You also heard at that time that Lord Omni asked us to deal with Majin Bu. Now think about it carefully, this matter is much more serious than we thought. Old ancestor, what will happen to us if our seventh universe is wiped out? Kai asked curiously. What do you think will happen to us? Old Kai's face darkened. We are the supreme gods, we should survive, right? Kai asked cautiously. Humph, you are so naive. Old Kai shouted, if the seventh universe is really wiped out, I'm afraid all the gods will disappear with it, except for the angel Whis. Even Lord Beerus will disappear with it. Ah? Is it so serious? King Kai shuddered. Do you know the seriousness of the matter now? The old King Kai became more and more angry, and hit King Kai's head hard with his fist. The soul of King Kai was broken for a moment, but soon it was reunited. Old ancestor, you almost broke me apart. King Kai said with some resentment. Universe 6, Earth. The battle between Vegito and Bu is still going on. Although Vegito's level has reached 49, there is still a big gap compared to Bu. Bu is just playing. Huff, hi, Vegito was panting heavily, feeling a wave of fatigue. It's fun to fight with you. I haven't felt so happy for a long time. Bu grinned and patted his fat belly. You are really amazing, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Veget was quite emotional. Hee hee. Bu was getting more and more proud. By the way, you just said I was level 49, so what level are you? Vegito suddenly asked. I won't tell you. Bu smiled brightly. Veget, well, it seems I can only try the latest state. Vegito took a deep breath. Oh? Bu was stunned. In the distance, Pico, Son Gohan, Kale, Cap, Caulifla, and others gathered together, suspended in the air, watching the battle between the two sides. Dad's fusion, it seems difficult to defeat that guy. Son Gohan looked heavy. It can only be said that the fat man's strength has far exceeded our imagination. Piccolo nodded. But it seems that Dad's fusion still has a trick that has not been used. Son Gohan muttered. Chapter 330 Ultra Self and Ultra Self Fusion. Yet, Uncle Piccolo, I almost forgot something so important. Son Gohan's eyes lit up. Gohan, you'd better not go to school. I think you've been a little dizzy these years. Piccolo sighed helplessly. Son Gohan scratched his head embarrassedly. Kappa and Caulifla didn't speak. Kale was also staring at Vegito and Majin Buu in the distance. What does the latest state mean? Buu asked curiously. I don't know if it works. Vegito pondered, because I haven't tried it. Try it now. Buu suggested. If even this state is not your opponent, then I admit defeat. Vegito took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. Pa. In just a moment, Vegito's body suddenly returned to normal. Why did you change back again? Buu was stunned. I'm afraid that the Super Saiyan 4 form can't support my latest state. Vegito smiled. Oh. Buu nodded vigorously. Then I'm going to start. Vegito said, and two balls of light of different colors suddenly emerged from his body. One ball was as bright as a star. The other ball was purple-red light. The two balls of light intertwined with each other. In just a moment, the two balls of light separated again. When I looked again, two balls of light appeared on Vegito's body. Suddenly, half of Vegito's body was purple-red, and the other half was bright light. And Vegito's hair, half turned black, and the other half turned purple-red. It was the form of Ultra Instinct and Ultra Ego. Buu widened his eyes and was surprised for a while. Okay, you can start. The corners of Vegito's mouth slightly raised, forming a light arc. Buu's face immediately became particularly solemn. Shua. Veget moved, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of Buu. Buu's eyes widened, revealing a look of astonishment. Bang! Veget threw an uppercut and hit Buu's fat belly directly. Buu was hit and flew up to a height at that time. Veget kicked Buu again. Suddenly, Buu flew into the sky like a football. Shua! Veget appeared behind Buu in an instant. Pa! Veget put his hand on Buu's head. Buu seemed to have no reaction. Fighting here may not allow us to exert our full strength, so let's change places. Veget said, intending to teleport away from the earth. Snap! However, just as Vegito was about to make this move, his body split into two, and in an instant he became Vegeta and Son Goku. One of these two people was in the Ultra Instinct form, and the other was in the Ultra Instinct form. Son Goku and Vegeta looked at each other, their eyes full of confusion. What's going on? Why did you separate? Son Goku didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's okay that Lord Kaishin is a bit tricky, but now even Lord Old Kaishin is doing the same? It was agreed that they would never separate after the fusion. This less than an hour had passed, and they parted. Humph, Kakarot, I knew you would mess it up. Vegeta bared his teeth at Sun Wukong and shouted angrily. Sun Wukong scratched his head and felt a little overwhelmed for a while. Damn it! Vegeta took off the Potara earrings on his ears and squeezed them gently. The earrings turned into slag. Vegeta, don't crush my Potara earrings. Sun Wukong felt distressed. It's useless now. Are you going to keep them for the new year? Vegeta snorted. Vegeta, don't be too happy too soon. That guy is coming. Sun Wukong pointed at Majin Buu, who was flying slowly from not far away. Vegeta's face changed again and again, and he immediately floated side by side with Sun Wukong. The fusion just now was good. Buu grinned, it hurt a little. This is troublesome. Son Goku looked heavy. Swish, swish, swish. Pico, Son Gohan, and Kale no longer hesitated, and came quickly from a distance and appeared beside Son Goku and others. Energy surged in the three of them, and they turned on their strongest state. "Let's go together!" Bu called out to several people and hooked his finger. "Damn it!" Vegeta was furious, gritted his teeth, and rushed up first. At the same time, Vegeta immediately turned into the form of Super Saiyan 4. Seeing Vegeta rushing up, Piccolo also rushed up without hesitation. The two of them punched Bu with a powerful punch at the same time. Vegeta's fist hit Bu's face, and Piccolo's fist hit Bu's stomach. Instantly, Bu's body was twisted and deformed. However, Bu's body soon returned to its original shape as if it were rubber, and he grabbed Vegeta's arm with his left hand and Piccolo's other hand with his right hand, and slammed their bodies together. Piccolo and Vegeta felt dizzy at the time. "Uncle Piccolo!" Son Gohan was furious and kicked Bu. Bang! Bu slapped Son Gohan lightly, and directly slapped Son Gohan, causing him to roll several somersaults in the air. The next moment, Son Gohan suddenly fell into the sand below. "Brother Gohan!" Kale was furious, activated the legendary Super Saiyan 2 transformation, and rushed towards Majin Bu without hesitation. Bang bang bang! Kale punched and kicked Majin Bu. However, Bu was like nothing happened. "Have you had enough?" Bu grinned and sat down on Kale's face. Boom! Kale fell from the sky, leaving a bottomless pit on the ground. "Majin Bu! Your dad is here!" At this moment, Cartershan's whole body was burning with red flames, his long hair was over his waist, and he had already turned into the form of Super Saiyan God 3. Calorie and the other three did not run far. When they were almost recovered, they merged into Carter Tien again and made a comeback. "Oh, you're here again, but I've had enough fun." Bu smiled and rushed up and punched Carter Tien in the stomach. Puff! Carter Tien spit out a large mouthful of acid water, covered his stomach and fell softly to the ground. KB and Caulifla, who were about to go up to help, were stunned when they saw this situation and could not say anything. A short silence. "The earth is too dangerous, Cabe, let's go back to Shadala." Caulifla gritted her teeth and said. "Ah? Are we leaving now?" Cabe was stunned. "Let's run while the fat guy isn't paying attention." Caulifla made a prompt decision. The two fled the scene at high speed. Bu glanced in the direction the two left, but didn't mean to chase them. Not long after, Cab and Caulifla appeared near a spaceship. Boom! The spaceship took off, flew into the vast starry sky in an instant, and soon disappeared without a trace. The spaceship was moving rapidly in the space of the sixth universe, and it had left the solar system in just a few minutes. We finally left the star field to which the Earth belongs. Cab breathed a sigh of relief. The Earth is too dangerous, and it's right for us to leave. Caulifla patted her chest. The two felt like they had survived a catastrophe. However, Uncle Goku and the others may be in trouble. Caulifla sighed. "What a pity, they might be wiped out. That Majin Bu is more terrifying than we thought. I must practice hard after I go back." Cab looked solemn and clenched his fists tightly. Caulifla took out a broken sword from her body without panic. "Caulifla?" Caulifla's eyes widened, revealing a look of shock. "Isn't this the sword of the King of Gods?" Cab asked curiously. Caulifla put the broken sword aside. Then, Caulifla took out another broken piece from her body. "Where did you hide the sword?" Cab asked in surprise. "Of course I hid it on my body. This thing is very heavy." Caulifla sighed. "I'll ask the blacksmith to repair this sword when I go back. Maybe I can make it into a sharp weapon." "This sword is too fragile." Gabe shook his head. "That's why I asked the blacksmith to repair it. Repair it well, add some special materials inside, maybe it will become tougher." Caulifla giggled. "No, the question is, when did you hide the sword on your body?" Gabe was speechless. "I didn't even know it. I wanted to take the old man's crystal ball, but it was too conspicuous and I didn't know where to put it." Caulifla said this, and gestured in front of her chest, and pondered thoughtfully, mine is too small, not as big as the crystal ball. Gabe, after a long silence. No, Caulifla, what are we here for? Gabe suddenly thought of something and asked hurriedly. Caulifla didn't speak. Aren't we going to take Kale back to Shadala? Gabe asked with a wry smile. Married girls are like spilled water, this is absolutely true. Caulifla snorted, do you think Kale will go back with us? Kabob shook his head vigorously. Isn't that right? Caulifla shrugged. There were 3 of us when we came here, and only 2 of us were left when we went back. Kabob sighed, poor Frost, he was killed instantly when he arrived on Earth. Let's remember for 3 seconds. Caulifla smiled. Earth. Vegeta, Carter, Piccolo, Son Gohan, and Kale were knocked to the ground by Bu, and they were all staggering. Only Son Goku was still suspended in the air. Because Son Goku didn't fight. Next is your turn. Bu grinned and looked at Son Goku with a smile. There's no other way, I can only try this trick. Son Goku looked serious. While speaking, a star-like bright flame suddenly emerged from Son Goku's body. However, Son Goku's hair color was still black and did not turn white. Oh. Bu smiled and nodded, with a bit of expectation in his eyes. Just when the 2 were about to fight. Ding-ling-ling. A pleasant cell phone ring suddenly rang. Everyone present was slightly stunned. Bu looked down, opened his pants, and took out a cell phone from inside. Son Goku, hello, Satan? Bu answered the phone, is it time to eat? I'll be back soon. After speaking, Bu put the phone back into his pants. Hey, your level is too low, wait until you have practiced well before fighting me. Bu grinned, but the fusion guy is not bad, let that guy fight me when there is a chance. Where are you going? Sun Wukong was stunned. I'm going home for dinner. Bu waved his hand. Go home? Where is your home? I just heard you shout Satan. Sun Wukong asked, and the bright light on his body gradually dissipated and returned to normal. Satan's home is my home. Bu smiled and slowly flew into the sky, waving goodbye, goodbye. As he said, Bu turned into a stream of light and soon disappeared. Sun Wukong and others stared at each other. Majin Bu left? Gone just now? What is his relationship with Mr. Satan? What is going on? Uncle Piccolo. At this time, Dandy came quickly from a distance and immediately treated the people present. Soon, everyone's injuries at the scene had fully recovered. What is going on? Vegeta clenched his fists tightly. I've seen it for a long time. Bu doesn't look like a bad guy. Sun Wukong pondered. Ya, what did you say? Vegeta felt bad all over. Pico was so angry that his nostrils almost smoked. He shouted, didn't that guy Kaishin say that? The appearance of Majin Bu caused many planets to suffer, that's what Lord Kaishin said, but we all saw that Bu has not killed anyone since his appearance. Sun Wukong explained, let's think about it. It's similar to the situation of the androids back then, maybe history has changed. It seems to be true. Sun Wuhan scratched his head vigorously. In other words, we provoked him first, so he beat us up. Piccolo said in a deep voice. That's true. Sun Wukong nodded. Kale didn't know what to say. Carter Tien was so angry that he couldn't stop grinning. Anyway, the appearance of Majin Bu has at least improved our strength to a certain extent. Sun Wukong laughed. Vegeta's face was as black as a coal ball. I am the most miserable person here. I finally want to save the world. But this fat guy is not a bad guy. And I almost died because of it. Just tell me if it's tragic or not. Kakarot, take me to the Kaishin realm. The Kaishin realm of the 7th universe. Vegeta said with a dark face. Take me there too. Piccolo clenched his fists, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. I'll go too. Carter Tien grinned. Chapter 331 Luo Tien returned Dad, Kai'er, and I won't go. Son Gohan shook his head. Okay, let's do it. Son Goku didn't think much about it, and immediately took Vegeta, Piccolo and Carter to teleport, and disappeared in an instant. Lord Kai is in trouble. Son Gohan laughed, and laughed helplessly. I really want to beat him up. But with so many people beating him, I'm afraid he will be beaten to death. Kai'er also said angrily, this guy made us work in vain. Ha ha ha, this yes, Son Gohan nodded, not knowing how to respond. Lord Kai will definitely be tragic next. Universe 7, Kaishin Realm. Old Kai glared at Kaishin with a cold face. Come and tell me what the situation is? Old Kai pointed at the crystal ball and questioned. This I feel he must want to eat his fill before killing. King Kai pondered thoughtfully. Idiot. Just as Goku and the others said, has Bu killed anyone since he woke up? Old King Kai shouted angrily. Killed too. King Kai said, and immediately told Bu about killing the big-sleeved man and his followers. Old King Kai immediately replayed the footage at that time through the crystal ball. After seeing everything the big-sleeved man did, Old King Kai was even more angry. As a King Kai, do you think this person should be killed? Old King Kai said angrily. Looking at it this way, it seems that he deserves to die. King Kai scratched his head and said a little aggrievedly, Old ancestor, I don't know what's going on. Maybe Majin Buu has gotten better at sleeping these years. I really don't know what to say to you. Old King Kai stamped his feet angrily. Shua. Just then, Sun Wukong appeared in the Kaishin realm with Vegeta and others. Wukong, how did you come here? It seems that the matter has been successfully concluded. Kaishin laughed and came forward to greet him enthusiastically. Bang! Vegeta strode forward, pushed Sun Wukong away, and kicked Kaishin in the stomach. Ouch! Kaishin fell to the ground in pain, his whole body twitching. Bang! Pico stepped forward and kicked Kaishin into the sky. Shua! Carter soared into the sky and hit Kaishin's body with a sky punch. Kaishin flew higher. Ya, what are you doing? Jebbit shouted angrily. And you? I almost forgot about you if you didn't say anything. Vegeta was so angry that he slapped Jebbit to the ground again. Piccolo and Carter quickly stepped forward to finish off the enemy. Jebbit was beaten black and blue, and fell to the ground, feeling sick. Old Kai snorted and ignored him. And you, an old immortal. Vegeta appeared in front of Old Kai. Get it clear, this matter has nothing to do with me. Old Kai explained calmly. It's true that Majin Buu's matter has nothing to do with you, but you seem to be planning to do something excessive to Emily, right? Vegeta's face turned green instantly. Old Kai, Wukong, why did you say it out? Old Kai was panicking and shouted at Sun Wukong. I didn't say anything. Sun Wukong shook his head. Do I need to say this? After I merged with that bastard, I knew everything clearly. Vegeta said, and knocked Old Kai to the ground with one punch. The Old Kai screamed in pain. And you, Kakarot? Why don't you give your chi-chi to this old thing? Vegeta shouted at Sun Wukong. I feel uncomfortable when chi-chi lets other men touch her. Sun Wukong replied. Vegeta, you let my wife touch other men, do you think I will feel comfortable? Vegeta shouted. Really? I thought you didn't care about these. Sun Wukong scratched his head. You bastard Kakarot! Vegeta's energy exploded and he turned into a Super Saiyan 4. Swish! Sun Wukong had no intention of competing with Vegeta, and immediately used instant teleportation to disappear. Vegeta was furious, wishing to blow up the entire Kai realm. Pick, why does this Kai have a halo on his head? Carter Tien asked Piccolo curiously. I didn't notice it until you said it. He seems to be dead. Piccolo was stunned, looked at the king of the Kai lying on the ground, and murmured in a low voice. Dead? Carter was stunned. Humph, he must have died of his own fault. Vegeta snorted coldly. King of the Kai moved his fingers on the ground, and for a moment he wanted to cry but had no tears. What sin have I committed? Then, King of the Kai apologized to Vegeta and others. Vegeta and the other two found that King of the Kai's attitude was relatively correct, and their anger was mostly gone, so they did not continue to embarrass him. Then, King of the Kai personally sent Vegeta and the other two back to the Earth of the 6th universe. The incident of Majin Buu ended dramatically. The 6th universe, Universe E-Space. Luo Tian, Buu's matter seems to be over. Myers looked at the crystal ball on the scepter and said to Luo Tian, are we flying a little too slowly? Let it end, I believe there will be more powerful opponents waiting for Goku and the others. Luo Tian smiled. Then will we go back to Earth? Myers asked again. You cannot go back, but Earth is my home. Luo Tian smiled. Myers, can I go to your house for something to eat? I haven't eaten the delicious food of Bulma's house for a long time. Myers smiled embarrassedly. Then let's go. Luo Tian did not object. Bardock was silent on the side. It has been a long time since I came back. Bardock felt more timid when he was close to home. The three of them turned into three bright streams of light and flew quickly towards the direction of the earth. On the morning of the second day after Majin Buu returned to Satan's house, Luo Tian, Myers, and Bardock landed at the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Group. Humph, you still remember to come back. Bulma pouted, looking unhappy. Bulma, get us something to eat. Luo Tian didn't argue with Bulma and ordered her directly. What you want food as soon as you come back? Do you think this place is a hotel? Bulma muttered unhappily, but still ordered the robot to prepare food. Lord Luo Tian, I'm going home. I haven't been back for a long time. Bardock bowed to Luo Tian. No need, contact everyone and ask them to come here to get together. Luo Tian smiled. Okay. Bardock nodded. Just then, Bulma ordered the chef robot to come out, and heard Luo Tian's words, and shook his head helplessly. It's okay for you to come back by yourself. Do you still want to invite all your friends over? We haven't been alone together yet. Bulma, if I remember correctly, today is your birthday, right? Luo Tian smiled and looked at Bulma. Hey? Bulma was stunned, her eyes lit up a little, yet I would have forgotten if you hadn't said it. Happy birthday to you. Luo Tian said with a smile. So, you chose this time to come back to celebrate my birthday? Bulma suddenly figured it out, with a happy smile on her face. Yes, yes. Luo Tian nodded. As he spoke, Luo Tian gently waved the scepter in his hand. Pa! A golden object suddenly appeared in the sky. Be careful, don't hit you. Luo Tian said to Bulma. Bulma looked up at the sky and found that there was a large amount of golden things in the sky, which looked very eye-catching. Pa! The golden object slowly fell to the ground and landed in the yard of Bulma's house. What is this? What is this? Bulma stepped forward and asked in surprise. Gold. Luo Tian explained, it's your birthday present. Ah! You brought me a mountain of gold. Bulma's eyes lit up, and she smiled as brilliantly as a blooming flower. Not much, only 100 tons. Luo Tian smiled. Bulma, 100 tons is not much? But Bulma quickly calculated it. According to the current gold price, it is approximately equivalent to 600 billion yuan. This is 600 billion. Although Bulma's family is the richest in the world, getting 600 billion out of thin air is also a considerable income. Luo Tian, you are still good to me. Bulma put her pretty face close to Luo Tian's face, showing a full sense of happiness. Luo Tian didn't say much. Women. Your family is so rich, and you are still so excited to give you a small mountain of gold. What a money grubber. As for where this mountain of gold was obtained, it was too easy for Luo Tian. Call all your friends here. Bulma just wanted to show off her little gold mountain to these friends. Okay. Luo Tian nodded, and sent a message to everyone through the scepter, asking them to gather at Bulma's house. Satan's house. Hey, where's the money? Number 21 kicked open the door of Satan's house and rushed in. Number 21 thought about it and decided to come to Satan's house to ask for money. It was originally agreed. This is 300 million. What can't you do with this money? If that fat guy is here, you have to be reasonable, right? Satan was massaging Bu, and then saw number 21 rushing in. Bu squinted and glanced at her. Number 21 also found Bu, and her pretty face changed slightly, but she still said boldly, "You promised to give me 300 million, when will you cash it?" Satan, who is she? Bu asked. This at the world's #1 martial arts tournament. Satan told Bu what happened at that time. Turn into silicone. Bu was not polite, and the tentacles on his head flashed a purple-white light. Snap! The light quickly covering No 21's body. In just a moment, number 21 turned into a model doll. Number 21 didn't even have time to dodge. After all, the gap in strength between the two sides was too big. Satan, Satan, this is for you. Bu laughed. Ah! Why did you give me this? Satan was speechless, and looked at number 21 lying motionless on the ground from a distance. Last time I saw a similar one in your big closet, and I know you like this kind of thing. Bu grinned, this kind of real person transformation is more interesting. Satan's face suddenly turned red. Why did you rummage through our big closet? But why do you like this kind of thing? Bu asked puzzledly, last time I found you lying on that thing, playing so happily. Satan wanted to find a place to get in. Bu shook his head and felt that Satan was really good at playing. What's so fun about that kind of thing? Don't you have a woman around you? Well, try different interests occasionally. Satan scratched his head embarrassedly. Bu said no more. This thing isn't it suitable? Satan stepped forward and looked at number 21, feeling a little reluctant. Whatever you want. Bu smiled. As he was talking, Luo Tian's voice immediately appeared in Bu's mind. Luo Tian? Are you back? Bu asked excitedly, are Broly and Xiao Ai back? They are on their way back, and it will take about 40 minutes to come back. Luo Tian smiled. Oh, Bu nodded thoughtfully. Come over, today is Bulma's birthday, let's celebrate it together. Luo Tian called. Can I bring Satan and his daughter over? Bu looked at Satan beside him. Sure. Luo Tian did not object. The call ended. Afterwards, Luo Tian contacted Sun Wukong, Vegeta and others, and even Krillin and others. Everyone came to Bulma's house one after another. The first to come were Sun Wukong's family, Vegeta's family, and Krillin's family. Of course, Krillin's family also included Master Kame and the turtle. Sun Wukong brought Sun Wuhan, Sun Wushan, and Chi-Chi to salute Bardock. Bardock nodded gently, stepped forward and patted Sun Wukong's shoulder, and looked at Sun Wuhan with some emotion. Unknowingly, Gohan has grown up so big. Sun Wuhan scratched his head embarrassedly. Goten and Kakarot are exactly the same when they were young. Bardock rubbed Sun Wushan's head again. Sun Wushan grinned. Then Sun Wukong and others simply chatted with Bardock for a while. And the gold mountain in the yard of Bulma's house immediately attracted the attention of many people. The gold mountain looked particularly dazzling under the sunlight, attracting many people's attention. Is this gold? Sun Wukong said, and stepped forward to pinch it. It feels so soft. Dad, gold is a relatively soft metal, and it is very valuable. Sun Wuhan explained. How much is this gold mountain worth? Kame-sama was almost drooling. Not much, about 600 billion. Bulma smiled like a flower. Kame-sama, Krillin, many people present were stunned. Chapter 332 Everyone celebrates Bulma's birthday 600 billion. Emily exclaimed, "Is this not a lot of money? Bulma, you are going too far. It's really not much. After all, our family is the richest in the world. 600 billion is nothing to us." Bulma laughed so hard that her body shook. "If you like it, I'll give it to you, Emily." Emily felt that happiness came too suddenly, and even wanted to hug Bulma and kiss her delicate face. She is indeed my best friend. But this is Luo Tian's birthday gift to me. It's not appropriate for me to give it to others, right? Bulma said with a smile. Emily gave Bulma a contemptuous look. Is it too much to say that you are doing this? Old turtle, what are you doing? Bulma rushed up and kicked Master Kame to the ground. Master Kame scratched his head embarrassedly. Old turtle, you are so brave that you dare to pull a piece of gold from it. Bulma put her hands on her waist and shouted angrily. I just pulled it down to take a look. I'll put it back. Master Kame was about to cry, but he had no tears. He quickly put the gold back. I brought you here to show off. No, I came to see the gold mountain. You can't mess around. Bulma snorted. 600 billion. Krillin kept sighing, and suddenly felt that it was not so good for number 21 to ask for 300 million from Satan. Krillin, number 21 hasn't come back yet. Number 16 frowned. I said I would go with her, but she said it would be more convenient to go alone. Don't worry, number 21 is so powerful, even if he can't beat that fat guy, at least he shouldn't have any problem escaping, right? Krillin laughed, but he didn't care. Luo Tian, where did you get this gold mountain from? Kikai looked at the gold mountain with some envy and asked Luo Tian. There is this kind of gold on many planets. You can find it as long as you look for it patiently. Luo Tian answered truthfully. Wukong, don't you often go to various planets? Hurry up and bring me a mountain of gold. Don't you know that our family is very short of money? Kikai said to Sun Wukong unhappily. Ahokai, I'll pay attention to it when I have time. Sun Wukong nodded. I don't ask for much. It's enough to bring back 10 tons of gold. Kikai said with some expectation. Okay, I know. Sun Wukong agreed readily. At this time, Jinia flew over on Calories' back and landed in the yard. Uncle. Sun Wushan ran over quickly and hugged Calorie affectionately. Wushan is really a child. Don't do such tricks. Calories said somewhat unhappily. Bardock Jine walked to the opposite side of Bardock, muttering in her mouth, with a bit of resentment in her eyes. Jine, I'm sorry for making you suffer. Bardock stepped forward and hugged Jine. Jine didn't say much. The two hugged briefly for a moment, and Jine called Calories over. Calories, this is your dad. Jine said. Dad. Calories hurriedly greeted with a smile. Calories, why do I hear that you seem to wish I would die in another universe? Bardock said with a cold face, staring at Calories. Calories, when did I say such a thing? Someone must be slandering me. Calories refused to admit it. I'll take you over there to have a good talk. Bardock said, and stepped forward to grab Calories' arm, and took him to the sky. Not long after, Calories' screams like a pig being slaughtered came from afar. Jine did not persuade him. This child deserves to be punished. It's time for his father to give him a good beating. Ha ha ha, Calorie is still so naughty. Sun Wukong laughed. Hey? What is this golden thing? Is it a newly bought rockery? Jine quickly noticed the nearby Jinshan, her eyes lit up, and she stepped forward. It's a Jinshan, Grandma Jine. Kikai explained, and stared at the Jinshan without blinking, really wanting to move this thing home. Is it made of gold? Jine was stunned. Yes, it's Luo Tian's birthday gift to Bulma. Kikai nodded. How much is it worth? Jine widened her beautiful eyes. It is said that it is more than 600 billion. She answered. Ah? 600 billion. Jain was shocked. Grandma Jain, Grandpa Bardock is the god of destruction, responsible for managing a universe, and should be able to find similar gold in the universe. She lowered her voice and whispered to Jain. Jain's eyes lit up at the time, and she thought this was a good idea. At least she didn't have to work hard to make money. Let Gaku and Grandpa work together, it will be easy to find a lot of gold. She said with a smile. You are right, our family is indeed short of money recently. Jain nodded without objection. Krillin, call number 21 quickly. Number 16 became more and more uneasy. I know, I'll call her right now. Krillin took out his cell phone and called number 21. The phone rang for a long time, but no one answered. No one answered. Krillin was also a little worried. I'll go check it out. Number 16 frowned and planned to go to Satan's house to see what happened. Then at this moment, Bu, Satan, and Videl fell from the sky and landed in the yard of Bulma's house. When Bu appeared, Vegeta, Piccolo and others looked extremely ugly. However, thinking that Luo Tian was still at the scene, the hanging heart was put down. With Luo Tian here, there should be nothing to be afraid of. Bu, long time no see, are you okay? Bulma came forward and greeted him warmly. Hee, it's okay. Bu nodded and bowed to Bulma. Then, Bu came to Luo Tian again and bowed to him. Myers looked at Bu and straightened up, thinking that he would bow to him. As a result, what made Myers speechless was that Bu didn't pay any attention to him at all, and didn't even look at him. Myers felt heartbroken at that time. Bu, I brought you up. Is it appropriate for you to do this? Bulma, do you know Bu? Sun Wukong was stunned and asked quickly. Yes, I knew him a long time ago, what's wrong? Bulma asked Sun Wukong in surprise. No thing. Sun Wukong smiled awkwardly. So after all this, I made a mistake. Piccolo's face was covered with cold sweat. Does it have anything to do with me? Oolong asked eagerly while chewing a cucumber. Piccolo glared at Oolong and didn't want to pay attention to him. Tisk, that damn Kaishin, I really want to go over and beat him up again. Vegeta felt angry just thinking about it. During the fight against Majin Buu this time, Vegeta chose to self-destruct and almost died. If Sun Wukong hadn't appeared in time, Vegeta would have died long ago. It's so tragic. It turns out that Majin Buu and Bulma have known each other for a long time. Is it ridiculous? So, you followed King Kai and left the world #1 martial arts tournament. You are not going to challenge Bu, right? Bulma was very smart and reacted easily. Haha, misunderstanding. Son Goku laughed. You are really. Bulma sighed slightly. Bu, you are so awesome. Son Goku extended his hand to Bu in a friendly manner and said with a smile. Bu glanced at Son Goku and shook his hand with him. When I have practiced well, I will fight you again. Son Goku said with a smile. Bu nodded and did not object. Kale. Myers waved to Kale. Kair? Kair was startled for a moment, then walked to Myers' side and asked curiously, Myers, is there something wrong? Didn't I tell you about Bu? Myers asked. When did I tell you? Kair was puzzled. Bu is the first god of destruction I cultivated. Myers said with some pride. Ah? Bu was cultivated by Myers? Kair exclaimed. Many people also heard the conversation between Myers and Kair, and they were shocked at the time. No wonder Majin Buu is so powerful. It turns out that he is the god of destruction cultivated by Myers. No wonder he can't be defeated no matter how hard he tries. But what makes everyone wonder is, isn't Bu cultivated by Myers? Why didn't he salute Myers? He only saluted Luo Tian. So awesome! Kale exclaimed, I'm no match for him at all. Kale, you still have a long way to go, I believe in you. Myers encouraged with a smile. Hey, Bu, why did you attack me so hard? Kale stared at Bu with some displeasure. You provoked me first. Bu snorted. Son Goku and others thought about it and agreed. From the beginning to the end, it was indeed them who provoked Bu first. Bu didn't beat them to death, which was already a great favor to them. Gohan classmate, we meet again. Videl blinked at Son Gohan. Ah, Videl classmate, you're here too. Son Gohan greeted enthusiastically. Mr. Satan was a little uneasy, neither sitting nor standing. I am a hero in this world, why didn't anyone come up to say hello to me? You can at least ask me for an autograph. Satan, of course, recognized Sun Wukong and the others, and could only smile awkwardly. Hello, Mr. Satan. Klin couldn't help it, and stepped forward to Satan. Do you want an autograph? Satan chuckled and took out a pen excitedly. Klin, don't you recognize me? Klin's face darkened. You are Satan scratched his head. I'm sorry, I've met too many people so I really can't remember clearly. Klin was speechless. Paused. Did my wife come to see you? Klin asked nervously. Your wife? Who is it? Satan was stunned. The beautiful girl in plaid clothes. Klin gritted his teeth and explained, the one who asked you for money at the world's #1 martial arts conference. Hearing Klin's words, Satan's mouth twitched. What's your expression? You really saw my wife? Krillin said excitedly, what did you do to my wife? Well, it's a long story. Satan scratched his head embarrassedly, feeling too embarrassed. If I tell you that your wife has turned into a silicone, I don't know what you will think. But I really didn't do anything to your wife. Hurry up. Krillin was anxious, and he grabbed Satan and shouted loudly. Bu. Satan was shocked and called Bu in a hurry. Bu came over here quickly, picked up Krillin and lifted him high. I was scared to death. Satan breathed a sigh of relief, and tears of joy almost fell. Bu is still the best. You let me go. Krillin shouted loudly. Stop making noises, turn into an egg. Bu said, and the tentacles on his head flashed a purple-white light. Pop! Krillin was instantly covered by purple-white light, and his body quickly condensed and deformed into an egg. Bulma, fry me an egg. Bu grinned, picked up the egg and handed it to Bulma. Bulma, Sun Wukong and others also widened their eyes, and their faces changed again and again. Krillin! What's wrong with you? Sun Wukong was shocked and rushed over. Change back to me! Bulma shouted angrily. Bu scratched his head and looked in the direction of Luo Tian. The tentacles on his head flashed purple-white light again, quickly covering the egg. Pop! Krillin recovered from the egg to the appearance of a human, and was so scared that he sat on the ground, not daring to breathe. What a terrible guy! This fat man is really scary. Krillin, are you okay? Sun Wukong helped Krillin up from the ground. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Krillin was scared and broke out in a cold sweat, and smiled dryly. Laughing is uglier than crying. Bu, don't mess around. Sun Wukong said hurriedly. Don't bully Satan. Bu pouted and snorted, he is my second best friend. Satan, why do you have to add that it is the second best friend? Who is your best friend? Sun Wukong asked curiously. Broly. Bu grinned. Ah? Broly is your best friend? Sun Wukong suddenly realized, no wonder you are so powerful. No, where is my wife? What did you do to my wife? Krillin suddenly reacted and asked anxiously. That guy asked Satan for money and turned me into silicone. Bu smiled. Krillin's face turned pale and he almost sat on the ground. Krillin, don't worry, I'll see if I can find number 21. Sun Wukong said, and asked Bu, where is Satan's house? It's over there. Bu pointed in the direction of Satan's house. Sun Wukong immediately looked over there, and in just 3 or 5 seconds, he noticed number 21 lying on the ground and turned into silica gel. Krillin, hold my hand. Sun Wukong called to Krillin. Have you found it? Krillin asked, and held Sun Wukong's hand. Sun Wukong nodded. Shua. In just a moment, Sun Wukong had already performed instant movement and appeared in the room of Satan's house in the blink of an eye. Seeing number 21 lying on the ground, Krillin almost fainted. Chapter 333 Beerus wakes up number 21, wake up. Krillin went forward and hugged number 21, crying like a tearful man, then gritted his teeth and said, that damn fat man, I'm not done with him. Krillin, don't cry first, you should be able to make her recover. Sun Wukong advised, went forward and poked No 21's body with his finger, and asked curiously, is this thing silicone? It feels so real. Wukong guy, don't touch my wife. Krillin hugged number 21 to the side and glared at Sun Wukong. It won't hurt, I'm very careful. Sun Wukong replied. Krillin didn't want to talk anymore. Why did you touch my wife? Your hands are so long. Although you are my best friend, you are really going too far. Take me back quickly. Krillin said hurriedly. Let's go. Sun Wukong nodded. Under the leadership of Sun Wukong, the two in a silica gel instantly returned to the yard of Bulma's house. Everyone immediately came forward to watch and pointed at number 21. Krillin wanted to die. Fortunately, Marin ran out to play with the children nearby. Otherwise, seeing her mother become like this, who knows how much damage it would cause to her young heart. Bu, please quickly change number 21 back. Sun Wukong stepped forward and put his hands together, begging. Bu nodded, without objection, and the light of the tentacles flashed, covering No 21's body. In just a moment, number 21 returned to its original appearance, jumped up from the ground, and looked at Majin Bu with some horror. Number 21, are you okay? How do you feel? Krillin asked with concern. Number 21 was stunned for a moment, then looked around and found that he had appeared in the yard of Bulma's house. What happened? Number 21 asked. Krillin had to tell number 21 everything that happened just now. Turned into silicone? No 21's face turned pale instantly, and he glared at Satan. I promise, I definitely didn't do anything to you. Satan raised his hands. He really didn't do anything to me. Although I turned into that just now, I still have some consciousness. Number 21 also promised. That's good, that's good. Krillin breathed a sigh of relief. Krillin, why do I feel like the two of them are a bit like an adulterer and a whore talking? Li Ping came up and whispered in Krillin's ear. Krillin felt bad at the time. Li Ping, you guy, can you stop talking nonsense? Krillin was so angry that he trembled all over. In the lively scene, the chef of Bulma's family gradually brought up the food. Everyone ate happily and the atmosphere was harmonious. Luo Tian, the agreed time is getting closer. Myers suddenly said. Are you talking about the battle between Goku and Jiren? Luo Tian pulled a skewer and looked at Myers. Yes, there are still 3 years, right? Myers pondered. Before, when Majin Bu appeared, Myers had been secretly paying attention to Son Goku. Although Son Goku's strength has improved greatly, Myers can be sure that he is definitely not Jiren's opponent now. Even if he is given another 3 years to grow, he may not be able to defeat Jiren. Myers thought about it seriously and felt that it should be because Son Goku ate the Book of Ultra Instinct when he was a child, so he achieved today's achievements. But all the books in that book, the potential has been used to the limit. It is estimated that it will be very difficult for Sun Wukong to move forward. Time flies so fast. So many years have passed without knowing it. Luo Tian sighed slightly. When I was still a child, I followed you to train. In a blink of an eye, I am taller than you. Mels, Do you want to emphasize that you are taller than me? In addition to the battle between Goku and Jiren, there is also the battle between Vegeta and Kale. Mel's added and said to Luo Tian with a smile. That's right. Luo Tian nodded. Of course, Mel's also observed Vegeta. Although Vegeta's strength has been greatly improved, Kale's legendary Super Saiyan 2 is also very powerful. In comparison, the strength of the two should be 50-50. But considering that Kale has become Gohan's girlfriend, it is more appropriate to cancel the battle between Vegeta and Kale. Mel said immediately. For the match that he was not sure of, Myers thought it was better to cancel it quickly. At least he could win for sure. If I win the match, I can get the silver scepter of the High Priest. Myers, we are all angels. I think we two trainee angels should find an opportunity to compete and learn from each other. Luo Tian laughed, and his smile became more and more brilliant. Myers's expression tightened, his mouth twitched a few times, and even the cup in his hand began to shake. The drink in the cup almost spilled out. What a joke! What is there for us to compete? I am not your opponent at all. You can beat the guards. But I can't beat you. It's tragic just to think about it. I'm just kidding you, don't be nervous. Luo Tian laughed and stepped forward to pat Myers on the shoulder. This joke is not funny at all. Myers wiped his sweat with a white handkerchief and smiled dryly. The seventh universe, Beerus planet. In the castle, Beerus' bedroom. Beerus stretched, turned over on the big white bed, and slowly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, Beerus shouted loudly, "Whis, Whis!" Outside the castle. Whis, who was observing the universe, suddenly heard Beerus' voice. The prophecy fish beside Whis also heard it and showed a look of surprise. Is Beerus awake? The prophecy fish was stunned and asked in disbelief. It's much earlier than expected. Whis pondered. "Whis, Whis, come here!" Beerus shouted loudly. "Here I come!" Whis shouted and flew towards the castle. The prophecy fish rode on the fish tank and followed closely. The two soon appeared in Beerus' bedroom. "Lord Beerus, you finally woke up!" Whis greeted with a smile. "Where's my toothbrush?" Beerus said angrily with a dark face. "Oh my, Master Beerus's toothbrush broke a long time ago, so I threw it away." Whis replied with a smile. "That's the best toothbrush I collected in the universe, why did you throw it away for me?" Beerus asked angrily. "Oh, Master Beerus used that toothbrush to brush the toilet when he was sleepwalking." Whis laughed and projected a picture of Beerus sleepwalking through the scepter. In the picture, Beerus used the toothbrush to brush the toilet carefully. Then, Beerus used the toothbrush to brush his teeth. Whis acted in time, knocked Beerus unconscious with the scepter, and threw the toothbrush into the trash can. Beerus rubbed his head and let out a long sigh. "No wonder my head hurts." Beerus nodded thoughtfully and praised Whis. "You did the right thing, Whis, you prevented a tragedy from happening in time. Let's take this toothbrush for now." Whis said, and raised his right hand slightly, and an electric toothbrush appeared in his hand. Beerus nodded, and ran over to wash his face and brush his teeth in his pajamas. Then, Beerus licked his paws with his tongue and rubbed them on his face. "Why did Lord Beerus wake up so early? You should sleep for another year or so." Whis asked with a smile. "What? Don't want me to wake up?" Beerus glanced at Whis. "No, no." Whis shook his head slowly. After Beerus wiped his face clean with his paws, he immediately changed into the clothes of the god of destruction. Then, Beerus turned around and asked Whis, "Hey, what happened during the years I was sleeping?" "Oh my, a lot of things happened during the years that Lord Beerus was sleeping." Whis said with a smile, "Lord Beerus, do you want to hear them one by one? Don't be long-winded, let's talk about the main things, mainly what happened in our universe." Beerus was a little impatient, and immediately added after saying this, asking, "By the way, how is Frisia doing?" I remember asking that guy to work for me before I went to bed. He should be very good at destroying the planet. Frisia is dead. Whis replied. What did you say? Beerus was stunned for several seconds, then asked strangely, how did he die? Did he suddenly get sick and die? After all, in Beerus's opinion, the possibility of Frisia being killed is almost very small. In this universe, there are only a handful of people who can kill him. Killed? Whis said truthfully. Killed? Killed by whom? Beerus was stunned. Saiyan. Whis replied. Saiyan? Saiyan from planet Vegeta? Beerus tapped his forehead with his fingers and remembered something. Those Saiyans are not friendly at all. I remember asking the king of planet Vegeta to collect the most comfortable pillows in this universe for me. As a result, that guy took that pillow for himself and gave me the second most useful pillow. For this reason, I had to destroy planet Vegeta. Humph, although the god of destruction does not need a reason to destroy a planet. Whis did not respond. The prophecy fish was also watching the fun. And after a short silence, the prophecy fish leaned close to Wiss's ear and whispered, "Whis, are these the main points?" "Why not?" Whis smiled and looked at the prophecy fish. "Lord Beerus asked us to pick the main points, and these are indeed the causes of very important things." "You seem to be right, there is nothing wrong with it." The prophecy fish nodded. "What's wrong?" Beerus looked at the prophecy fish, then at Whis, and couldn't help asking. "Nothing, Lord Beerus, don't worry about these details." Whis smiled. "You just said that Frisia was destroyed by the Saiyans?" Beerus didn't ask further questions, but frowned and asked what happened to Frisia, and then asked, "So that means planet Vegeta is still there?" "I'll go over and destroy them now." "Planet Vegeta has been destroyed." Whis replied. After Frisia destroyed planet Vegeta, it took several years before he was defeated by other surviving Saiyans. "Frisia, this idiot, this is the result of his own failure to eliminate the root cause." Beerus snorted, thinking that Frisia was really stupid. He paused for a moment. But then again, how could the Saiyans be Frisia's opponent? Beerus was a little puzzled. Ordinary Saiyans are definitely no match for Frisia, but since then, many Saiyans have been able to become Super Saiyans. Whis explained, if Saiyans become Super Saiyans, then it will be easier for them to defeat Frisia. And Frisia was killed by a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan? Beerus was stunned at first, and then suddenly felt that the name was a little familiar. Did Lord Beerus think of something? Whis asked with a smile. Super Saiyan? What about the Super Saiyan god? Beerus slapped his forehead. What do you mean, Lord Beerus? Whis asked knowingly. I remember I seem to have fought a Super Saiyan god in my dream. Beerus' eyes lit up. I said that when I wake up, I will have a good fight with him. Really? Whis nodded thoughtfully. Whis, hurry up and find where the Super Saiyan god is. Beerus urged. Last time he fought with me in my dream, I was not satisfied. This time, I will pin him to the ground and rub him hard no matter what. It's better not to go, Master Beerus. Whis sighed slightly. What do you mean? Can you explain it clearly? Beerus snorted. I'm thinking about Master Beerus. Whis spread his hands. Stop talking nonsense, tell me where the Super Saiyan god is. Beerus snorted, looking a little impatient. Most of the surviving Saiyans live on a planet called Earth. Whis explained. Earth? I remember that the dinosaurs on that planet were very unfriendly, and later I destroyed them. Beerus pondered. Yes, yes. Whis nodded. Why? Have humans been born on that planet called Earth? So the Saiyans went to live on that planet? Beerus asked. Yes, humans have been born on Earth now, and the Saiyans and humans on Earth live in harmony. Whis replied. Hurry up and leave for Earth immediately. Beerus urged. Then let's get ready to go. Whis no longer refused. Hasn't Earth been transferred to the 6th universe? What will you say when you go there? The prophecy fish asked in a low voice. I have my own way. Whis smiled, looking indifferent. Prophecy fish, you guy, what are you whispering about there? Beerus glared at the prophecy fish unhappily. Nothing, nothing, don't pay attention to these details. The prophecy fish smiled. Chapter 334 Beerus, Super Saiyan God in the 6th universe? It just so happens that you predicted it for me. This time, I should gain a lot. Beerus's mouth corners raised, and his smile became more and more brilliant. I did predict that Lord Beerus would gain a lot. The prophecy fish nodded. That's good. Beerus was very satisfied with the words of the prophecy fish. But it should not be a good harvest. The prophecy fish gave another supplement. As long as it is a harvest, that's all, whatever. Beerus snorted, looking indifferent, and slapped the fish tank of the prophecy fish in the air. Bang! The fish tank of the prophecy fish rolled several times in the air at that time, and threw him out. Snap! The body of the prophecy fish stuck to the wall and slid down from the wall. Beerus, you guy! What are you doing? My mouth hurts me. The prophecy fish shouted loudly. I did it on purpose. Beerus grinned. You bastard! Why do you bully a fish like me? The prophecy fish shouted angrily. My hand is itching. Beerus moved his right hand and put his hand on Whis's back. Let's go. Whis called out, and a bright flame like a star bloomed on his body. Swish! In just a moment, Whis took Beerus into the starry sky and entered the vast universe. At the moment of entering the universe, Beerus yawned and stretched. No way, Lord Beerus, are you going to continue sleeping? Whis asked. No, I just yawned. Beerus smiled. While talking, Beerus glanced and found a golden planet nearby. Go to that planet first, I remember that planet. Beerus pointed to the golden planet. Okay, Lord Beerus. Whis nodded, turned a corner halfway, and whizzed towards the direction of the golden planet. In just a moment, Whis and Beerus landed in the palace of the golden planet. When the lord of the planet saw Beerus landing, his face changed again and again, and his eyes were full of horror. This meet Lord Beerus. The lord of the planet knelt down and bowed. The humans on this planet are a race that looks like frogs. They have sharp teeth and 2 tentacles on their heads. Long time no see, what's your name? Beerus looked at the lord of the planet with a smile. My name is the lord of the planet, immediately said his name. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Beerus waved his hand, anyway, this planet has no need to exist. The lord of the planet was so scared that he trembled all over, and his face was extremely ugly. Any last words? Beerus smiled, and a purple-red light appeared at his fingertips. Wait a minute. Lord Beerus. The lord of the planet was panicked and said hurriedly, over the years, I have specially prepared rich food for Lord Beerus, and I would like to ask Lord Beerus to taste it. If you think these foods are delicious, can you let our planet go? Okay, I'm a little hungry, let's get started. Beerus slowly retracted his destructive energy, sat down at the table, and crossed his legs. Whis stood beside Beerus without saying a word. Quick! Go and prepare the food. The lord of the planet ordered his men, and kept winking at them. The men understood and immediately ran over to get busy. It wasn't long before all kinds of strange and bizarre food were served on the table. Quick! Hurry up! Hurry up! Don't neglect Lord Beerus! The lord of the planet shouted loudly. The 2 men carefully put the food they brought over. Beerus tasted a few bites silently, his eyes full of praise. Please enjoy it slowly, Lord Beerus. The lord of the planet said flatteringly, these are the top-notch food prepared for you by the famous chefs of our planet. I have been waiting for this day for many years. Not bad. Beerus commented. Try this wine again, I brewed it specially for you, and it has a history of more than 1,000 years. The Lord of the Planet hurriedly poured Beerus a glass of purple wine. Oh? More than 1,000 years of history? Beerus smiled lightly. We met more than 30 years ago, right? Where did you get this 1,000 years from? The thing is, there is a special space on our planet with a completely different flow of time from the outside. More than 100 days in it, only one day outside, and I put all the wine in it to preserve it. The Lord of the Planet immediately explained. So it's an alternate dimension, that makes sense. Beerus shook the wine in the glass and drank it all. The Lord of the Planet immediately showed a look of surprise and nervousness on his face. Hee, I put a deadly poison in this bottle of wine. You cat is dead. If you dare to destroy our planet, I will destroy you. Yes, it is indeed a good wine. Beerus nodded with satisfaction. The Lord of the Planet? Why is there no reaction yet? He should be in great pain immediately. Is it because his strength is too strong, so he needs to digest it for a while before he can react? Beerus ate a few more bites of food, licked his lips, and looked at the Lord of the Planet with a smile on his face. The Lord of the Planet was so scared that he trembled and asked respectfully, "That Lord Beerus, do you think these delicacies are okay? These are all delicious and taste very wonderful." Beerus gave his evaluation. Really? It's an honor. The Lord of the Planet laughed dryly. But then again, you don't really think that poison can poison me to death? Beerus snorted coldly. Ah! The face of the Lord of the Planet turned pale instantly. If you don't poison me, I might forgive you because the food on your planet is pretty good. Beerus shook his head and sighed softly. Poison? Don't be ridiculous. I didn't put poison. Did Lord Beerus misunderstand something? The Lord of the Planet decided not to admit it. That's enough. As expected, according to the original decision, destroying this planet is the right choice. Beerus snorted, and a purple-red light flashed at his fingertips. Damn it! Fight him! The Lord of the Planet took out his weapon. The rest of his men also raised their weapons and prepared to attack Beerus. Beerus waved his hand lightly, and the destructive energy in his hand hit the planet directly. In just a moment, the entire golden planet turned into nothingness in the blink of an eye. Oh my, what a waste! Whis sighed, this planet is full of gold. It's a pity that so much gold is destroyed. Hey, Whis, when did you become interested in this boring metal? Beerus glanced at Whis. It's not that I'm interested, but if I can collect some of this rare metal, it would be a good choice to give it as a gift. Whis pondered. After saying this, Whis waved the scepter in his hand. Snap! A small part of the golden planet that had just been destroyed was restored in an instant. Whis held the 3-story gold mine in his hand. Beerus, swish! The next moment, the bright flame in Whis's hand flashed, and this large pile of gold mine was collected by him into the alien space. Beerus looked over silently and couldn't help asking, who are you going to give these things to? Give it to a friend's girlfriend. Whis smiled. When did you make friends with humans? Beerus asked calmly. The reason for this is that only humans like this rare metal. As angels or gods in this universe, they have no interest in this metal called gold. This is basic etiquette. Whis didn't explain too much. Let's go quickly and find the Super Saiyan God. Beerus urged. Okay, Lord Beerus. Whis nodded. The two of them once again turned into a stream of light as bright as the stars and flew towards the direction of the earth. Kaishan realm. Kaishan found that the old Kaishan was looking up at the sky. Old ancestor, what happened? Kaishan also looked up and asked curiously. You idiot, as a Kaishan, can't you sense it? A planet has been destroyed. Old Kai punched him in anger. Kai grimaced in pain, covered his head, and white smoke came out of his head. Old ancestor, don't do it all the time, Kai said with a wry smile, I am just a soul now. If this soul is killed again, I will disappear completely. Beerus-sama seems to have awakened. Old Kai pondered. Ah? Beerus-sama has awakened? Kai was stunned, then clenched his fists and gritted his teeth and said, this guy just woke up now. What did he do before? Old Kai didn't say a word. Kai-sama is right. If Beerus-sama hadn't been asleep for many years, we wouldn't be so embarrassed. Jebet said with resentment on the side. Old Kai's nostrils were smoking, and he shouted angrily, you two idiots! How many people have told you about Lord Beerus? Have you listened? What makes me most angry is that you actually treat Lord Xuanwang as a figurine. I really admire you two. Are you two the legendary Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Hatchling? Old ancestor, what does Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Hatchling mean? They seem very powerful. King Kai scratched his head. Get lost, I don't want to talk to you. The old King Kai shouted hysterically. There was a long silence. Old ancestor, where is Lord Beerus going now? King Kai couldn't help it and asked. It looks like he's going to Earth. The old King Kai pondered. Hasn't the Earth in our universe been exchanged with the Earth in the 6th universe? King Kai pondered, even if he goes to Earth, he won't gain anything. How dare you say that? The old King Kai was furious, if you weren't so stupid, could these two Earths be exchanged? Old ancestor, don't put all the blame on me. King Kai looked aggrieved. You'll just make me angry to death. The old King Kai snorted, really angry. About 20 minutes later, Whis appeared in the sky above the Earth with Beerus, overlooking the entire planet. Beerus was stunned for a moment, a little confused for a moment, turned his head to look at Whis, not understanding what he wanted to do. Whis didn't say anything, quietly waiting for Beerus to speak first. Whis, what's going on? Beerus asked, didn't you say that all Saiyans live on this planet? Why do I feel that this planet is like a dead planet? There is no human on the entire planet. Master Beerus, you should take a good look. You should be able to see something. Whis said with a mysterious smile on his face. Beerus looked carefully and found that something was wrong with the planet. Over there. Beerus said, flying down quickly. Oh, Master Beerus, you found it so quickly. Whis said with a smile. 3 seconds later. Beerus appeared near a black vortex and swept towards it. Is this a wormhole? Why is there a wormhole here? Beerus frowned slightly. Whis looked at the wormhole calmly without saying anything. Where does this wormhole connect to? Beerus pondered, feeling that things were a little beyond his imagination. Do you want to go in and take a look, Lord Beerus? Whis said with a smile. Let's go and take a look. Beerus nodded and flew into the black vortex first. Swish! In just a moment, Beerus was teleported from the Earth of the 7th universe to the Earth of the 6th universe. Maintain followed closely and appeared next to Beerus. When Beerus appeared above the 6th universe, he was stunned for a moment when he saw the prosperous scene of the Earth. Is this the 6th universe? Beerus was stunned, and his heart was a little unbalanced. They are both Earth. Why does the Earth of the 6th universe look more comfortable than the Earth of our 7th universe? Whis sighed slightly. The Earth should have belonged to our 7th universe. In the end, Luo Tian changed it to the 6th universe. Whis was not the kind of person who was nosy, so he did not tell the truth. Whis, why did you bring me to Universe 6? Beerus suddenly came to his senses. If that guy Compa knew that I came to their universe, he would probably laugh at me. Oh my, it was Master Beerus who wanted to come in. Whis said with a smile. No, aren't you going to take me to find the Super Saiyan God? Beerus asked. Whis smiled strangely. You mean, the Super Saiyan God is on Earth in Universe 6? Beerus seemed to have suddenly figured it out and asked quickly. As expected of Lord Beerus. His reaction is so fast. Whis covered his mouth and laughed. It is said that cats are 7 times faster than humans, and it is true. Chapter 335 Beerus arrives on Earth. What nonsense are you talking about? Beerus glared at Whis, and then immediately pointed his finger diagonally behind him. I sensed a lot of powerful auras over there. Is the Super Saiyan God you mentioned over there? Let's go and take a look first. The headquarters of the Universal Capsule Group. In the huge courtyard of Bulma's house, a unique birthday party is about to begin. There are 3 chances to draw prizes at this party. Emily stepped onto the stage and hosted the show in person, saying, "Please keep your number plates and use them for the draw later. And you will get generous prizes for these 3 times. Now let me announce the prizes for the 3 grand prizes." Everyone present also pricked up their ears excitedly. Third prize, a luxury cruise ship provided by the Universal Capsule Group. Emily said with a smile, worth 200 billion. Ah! 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 After hearing the news, Krillin, Wulong, and others shouted excitedly. A luxury cruise ship worth 200 billion. As expected of the world's richest man, he is really generous. Second prize. Now let's talk about the second prize. Emily laughed so hard that she couldn't close her mouth and announced loudly, "Just now Miss Bulma specially discussed with Mr. Luotian, and Mr. Luotian allowed Miss Bulma to give the Gold Mountain as a gift to everyone. So, the second prize is the Gold Mountain. Worth 600 billion. Everyone present was stunned again, rubbing their hands, wishing to take the Gold Mountain for themselves. Emily smiled the brightest because she would host the lucky draw later. In addition, Bulma had already decided that Emily would get the Gold Mountain. Emily was so happy that she wanted to dance to celebrate. She is indeed my best friend. Now I will announce the first prize. The prize for the first prize is also very generous, of course much better than the second and third prizes. Emily said, and Ginia came out with a plate covered with a red cloth. Emily pulled the red cloth violently. Suddenly, 7 golden dragon balls appeared on the round plate. That's right, the first prize is 7 dragon balls, which can make any wish come true. Emily announced loudly. Everyone present was surprised and their expressions became more and more excited. Everyone, let's move on to the third prize now, Emily said again. But as she was talking, the microphone suddenly stopped working. Emily tapped the microphone gently a few times and found that there was still no sound coming out. The microphone is broken, help me change it. Emily said to Ginia. Okay. Jine nodded, asked Bulma for a new microphone, and handed it to Emily. Emily turned on the microphone and kissed it subconsciously. Suddenly, Emily seemed to think of something, and her face instantly turned red like an apple. Vegeta, Bulma? Jin? Son Goku? The expressions of the people present were different. Krillin's face was rosy, and he looked at number 21 with some resentment. Number 21 was stunned for a moment, not understanding why Krillin's eyes were so resentful. Ahem, it's really a habit. Master Kame put his hands behind his back and kept sighing. I didn't expect Emily to play so fancy Le Ping side for a while, it's a pity that she's not my wife. You're not trying to pry me, be careful that Vegeta beats you to death. Master Kame snorted. I want it too, I want it too. Yulong blushed. You are a pig, so don't join in the fun. Master Roshi rolled his eyes at Wulong, besides, you can turn into a woman, can't you play by yourself? Wulong, how can you talk like that? How can I play by myself? I don't know the art of clone. No, even if I know the art of clone, I can't play like that. This old man is really mean. What do you mean? What are you talking about? Sun Wukong approached and asked curiously. Wukong, you haven't had it? Le Ping touched Sun Wukong's body with his elbow and smiled. What have you had? Sun Wukong was puzzled. Nothing, nothing, Gaku, go eat something quickly. Master Roshi pushed Sun Wukong away. Why did the atmosphere suddenly become a little weird? Sun Wukong scratched his head and felt very puzzled. Brother Gohan, what's wrong with everyone? Kai also asked curiously. I don't know. Sun Gohan shook his head and turned to ask Bidalai, Bidalai, do you know? I don't know what happened either. Bidalai answered and asked Satan next to him, Dad, what happened to them? Little girl, don't ask about this kind of thing. Satan's face darkened. Bidalai was even more confused. Sun Gohan and Kai looked at each other, completely confused about the situation. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his forehead veins bulged, and he almost became a Super Saiyan. Emily, you stupid Earth woman, what are you doing? What do you think of that microphone? Brother Tien, do you understand? Jiaozi asked Tien Xinyan next to him. I don't understand. Tien Xinyan shook his head. As for Calorie and the others, they had already gone to play somewhere else, and didn't see such a scene. Did Emily think of the microphone as ice cream? Myers turned his head and asked Luo Tian next to him. Luo Tian, Ling Long said nothing. With so many delicious foods, Luo Tian naturally wanted to release Ling Long. Ling Long had already transformed into the size of a normal person, eating quietly nearby. As for the two women, the great goddess and the little witch, Luo Tian had no intention of releasing them. Why should I release you? You just stay in my body honestly. Ling Long obviously saw what happened to Emily just now, and was a little confused for a while. Since she couldn't figure it out, Ling Long didn't think about it anymore. After all, Ling Long is not such a gossipy angel. Isn't it? Myers was slightly startled. Myers, haven't you played on Nirala? Luo Tian sighed. Luo Tian, be quiet. How embarrassed! Myers blushed and immediately lowered his head. What's there to be embarrassed about? We are all men, it's a normal thing. Luo Tian said with a smile. What you said seems to make sense. Myers straightened his back. Humph. Ling Long couldn't help but snorted after hearing Luo Tian's words, looking unhappy. Luo Tian pretended not to hear it. Know what's the relationship between what happened on the Nilera planet and what happened to Emily just now? Myers suddenly felt a little confused. Myers, you should take a peek into Emily's inner world. I think the picture will be better that way. Luo Tian sighed slightly. Okay. Myers was also interested and wanted to know what happened. It's so mysterious. Why don't I know? As an apprentice angel, can't you even understand this little thought of humans? Myers picked up the scepter and looked at Emily's inner world. At this glance, Myers' eyes widened at the time, and then he immediately looked at Vegeta, and his face immediately turned red. There is such an operation? Myers felt as if he had opened the door to a new world. This Mels was speechless. How can humans do this? So, you haven't tried it on Nilera, right? Luo Tian smiled. Mels shook his head quickly, then immediately came back to his senses, looked at Luo Tian and asked, could it be that this is nothing? Luo Tian grinned. Mels at that time, Mels felt sick. Will I try to go over there later? It seems that my guidance is not good enough. What are you talking about? Ling Long asked curiously. Mels was too embarrassed to say anything, he smiled awkwardly and lowered his head to eat. Forget it. Ling Long did not ask any more. Mels, didn't you sense anything? Luo Tian asked with a smile. Sense what? Mels was stunned. There are new guests. Luo Tian smiled slightly. New guests? Mels was slightly startled, and immediately came back to his senses, looked up at the sky, and his expression became serious. It's Brother Whis and Lord Beerus. Lord Beerus is awake? You can sleep so well, you just woke up now. Luo Tian smiled. What is he doing here? Why do I have a bad feeling? Mel's wiped his sweat. Emily just felt unwell for some reason, so I will take her place to host Miss Bulma's birthday party. Jine took over Emily's microphone and announced loudly to everyone present, then, let's start the third prize lottery right away. Are your number plates ready? Emily had already run away at this time. This is definitely a large-scale social death scene. It's so embarrassing. The problem is that many people have figured out what's going on. Vegeta wanted to find a place to hide. Emily, you stupid woman from Earth, I'm really defeated by you. Fortunately, the next lottery session officially started. There was a transparent cover on the ring, and the numbered balls in the cover kept tumbling inside. Finally, one of the numbered balls suddenly flew out of the cover. Then, the numbered ball flew straight into the sky and soon disappeared into the clouds, completely disappearing. Snap! The numbered ball was grabbed by Beerus. Whis, it seems that they are holding a banquet, which seems to be quite interesting. Let's go down and take a look. Beerus pondered. Okay, Lord Beerus. Whis nodded without objection. I also think that the food down there seems to be delicious. Try the food here first. If it doesn't taste good, then make another decision. Beerus suggested. Swoosh. After the voice fell, Beerus took the lead in flying down from the air, and suddenly appeared under the stage, slowly throwing up the number ball in his hand. Jine was slightly stunned, and immediately reached out to catch the number ball. Welcome, Lord Kampa, long time no see. Bulma came forward and greeted her cordially. When did you lose weight? You lost weight so successfully. But compared to before, you are still cute with your chubby look before. Beerus's face darkened, and he glared at Bulma. What's wrong with you? Bulma was a little puzzled. Have you seen that guy Kampa? Beerus asked coldly. Aren't you Kampa? Bulma was stunned again, and looked at Whis beside Beerus with her bright eyes. Hey? Aren't you Bardos? How did you become a man? Whis, oh, I'm Whis, Bardos is my sister. Whis introduced herself with a smile. I see, no wonder they look alike. Bulma suddenly realized, and pointed at Beerus again, so, this is not Lord Kampa? This is Lord Beerus, the god of destruction of the seventh universe, and he is a brother to Lord Kampa. Whis smiled and briefly introduced Beerus. I see, are you also here to celebrate my birthday? Sit down, there are rich food prepared here, you can enjoy it at will. Bulma smiled and greeted enthusiastically. Beerus's face, which had turned black, gradually became softer at this time. Luckily you gave me face. If you don't let me eat, I will destroy everything here. Ms. Bulma, happy birthday. This is the birthday gift I prepared for you. Whis said, and with a slight wave of the scepter in his hand, he immediately placed a gold mine in the yard. Bulma was stunned for a moment, showing a look of surprise. Another gold mountain. Everyone at the scene was also shocked, and their eyes widened. Ms. Bulma is really rich. Too much. There is no end to the gold. Thank you very much. Bulma hurriedly thanked. Then I won't be polite, just enjoy the food here. Whis smiled. Then, Whis and Beerus sat down and began to taste the food on earth. After this taste, Whis and Beerus both felt the endless pleasure brought to their taste buds. Whis widened his eyes and showed a look of disbelief. Then, Whis suddenly thought of something, and his face instantly became ugly. Something is wrong. The Earth was originally the planet of our seventh universe. Now it has run to the sixth universe. In other words, if I want to enjoy delicious food in the future, I have to go to the sixth universe? How terrible! At that time, Whis felt as if he had lost something very precious. Beerus was also eating happily. How could there be such delicious food? Number 7, the third prize just now was number 7. Who is number 7? Jin asked loudly on the stage. It's me. It's me. Great. Chi-Chi was so excited that she raised her right hand. Congratulations Chi-Chi for winning the third prize. Jin handed a universal capsule to Chi-Chi. Can it be exchanged for cash? Chi-Chi asked. Bulma's face darkened. I'm just talking casually. Chi-Chi hurriedly put the capsule away. This thing can be worth a lot of money if it is sold. This is a luxury cruise ship worth 200 billion. The third prize lottery session has come to an end for the time being. The appearance of Beerus immediately attracted the attention of Bu and Bardock. Both of them had seen Beerus, but they never expected that he would wake up at this time and appear on the earth. Little destroyer god, are you sure you can defeat him now? Bardock asked Bu in a low voice. Chapter 336. Are you an angel born in the universe? What did you say just now? Bu was stunned and asked. Are you sure you can defeat Beerus? Bardock asked again. The one before. Bu said again. Little god of destruction. Bardock replied, is that it? Yet. Bu was so excited that tears flowed down his face at that time. I haven't heard this title for a long time, and I feel excited just thinking about it. Bardock, how is it? Can you beat him? Bardock asked again. No. Bu shook his head. I have been sleeping all these years, and I have hardly upgraded. I am now at most level 56. Bardock didn't want to talk anymore. I have been sleeping all these years, and I can still upgrade one level. How many levels have I upgraded after practicing seriously all these years? What if the two of us join forces? Bardock pondered. What level are you? Bu asked. 54. Bardock replied. Bu's eyes widened immediately, and he looked at Bardock in surprise. I've been training very seriously these years. Bardock smiled. If I absorb Dream, maybe I can have a good fight with him. Bu thought about it, took a bite of cake and answered. Bardock, although this can defeat that guy, I don't want to be absorbed by you. Wait for Broly to come back, he should be back soon. Bu looked up at the sky, his expression a little excited. The Great Destroyer is coming back? Bardock breathed a sigh of relief. Well, he is my best friend. Bu nodded. Isn't your best friend Mr. Satan? Bardock was slightly startled and glanced at Satan not far away. No, he is my second best friend. Bu replied. Bardock didn't know what to say for a while. Is there such a thing as a second best friend? Come to think of it, when Beerus was sleeping, you two seemed to have fought once, right? Bu chuckled, ate a piece of chocolate, and looked at Bardock with a smile. Yes, I became the Super Saiyan God at that time, but he was just a differentiated energy. Bardock pondered. Fight again. Bu urged. Let's not go for now. Today is Miss Bulma's birthday. Luo Tian said, don't make trouble. Bardock shook his head. Bu nodded vigorously. But only about 20 seconds passed. Bu suddenly thought of something, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Bardock was slightly startled, not knowing what he wanted to do. I remember that Luo Tian told me something before, which seemed quite interesting. He. Bu grinned and patted his fat belly. What's the matter? Bardock asked curiously. You said I'll knock on Beerus' head, and he won't do anything to me, do you believe it? Bu laughed even more happily. Don't mess around. Bardock's face darkened. Watch me carefully, and I'll show you. Bu stood up immediately. Bardock, didn't I just say it? Today is Miss Bulma's birthday, Luo Tian won't let anyone cause trouble. How come you forgot after only 20 seconds? If you do this, Luo Tian will be very angry. Bu is now walking towards Beerus. Bardock wanted to stop him, but when he saw that Beerus was already walking towards Luo Tian, it was not a good idea to stop Bu at this time. Although Beerus's arrival had attracted the attention of Sun Wukong and others, no one said much. At this time, Beerus walked straight to the table of Luo Tian and Mers. "Hey, kid, are you two Wis's brothers?" Beerus stepped forward and patted Mels on the shoulder, and then looked at Luo Tian. It is worth mentioning that both of them are equipped with angels, so it is easy for Beerus to recognize them. "I am Mels, the younger brother of Brother Wis, and this is Luo Tian, but he is not the younger brother of Brother Wis." Mels explained simply. "So, you are an angel born in the universe?" Beerus glanced at Luo Tian and took another bite of popcorn. Beerus had long forgotten when he was a child. Luo Tian. "Yes, yes." Luo Tian smiled and nodded without explaining too much. "Are you two trainee angels currently training in the 6th universe?" Beerus asked casually. "I'm training in the Galaxy Patrol in the 7th universe." Myers replied. "Galaxy Patrol? I remember now, there is indeed such an organization to maintain the peace of the universe." Beerus tapped his forehead with his fingers, nodded thoughtfully, and continued to enjoy the food, not to mention, the food on this planet is really unique and suits my taste. As for where Luo Tian is training, Beerus doesn't care at all. Beerus really just asked casually and didn't care much about their affairs. Besides, even if he cared, he only cared about the son of the great priest. An angel who formed by himself in the universe, Beerus didn't care at all. After all, the level of trainee angels is generally around level 40, which is still a big gap compared to the real god of destruction. Besides, the angels basically have good tempers and will not get angry easily. Beerus picked up another piece of pizza and tasted it happily. His eyes were full of surprise and he swallowed it quickly, but he still did not forget what he wanted to say. He said to Luo Tian and Myers, "By the way, can one of you tell me? Why is there a wormhole above the Earth in the 7th universe?" Bang! While he was talking, Bu suddenly came up and hit Beerus' head hard with a punch. Ouch! Beerus was caught off guard and screamed in pain at the time. The pizza he had just eaten was swallowed by him in one go. This was so cruel that Beerus almost bit off his tongue. Myers was really speechless. "Bu, do you want to take the initiative to provoke Lord Beerus? Can you beat him now? I remember that your level seems to be far behind that of Lord Beerus." Luo Tian was also slightly startled, and for a moment he was a little confused about Bu's routine. What does this guy want to do? Beerus was furious at the time and stood up from his seat. "Hehe, I recognized you a long time ago, you are a big fat cat. Don't think I won't recognize you after losing weight." Bu laughed. Luo Tian looked at Bu seriously. Bu noticed Luo Tian's eyes and blinked at him. Luo Tian was very pleased. Our Bu has grown up. He has become more thoughtful. He dares to take the initiative to beat Beerus. Luo Tian remembered that he had told Bu and Broly a little story before. That little story is nothing more than an old joke about someone punching a stranger in the head 3 times. But Bu remembered it clearly and can apply it now. It's just that Beerus won't figure out your trick, right? Luo Tian also immediately became interested and looked over here, wanting to see what Beerus's reaction would be. Mears on the side wiped his sweat silently, but he didn't mean to persuade him. Luo Tian sat there motionless. "I'll take a look patiently." "Big fat cat Xiangpa. Is it you? Is it you?" Bu stepped forward and gave Beerus a warm hug. Beerus, after a brief moment of anger, Beerus quickly realized that the other party had recognized the wrong person. "Pa!" Beerus immediately pushed Bu away, pointed his index finger at his face, and said coldly, "You bastard! Look clearly. I am Beerus, not the big fat cat Xiangpa you said. What were you doing when I introduced myself before? No?" Bu tilted his head and looked at Beerus seriously. A short silence. "It seems that it's not him." Bu nodded thoughtfully, "I didn't notice it before. Go away. Don't disturb me while I'm eating." Beerus' face darkened, and he resisted the urge to go up and destroy him. "Sorry, I recognized the wrong person. Bu smiled, scratched his head embarrassedly, and stretched his head over again. Why don't you fight back? Forget it. Beerus looked at Bu's bald head, and his tone suddenly softened. I'm really sorry, I have a good relationship with the big fat cat. I really thought you were him. Bu apologized again. Beerus waved his hand, indicating that he could go away. Bu happily returned to Bardak's side. Bardak, how is it? He didn't do anything to me, did he? Bu smiled more and more brightly. You are really amazing. Bardak didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Bu happily ate the food again. About a minute passed. Hey, Bardak, I'll punch him again, and he won't do anything to me, believe it or not. Bu grinned foolishly. You were lucky the first time, if you hit him again, he will definitely beat you to pieces. Bardak shook his head, expressing his disbelief. Wait, I'll punch him again. Bu said, and stood up again, walking towards Beerus. Bardak stretched out his hand, trying to stop him, but curiosity drove him to put his hand down again. Beerus ate a little at Luo Tian's place, and followed this. There was nothing to talk about. As for why there was a wormhole on the earth of the 7th universe, Beerus was also beaten by Bu's punch and forgot about it. The main reason was that Beerus saw another delicious thing and was attracted by it. He sniffed and moved closer. What is this? Beerus came to Son Goku's table and pointed to the bowl of noodles he was eating. Delicious, delicious, really delicious. Son Goku ate it with praise. Wukong, it's just tomato and egg noodles. Krillin wiped his sweat. I haven't eaten such delicious tomato and egg noodles for a long time. Son Goku patted his stomach and licked his lips with his tongue. It's a pity that the bowl is too small. This kind of noodles is delicious, but the problem is that the robot is so unbearable to look at when it is made. Krillin smiled dryly, his face slightly red. Ms. Bulma is too outrageous, how could she make such a robot? I don't care, but why are you blushing, Krillin? Son Goku was puzzled. This I'm embarrassed. Krillin rubbed his bald head in a mean way. Tomato and egg noodles, why haven't I heard of this kind of thing? Beerus was stunned and swallowed his saliva. Then, Beerus saw Sun Wukong drink the red soup in the bowl in one gulp. Beerus felt that this thing seemed to be delicious. Are you Lord Beerus? Sun Wukong asked with a smile. Beerus nodded and asked Sun Wukong, what tomato and egg noodles did you eat just now? Do you have any more? Yes, just ask the chef robot over there. Sun Wukong pointed to a beautiful robot nearby. The beautiful robot was built extremely perfectly, and there was no big difference from a real beauty. Every frown and smile was full of soul-stirring eyes. There were even several times when Master came and Oolong stayed beside this beautiful robot and looked at her up and down, resisting the urge to snatch her home. This kind of robot is so good. It can cook. I just don't know if it can be played. Beerus immediately stepped forward and ordered the beautiful robot, hey, give me a bowl of tomato and egg noodles. Yes. The beautiful robot responded sweetly, and then the sound of the machine working in her stomach came out. The next moment, the beautiful robot opened her mouth and spit out a bowl of tomato and egg noodles. Please enjoy this guest. The beautiful robot's voice was very sweet, and there was tomato soup at the corner of her mouth while speaking. Beerus thought about it carefully. It was just a robot, nothing disgusting. Then, Beerus pushed Oolong away, picked up the small bowl of tomato and egg noodles, and tasted it silently. Suddenly, many little stars flashed in Beerus' eyes, and his expression showed endless excitement. Isn't this thing too delicious? I have never eaten such delicious noodles. The tomato and egg noodles made by the beautiful robot were a very small bowl, only about the size of a fist. It must be said that this small bowl was very delicate. Beerus only took a bite and finished the bowl of noodles. Afterwards, Beerus drank the soup in one gulp and smacked his lips, feeling a little unsatisfied. Beerus planned to order another bowl. It's my turn, it's my turn. You just cut in line. Wolong came up and said to Beerus very dissatisfiedly. Beerus glanced at Wolong, and after thinking carefully, it was indeed the pig that came first. Do you like to eat this kind of noodles too? Beerus asked. I don't like to eat noodles, I like to eat the process of her producing noodles, hee. Wolong blushed and smiled, and stepped forward to pick up the new noodles handed over by the beautiful robot. Beerus? A fellow traveler. Wolong stepped forward and touched Beerus' body with his elbow. Beerus didn't say anything. Just as Wolong took the noodles, Bu suddenly stepped forward and punched Beerus on the head. Wolong was so scared that he almost peed. Ha! I found you, big fat cat. Bu grinned and showed a silly smile. Chapter 337 Beerus, Vegeta, long time no see. Beerus grimaced in pain, and suddenly felt that this fat man's beating was quite painful. And my ultra instinct didn't dodge. Big fat cat Xiangpa. This time it must be you. You told me last time that you wanted to lose weight. I didn't expect that you really succeeded. How did you lose weight? Why can't I lose weight? Bu was excited, his eyebrows were flying, and he scratched his head apologetically. By the way, there was a guy over there who looked exactly like you. I even hit him on the head. I feel embarrassed just thinking about it. Luo Tian, seeing Bu's performance, Luo Tian was filled with emotion. It's a pity that our Bu didn't become an actor. Myers wiped his sweat quietly. Bu, you are so brave. Even Beerus, the strongest god of destruction, dared to challenge him. But think about it, Broly is coming back soon. Whis looked over there, didn't say much, and then was attracted by the food around him and tasted it. However, the more Whis tasted the food here, the more he felt hurt. Such a good planet was actually given to the 6th universe. This planet originally belonged to our 7th universe. Big fat cat, long time no see, Wakaka. Bu pretended to be nothing, holding his belly and laughing. Beerus glared at him and grabbed Bu's collar. Big fat cat, what's wrong with you? Bu was stunned. You fat guy, look at me clearly. I am Beerus. I am not the compa you said. Beerus had a dark face and spit on Bu's face. Beerus? Bu scratched his head and glanced at the position where Beerus was just now. That's right, I was sitting over there just now, and now I'm here. Beerus shouted, open your eyes. Don't make the mistake again. Beerus pushed Bu away. Bu took several steps back and sat on the ground. Then Bu got up from the ground, bowed to Beerus, and apologized sincerely. Get lost. Beerus snorted. I express my deep apologies again. Bu bowed his head, but his mouth corners were slightly raised, and he smiled heartlessly. Beerus didn't want to pay attention to Bu, waved his hand, and signaled that he could get out. Bu happily returned to Bardock's table. Bardock, you are really good. Bardock wiped his sweat. Hee, isn't it fun? Bu smiled more and more brilliantly. Back then, so many of us challenged him together, but he beat us to pieces in his sleep. Bardock was full of emotion. Yet. Bu nodded vigorously, only Broly can beat him. Yet. Bardock replied. He ate for a while. Bardock, do you believe I dare to hit him again? Bu grinned. Forget it. Bardock was speechless, the punch just now was the limit. There's only one left. Bu was interested again. I'm serious, if you hit him again, he won't let you go. Bardock's expression became heavier. It's okay. Bu shook his fist, stood up, and walked towards Beerus. Beerus rubbed his head and gritted his teeth in hatred. This is why I don't like fat people. I got beaten twice because of you, that bastard, elephant. But I don't want to punish him now, mainly because I haven't eaten enough. Besides, the fat man's attitude of admitting his mistakes is very sincere, so it's not appropriate for me to hit him. Beerus went to taste some other delicacies, and suddenly saw a strange thing on the table. This thing is covered with barbs, as big as a basketball, and looks very strange. Hey, what is this? Beerus asked Son Gohan, Kale, Videl, and others at the table. Durian. Videl politely answered. Durian? This is the first time I've heard such a strange name. Beerus pondered. This is a very strange fruit. Videl explained. Fruit? There is such a fruit? Beerus put his nose close to the durian and smelled it. Then, Beerus felt the pungent smell coming from it, and his body shook and he almost fainted. Hee, haven't you eaten this kind of fruit? Videl said with a smile, this kind of fruit smells really bad, but it tastes unique. Videl said. She directly broke the durian, took out a piece of flesh, and handed it to Beerus. Beerus' face instantly turned purple. Then, Beerus immediately waved his claws, dug a hole in the ground, and pointed at the hole on the ground. Videl? Son Gohan also scratched his head strangely, not understanding what he wanted to do. Kale also showed a face full of curiosity. Quick, bury it. Beerus gritted his teeth and said. However, after Beerus finished speaking, a scene that surprised him even more happened. The girl picked up a piece of flesh, put it in her mouth, and ate it happily. Beerus seemed to be struck by lightning, and his whole body was numb. Such a beautiful girl is actually eating shit. What kind of people did I see? Beerus felt like he was going to collapse. Durian smells bad, but it tastes really good. You can try it. Videl used a public spoon to scoop a piece of durian pulp and handed it to Beerus. Beerus looked directly into Videl's eyes and found that her eyes were very sincere and did not seem to be a joke. And if she really dared to make a joke, I would destroy her without hesitation. I'll try it. If it doesn't taste good, I'll destroy you. Beerus snorted, took the spoon, pinched his nose and licked a small bite. After taking this bite, Beerus' expression immediately became strange. This thing seems to be quite delicious. The taste is so unique. Is it delicious? Beerus Deely said with a smile. Beerus nodded vigorously. Ha ha ha, I'm still not used to eating durian. Son Gohan laughed at the side. I'm not used to it either, brother Gohan, the smell is very pungent. Kair nodded and echoed. You guys really don't know how to enjoy delicious fruits. Biddy smiled with her lips pursed. This thing is better than stinky tofu, right? At least I can't eat stinky tofu. I heard that many unscrupulous merchants put stinky tofu in the toilet to smoke it out. I don't know if it's true or not. Son Gohan scratched his head and said thoughtfully. Don't say it, it's disgusting. Biddy quickly covered her mouth. And snail noodles, that thing smells very bad. Kair nodded and commented. Snail noodles are delicious, at least I like it. Biddy laughed, as beautiful as a silver bell. Beerus listened to it alone. He had never eaten these two things. But you have to say, the taste of durian is really special. It smells pungent, but tastes delicious. Is this the reason why dogs eat shit? Beerus thought too much for a while. After eating a few bites of durian, Beerus noticed the shell of the durian at a glance. Just now, the fat man always hit my head with his fist. If this shell is worn on the head, Beerus smiled and put the durian shell on his head. That damn fat man, you won't recognize the wrong person again this time, right? Hee hee. However, just when Beerus put the durian shell on his head, Boo's voice sounded from behind him. Beerus suddenly had a bad premonition. Bang! Boo punched and smashed the durian shell directly, and hit Beerus' head hard. Beerus howled, stood up from his seat, glared at Boo, and gathered destructive energy in his hands. Boy, you are not done yet, are you? Ha ha ha! It must be you this time. Big fat cat! Boo laughed. I said I recognized the wrong person the first 2 times. It turns out you wear this thing on your head. Why do you wear a durian on your head for no reason? Beerus, Big fat cat, I finally found you. I really miss you. Bu looked at Beerus with a smile, but by the way, you really lost weight successfully. Tell me, how did you lose weight? I have always wanted to lose weight. By the way, I accidentally mistook the other guy for you just now. Beerus's face has become as black as a coal ball. No way? You're not Beerus again? Bu's eyes widened, revealing a look of astonishment, and he quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, you should fight back. As he said that, Bu lowered his head and leaned his head over. You fat guy. Beerus gnashed his teeth in hatred, but the destructive energy in his hand had been taken back by him. He stepped forward and glared at Bu, shouting, I'll repeat it to you again. That bastard Compa hasn't come yet. Don't admit your mistake again. Ah? The big fat cat hasn't come? He should be here. Bu scratched his head blankly, pretending to be very stupid and naive. Damn it. This is the last time. Beerus warned with a cold face. I will definitely keep my eyes open in the future and will never make the same mistake again. Bu kept nodding, and his attitude of admitting his mistakes was extremely sincere. Get out of here, I don't want to see you again. Beerus shouted angrily, if you do it again, I'll beat you into shit. Turning shit into chocolate seems to be edible, right? Bu scratched his head and said thoughtfully. Beerus was speechless for a moment. Is this guy an idiot? Hello, Bu really didn't mean it, I apologize to you on his behalf. Videl asked on the side. Humph, forget it this time, but it's really the last time. Beerus' eyes were cold. Videl apologized with Bu again. Hee, Videl, I did it on purpose. Bu lowered his voice and whispered in Videl's ear. Videl, what did you say? Beerus didn't hear it very clearly. It's okay, nothing. Bu shook his head. I heard the word intentional. Beerus' face became gloomy. Bu told me that I ate durian to stink him again, and he didn't like the smell. Videl's eyes moved slightly, and she explained hurriedly. Bu nodded vigorously immediately. Go away. Don't let me see you again. Beerus waved his hand, indicating that Bu could go away. Videl hurriedly pulled Bu away. Soon, Bu and Videl returned to Bardock's table together. Hee. Bu laughed meanly. Uncle Bu, did you really do it on purpose? Videl lowered her voice and asked with a smile, did that cat provoke you? It provoked me a long time ago, and I wanted to deal with it a long time ago. Bu nodded. Aren't you very powerful? Videl asked again. I can't beat him. Bu took the initiative to admit it. Ah? Is that cat so powerful? Videl looked at Beerus in surprise. Not as powerful as Broly. Bu chuckled. Bardock's admiration for Bu was like a torrent of water. He is indeed a little god of destruction. He actually dared to fight the strongest god of destruction, Beerus. Do you dare to fight again? Bardock suddenly asked. The Luo Tian behind didn't teach me, it seems that I can only fight 3 times. Bu scratched his head. Bardock, Beerus had a dark face and an extremely ugly expression. His good mood gradually became worse. By the way, what am I here for? I remember that I came to find the Super Saiyan God. Beerus looked around and immediately cast his eyes on Vegeta. This kid looks a little familiar. I should have seen him somewhere. I remembered, isn't this guy Vegeta 4? Beerus walked towards Vegeta. Vegeta also saw Beerus walking towards him, and his face changed again and again. What is Beerus doing here? Vegeta easily recognized Beerus, after all, he had seen Compa. Hey, are you Vegeta 4? Beerus squinted his eyes and looked at Vegeta. Yes, Lord Beerus. Vegeta nodded, his expression becoming more solemn. Just now, Vegeta saw Bu hitting Beerus' head. You went to find Bu, why did you come to me? I can't even beat that guy Bu, I'm afraid I'm not your opponent either? Vegeta was panicking. After experiencing several heavy blows, Vegeta's mentality has also changed a lot. It can be said that Vegeta is no longer as arrogant as before. The former arrogance has been pressed to the ground by the years and rubbed hard for a while. Especially after the Buu incident, Vegeta felt the insignificance of his own strength. I remember when I first saw you, you were only this tall. Beerus gestured Vegeta's height. At that time, Vegeta was only 5 years old, and his height was only up to Beerus' waist. Vegeta did not respond, mainly because he didn't know how to respond, and didn't know what he wanted to do. I ask you, have you heard of Super Saiyan God? Beerus asked the question he wanted to ask. Vegeta immediately turned his head and looked in the direction of Son Goku. Super Saiyan God? You are looking for Kakarot, why are you looking for me? Chapter 338 Sun Wukong's first battle with Beerus. Beerus followed Vegeta's gaze and looked at Sun Wukong, and suddenly felt that he looked a little familiar. This guy seems to be a bit similar to the Super Saiyan God I met in my dream. You mean, that guy is also a Saiyan? Is he the Super Saiyan God? Beerus understood Vegeta's slightly resentful look. What do you want to do with the Super Saiyan God? Vegeta was a little unhappy. As long as it was related to Kakarot, Vegeta wanted to do better than him. None of your business. You have no right to talk to me. Beerus snorted and turned away. Vegeta was furious at the time, and his body shook violently. But after a short silence, Vegeta endured it. Because Luo Tian said that today is Bulma's birthday party, don't make trouble. Otherwise, the consequences will be serious. Vegeta thought it would be better to endure it. Let's see what Beerus wants to do with Kakarot first. Beerus returned to Sun Wukong's table again. Hey, kid, are you the Super Saiyan God? Beerus said, picking up a piece of Orleans chicken wing and taking a bite. Wow! What is this? Why is it so delicious? Super Saiyan God? I will indeed become that. Sun Wukong nodded seriously, and seeing Beerus enjoying Orleans chicken wings, he couldn't help but smiled and said, that chicken wing is delicious, right? I also like to eat Orleans chicken wings. Wukong, that's called Orleans chicken wings. Krillin said with a smile. Yes, I always can't remember this name. Sun Wukong laughed. Not bad, not bad. Beerus commented, eating chicken wings in big mouthfuls, and seemed to have forgotten the matter of Super Saiyan God for the time being. However, Sun Wukong did not miss this opportunity, staring at Beerus with shining eyes. Lord Beerus, I heard that you are the strongest god of destruction. Oh? What do you know? Quite a lot. Beerus was very satisfied with the name that Sun Wukong called him. I really want to spar with Lord Beerus. I want to know how strong Lord Beerus is. Sun Wukong laughed and immediately became interested. You just said that you will become Super Saiyan God? In other words, Super Saiyan God is a kind of transformation, right? Beerus asked while eating chicken wings. Yes, that's right, Super Saiyan God is indeed a transformation. Sun Wukong nodded. Interesting, then find a place to spar, it's best not to destroy the food here. Beerus smacked his lips and called to Sun Wukong. Over there. Sun Wukong pointed to an open space in the distance. Beerus did not object. I'll talk to Luo Tian first and see if he agrees. Sun Wukong said, and immediately appeared beside Luo Tian. Beerus? Beerus was a little confused. Why should I tell that little angel named Luo Tian? And ask for his opinion? Sun Wukong came back soon, nodded to Beerus, and said it was no problem, and Luo Tian agreed. Why do you have to ask for his opinion? Beerus asked. This Luo Tian said that today is Bulma's birthday, let us not cause trouble, let alone fight, so I want to fight with you, I have to apply to him first. Sun Wukong scratched his head and explained. What? Could it be that the woman named Bulma is his girlfriend? Beerus asked thoughtfully. You can say that. Sun Wukong nodded. No wonder. Beerus smiled lightly, he is half the host of this banquet. Sun Wukong was slightly stunned, not quite understanding what Beerus said. However, Sun Wukong has always been a big-headed person, so he simply ignored such incomprehensible things. Beerus also suddenly realized. This shameless little angel. As a god, he actually came to seduce human women. I despise you here. Beerus silently despised Luo Tian from a distance. Then, Lord Beerus, let's go over there. Sun Wukong pointed to an open space in the distance. Of course, otherwise it would be a pity to destroy the food here. Beerus nodded. Swish! Sun Wukong jumped lightly and landed on the open space over there. Beerus also took a chicken wing, flew slowly over, and stuffed the chicken wing into his mouth. Everyone present saw Sun Wukong's action, and they all looked over. Anyone could see that the two were going to spar. Vegeta even showed a smug smile. Kakarot, the idiot, is going to be beaten. You dare to challenge Lord Beerus? You are so arrogant. I want to see how you get beaten. Come on, attack me with your strongest power. Beerus smiled lightly, his eyes full of disdain. Then Sun Wukong prepared to transform. By the way, let me ask you a question first. Beerus suddenly said again. What? Sun Wukong was stunned. Did you defeat Frieza? Beerus asked. You can say that. Sun Wukong nodded. In your current state, you don't look like you can defeat Frieza. Beerus pondered, and suddenly appeared beside Sun Wukong, pinching his arm a few times. Ah, that's because I didn't burst out the energy. Sun Wukong laughed. Hurry up and burst out the energy. Beerus nodded, thinking that what Sun Wukong said was right. The table where Luo Tian and others were. Luo Tian, are you really going to let Goku challenge Lord Beerus? Goku can't be his opponent at all. Myers didn't think much of Sun Wukong. Just because he is not an opponent, this challenge is also a kind of experience for him. Luo Tian smiled. You are right, but why not let Bardock challenge Lord Beerus directly? Myers asked. Don't worry, come one by one. Luo Tian replied. Myers said no more. Through the battle with Majin Buu, Myers already knew clearly the true strength of Son Goku. It's a pity that after so many years, Son Goku's strongest state is only the sign of Ultra Instinct. Son Goku has not fully comprehended the true Ultra Instinct. This is also the reason why Myers dared to let Jiren fight Son Goku. With Jiren's current strength, he can definitely defeat Son Goku in this state. Goku has been practicing very ordinary in a certain time and space in the future in recent years. Myers sighed. Yes, maybe he just learned more skills from King Kai. Luo Tian nodded. It may not be the case. The main thing is that only true angels can comprehend the true Ultra Instinct. Myers smiled, it is difficult for humans to comprehend the true Ultra Instinct after all. Okay, you are right. Luo Tian did not argue with Myers. Pa! Sun Wukong no longer hesitated, and immediately a golden light burst out from his body, starting the Super Saiyan transformation. Beerus was slightly stunned, and silently commented, not bad, the energy has increased by at least 50 times, this golden transformation is quite interesting. This is the Super Saiyan transformation. Sun Wukong nodded and explained, I was a little full just now, so I'll start with the most basic. I hope Lord Beerus will forgive me. Come on. Beerus waved at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong turned into a golden stream of light and whizzed towards the direction of Beerus. At the moment of approaching Beerus, Sun Wukong's figure shook and suddenly appeared behind Beerus. Then, Sun Wukong slapped Beerus's neck fiercely. It seemed that Beerus had eyes on the back of his head. He tilted his head slightly and easily avoided the palm attack from Sun Wukong. Oh, it missed. Sun Wukong sighed and accelerated the speed of attack again. Haha. Sun Wukong punched and kicked Beerus. Beerus put his hands behind his back and dodged easily. Sun Wukong fought for a long time, but he didn't even touch the corner of Beerus' clothes. You are so powerful, Lord Beerus. Sun Wukong stopped immediately. You can really kill Frisia in your current state. Beerus nodded, but it's still far from me. Hurry up and show a stronger state. Okay, next I'll show you Super Saiyan 2. Sun Wukong grinned, and a more intense golden light burst out from his body. Sizzle sizzle, a series of golden arcs quickly wrapped around Sun Wukong's body, crackling. Oh? Not bad, the overall strength has increased by 2 times, which is 100 times that of the black hair state just now. Beerus commented thoughtfully. As expected of Beerus, he's so big. It's so easy to tell how many times he's improved. Sun Wukong laughed, but I'm really sorry I'm a slow starter, and I was a little full from eating just now, so I have to go slowly. Come on. Beerus didn't make it difficult for Sun Wukong, and waved at him again. He. Sun Wukong turned into a golden light again, rushed towards Beerus quickly, and launched a fierce attack on him. Beerus still didn't confront Sun Wukong head-on, but just dodged all his punches and kicks lightly. Tisk! Kakarot, you idiot! Hurry up and become a Super Saiyan God! Why are you wasting time here? Vegeta was very upset. This bastard is just like the online novel writer named Biming Island Master, he's really slow. Hey, Bardock, that kid is your son, right? He looks exactly like you. Bu glanced over there. Yes. Bardock nodded. In the previous battle, I took special care of him and didn't do anything cruel to him. Bu said with a smile. Thank you. Bardock thanked him. I remember you have a son, who seems to be imprisoned by that guy Xiangpa. Bu said again. I haven't had time to rescue him recently. I will go and rescue him after things here are settled. Bardock pondered. It seems that your son is going to lose. Even I am not a match for that Beerus, and you may not be either. Bu smiled. Nothing, it's just a sparring match at the moment, which is very rare for Kakarot. Bardock smiled and didn't go over to stop it. Okay, continue with the next transformation. Beerus snorted, his face a little impatient. Okay, the next transformation is something I just developed recently. Sun Wukong's expression became serious. This is also to make the name of Super Saiyan 4 more natural. Beerus? Vegeta? Sun Wukong screamed, and a golden beam of light shot up into the sky. In just a moment, Sun Wukong's hair grew rapidly backwards, and soon it was longer than his waist. Swish swish, more dense lightning quickly wrapped around Sun Wukong's body, and the sound of electricity came one after another. At the same time, Sun Wukong's eyebrows were deeply embedded in his eye sockets, and his face became a little evil. Beerus was slightly stunned. Vegeta, now you know why your transformation is called Super Saiyan 4, right? Sun Wukong smiled at Vegeta in the distance. Vegeta's face turned black. I'm Super Saiyan 3. Sun Wukong pointed at his face and walked to the mirror to look at it. Well, it looks very similar to Super Saiyan God 3, but the hair color has turned golden. 400 times black hair. Beerus commented. Lord Beerus is really good at math. I can't figure it out. Sun Wukong scratched his head. Okay, stop flattering me and attack quickly. Beerus snorted. Wait a minute, Lord Beerus. Sun Wukong shook his head immediately. Beerus was slightly stunned. I just showed off this transformation. I know there is still a big gap compared to Lord Beerus. Sun Wukong scratched his head and said to Beerus. Beerus, you are quite self-aware. Beerus snorted and smiled proudly, then quickly transform your so-called Super Saiyan God. Okay, next ISA qualitative transformation. Sun Wukong nodded solemnly. Pa. The next moment, Sun Wukong's whole body was burning with flames, and he quickly transformed into the Super Saiyan God. Oh! Divine power? Beerus was a little surprised. Then, when Beerus saw the image of Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan God, his eyes lit up slightly, and the scene of his fight with Bardock appeared in his mind. Although it was only a brief moment, it was more or less connected. No, I remember your hair should be standing up. Beerus pondered. Really? I don't know why, my hair can't stand up. Sun Wukong rubbed his hair. It doesn't matter, let's get started. Beerus waved at Sun Wukong. Okay. Sun Wukong nodded, ready to go. Swoosh. Sun Wukong turned into a stream of fiery red light and rushed towards Beerus quickly. At the same time, Sun Wukong's fist attacked Beerus fiercely. Beerus raised his hand lightly and caught Sun Wukong's fist with his arm. The powerful energy rushed out to the surroundings with the two people's bodies as the center. Not bad, a strong divine power. Beerus gave an objective evaluation. Chapter 339 Beerus finally lost his temper. Bang! Beerus slapped his palm fiercely and hit Sun Wukong's abdomen on the spot. Sun Wukong's body flew backwards at a high speed. Don't destroy the building. Luo Tian called out. Okay. Sun Wukong looked back and found that he was about to hit a building. He immediately turned into a stream of light and flew into the sky. Beerus turned his head to look at Luo Tian, and his body shook, and he quickly chased after Sun Wukong. Bang! Then, Beerus kicked Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's body rolled several times in the air. But the next moment, Sun Wukong's body was burning with flames, and he stabilized his body and punched Beerus, who rushed up. Beerus dodged lightly. Bang bang bang! The two soon started a fierce battle in the air. About a minute later. Swish! Beerus quickly appeared right above Sun Wukong. Not good. Sun Wukong's face changed slightly. Go down! Beerus kicked over with a hook and hit Sun Wukong's shoulder on the spot. Swish! Sun Wukong fell rapidly from the sky. However, at the moment when he was about to approach the ground, the flames on Sun Wukong's body burned again, and he slowly fell to the ground. Beerus also slowly landed in front of Sun Wukong, with a faint smile on his face. How is it? Can you continue to transform? Beerus looked at Sun Wukong with a smile. No, no matter how I transform, I can never be the opponent of Lord Beerus. Sun Wukong shook his head, and the flames on his body dissipated at once, returning to normal. It seems that you are quite self-aware. Beerus smiled and nodded. Super Saiyan God is just like this, I am so disappointed. Ha ha ha, Lord Beerus is too strong. Sun Wukong laughed. Seeing Sun Wukong speak so nicely and flatter him one after another, Beerus felt very happy, and then he ignored him and ran straight to the table to enjoy the food. I want to continue eating too. Sun Wukong followed and walked to another table, picking up a piece of marinated bone and started to chew. It seems that Lord Beerus has shown mercy. Myers said to Luo Tian. Maybe he was infected by Sun Wukong's innocence. Luo Tian smiled. Yes, yes, Mr. Wukong's innocence is indeed very charming. Myers nodded in response. People like Vegeta can be infected by him and gradually become good people. Before this, the Namekian named Piccolo tried to rule the whole world. Luo Tian said again. Mers looked in the direction of Piccolo, but he didn't expect that this Namekian named Piccolo had such an evil side. It was Goku and his son who influenced him and turned him into a good person. This is the charm of Goku and his friends. Luo Tian smiled. It's amazing. Mels was deeply moved. After a slight pause. But I always have a bad feeling that Lord Beerus can't just let it go. Mels pondered. Broly should be back soon, let Broly deal with this kind of thing. Luo Tian didn't need to do it himself. With Broly, a close little brother, an opponent like Beerus can completely pin him to the ground and rub him well. Even if Broly can't beat him, there is still me, the angel who is the big brother. Broly's level should have improved a lot in recent years, right? Mel's looked up at the sky. You'll know when he comes back. Luo Tian smiled. Vegeta, that's it? Is it over? I thought Kakarot would be beaten up by Beerus. You guys are too civilized. And Kakarot bastard, he obviously didn't show his true strength. Too cunning. Beerus simply fought with Son Goku for a few times, and suddenly felt that the Super Saiyan God was just like that, and was greatly disappointed. However, Beerus did not go looking for trouble, but began to concentrate on enjoying the food here. While eating, Beerus suddenly glanced at the table of Bu and Bardock. That dead fat man! Beerus snorted, and suddenly found that the dead fat man seemed to be eating something delicious. Beerus leaned over to take a look and saw that the pink fat man was eating a very strange food. Soft, tender, it looks delicious. Hey, fat man, what are you eating? Beerus asked. Pudding. Bu glanced at Beerus. Let me taste it. Beerus said in an imperative tone. No. Bu refused decisively. You are not a big fat cat, I don't know you. Beerus was furious at the time. But then, Beerus narrowed his eyes and saw Bardock sitting next to Bu. Who are you? Beerus frowned. You look a lot like the Saiyan named Son Goku. I am his father. Bardock said truthfully. What's the situation with the clothes you are wearing? Beerus asked again. Bardock looked at his clothes. This is a set of clothes for the God of Destruction. I noticed you a long time ago. You are wearing the clothes of the God of Destruction, right? Beerus snorted coldly. Yes, that's right. Bardock nodded. Why are you wearing the clothes of the God of Destruction? I don't remember there is a God of Destruction like you. Beerus looked up and down at Bardock. There are many things you don't know. Bu said lightly on the side. You fat guy, give me a pudding, or I will be rude to you. Beerus shouted. No, no, no. Bu said, licking the remaining puddings with his tongue. Beerus was stunned at the time, and his face became extremely ugly in an instant. This fat guy. Beerus was really shocked. Then, without any hesitation, Beerus grabbed the tentacles on Bu's head and slapped him in the face. Instantly, Bu's head was twisted and deformed, and several teeth fell out. You fat guy, you just hit me 3 times, I have tolerated you for a long time. Beerus shouted. Bang, bang, bang. Beerus said while attacking Bu's head. Bu's head was soon beaten to pieces. Bang! Beerus kicked Majin Bu and kicked him high into the air. Everyone present was stunned, silently watching Beerus go crazy there. This guy is so daring. This is Luo Tian's home court. You made trouble at Bulma's birthday party, I'm afraid it will be a tragedy in a while. Many people present even felt a little sympathetic to Beerus. This cat will definitely be beaten badly next. Oh my, Whis glanced over here, just groaned a few times, but didn't say much. Wis, don't you want to persuade Lord Beerus? Ling Long asked with a smile. Before coming here, I have already warned Lord Beerus not to cause trouble. Whis replied with a smile, I think Lord Beerus should not listen. This is indeed Lord Beerus's character. Ling Long nodded. But then again, Ling Long, your angel power seems to have recovered well. Weiss looked at Ling Long deeply. If you continue to recover at this speed, you may be able to recover to your peak state in a few years, right? It may be a bit difficult to recover to your peak state in the past. Ling Long replied. It seems that Luo Tian has nourished you very well. Weiss said with a smile. Ling Long always felt that this sentence sounded strange. As for what was strange, Ling Long couldn't tell. What level is Luo Tian now? Weiss asked another more concerned question. How many levels is it? Ling Long took a bite of cream cake and said with a smile, "At least level 80. Oh my 80." Weiss wiped his sweat quietly, "It has surpassed the 2 guards. Yes, it's higher than their combined strength." Ling Long nodded. Last time he beat up the combined strength of the 2 guards. Wes didn't want to talk anymore. Luo Tian has grown too fast. It seems that Lord Beerus is really going to be in trouble. I hope you can stop while you are ahead. Besides, I am afraid that Luo Tian may not have to take action himself to deal with Lord Beerus. I have a feeling that Lord Broly will be back soon. I believe that Lord Broly can defeat Lord Beerus now with his strength, right? Swish! With a flash of his body, Beerus quickly appeared in front of Majin Buu. Buu grimaced in pain, but quickly used his regeneration ability to recover his body. However, just as Buu's body had just recovered at that moment, Beerus rushed again. Bang! Beerus punched Buu's face again with a heavy punch. Suddenly, Buu's nose was deeply sunken. Bang! 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 Beerus punched and kicked Buu. For a moment, Buu didn't even have the ability to resist, and was soon beaten into a sandbag. "Ah, my Buu!" Satan exclaimed, feeling extremely worried about Buu. Beidou also crossed her hands on her chest, looked up at the sky, and sweated for Buu. "I didn't expect you to be so resistant." Beerus sneered, "You fat guy are not simple, you have reached the strength of the god of destruction, which is indeed a bit beyond my expectation." Buu's body slowly recovered, and white smoke sprayed out of his body, and he was furious. Swoosh! At this moment, Bardock's figure flashed, and he quickly appeared beside Buu, floating with him. "Oh? Are you coming up to challenge me?" Beerus snorted coldly and looked at Bardock with a smile. "Yes." Bardock nodded. "Let's go together." Beerus waved at the 2 people. Pop! Bardock's body was burning with flames, and he immediately turned into a Super Saiyan god. Bardock's hair stood up high and soon turned into a fiery red. Beerus' pupil shrank, and a scene appeared in his mind again. "It's you." Beerus was stunned, his eyes widened, and he stared at Bardock. "You finally remembered." Bardock smiled, "Yes, it's me, the Super Saiyan god who fought with you in the dream. It turned out to be you." Beerus snorted, "I thought it was your son. I know that in my current state, no matter how hard I try, I can never be your opponent." Bardock said in a deep voice, "But I have been practicing hard all these years. What do you want to say?" Beerus looked calm. Increasingly intense flames emerged from Bardock's body. Sizzle sizzle, fiery red lightning quickly spread over Bardock's body. When he looked again, Bardock's hair grew rapidly backwards, and soon it was longer than his waist. Super Saiyan God 3. Oh? Beerus was slightly stunned. "Your transformation is very similar to your son Son Goku's Super Saiyan 3, but he bursts out energy, while yours is divine power." "Yes, that's right." Bardock nodded. "Come on, both of you come together." Beerus was not afraid at all and waved at Buu and Bardock. "Little destroyer, I'll go first." Bardock lowered his voice and said. "You are not his opponent. The only way is for me to absorb you." Buu replied. "Don't worry, didn't you say that the Great Destroyer is coming back soon?" Bardock smiled dryly. "I don't want you to absorb me." "You are right." Buu nodded, "Then you go ahead, I'll cheer you on here. I can also heal, you fight well." "Thank you, little destroyer." Bardock smiled slightly. "Say it again, I like it." Buu grinned. Bardock had no intention of continuing to speak, and his expression became unusually solemn. "What's going on? What little god of destruction?" Beerus was slightly stunned, a little confused. "You don't have to care about these details, let me challenge you next." Bardock pondered. "Come on." Beerus waved at Bardock. Swish! Bardock moved, turned into a stream of fiery red light, and whizzed towards Beerus. In just a moment, Bardock appeared right in front of Beerus and punched him with a powerful punch. Pa! Beerus raised his hand slightly and caught Bardock's fist with his hand. Then, Beerus suddenly pushed his knee upward and hit Bardock's abdomen heavily. Puff! Bardock spit out a large mouthful of acid water at that time, and felt that he was not feeling well. But soon, Bardock slapped Beerus in the face with his backhand. Beerus rubbed his painful face, and his pupils were full of shock and anger. Bang! Bardock kicked Beerus again, kicking him to tumble in the air. Hey! Bardock rushed up quickly, hit Beerus on the chin with an uppercut, and knocked Beerus' body backward. Fighting here will affect Luo Tian and others' meal, Bardock said, aiming his hands at Beerus' body. Boom! A huge ball of divine power quickly covered Beerus' body. Suddenly, Beerus' body flew backwards rapidly, and soon left the area and flew to the distant mountains. Mers, make a projection for everyone to see. Luo Tian called to Mels. Myers, Chapter 340 Super Saiyan Blue 3. However, Myers did not refuse. He waved his staff lightly, and a large projection appeared on the scene. The projection showed Bardock and Beerus in battle, and Bu, who was watching the fun from the side. Dad is so awesome. Sun Wukong kept sighing. Come on, Grandpa. Sun Wushan danced with excitement. Humph, if you can't beat a cat, you don't deserve to be my dad. Calorie snorted. Calorie, your dad beat you too lightly just now, didn't he? Jine shouted angrily. Calorie didn't talk back, pretending not to hear, looking up and staring at the projection screen. Come on, Grandpa. We must defeat the god of destruction named Beerus. Sun Wuhan was also cheering for his grandfather from a distance. Dad, let's cheer for Goten's grandpa too. Trunks said to Vegeta on the side. Shut up. Vegeta glared at Trunks unhappily. Trunks? Trunks was puzzled. Why did you ask me to shut up? This unreasonable wildcat actually fought with people for a pudding. Chi-Chi waved his fist and said a little unhappy, Grandpa, beat him. On the mountain, Bardock's body was burning with flames, and his long hair was fluttering. Shua! Bardock dodged and quickly closed the distance with Beerus, and attacked him with a powerful punch. Beerus also reacted very quickly, and slapped him with a palm, hitting Bazat's chest on the spot. Bang! Bardock was hit and flew backwards. Beerus chased him and kicked Bardock out of the air. Boom! Bardock's body fell into the mountain below, making a loud earth-shaking sound. The mountain collapsed, and the rocks buried Bardock inside. But then, Bardock soared into the sky from the rocks and quickly returned to the opposite side of Beerus. Beerus looked at Bardock with some surprise, and a little surprise appeared in his eyes. Not bad. What's your name? Beerus immediately became interested. Bardock. Bardock said his name lightly. Very good, I'll remember you. Beerus nodded with a smile. Bardock snorted and took a fighting stance. By the way, you are dressed like this. Are you the god of destruction? Beerus looked at Bardock and asked. Yes, I am the god of destruction. Bardock nodded and did not deny. Then the question is, which universe are you the god of destruction from? Beerus asked again. It seems that you are not an intern god of destruction, but a real god of destruction. How come I didn't know that a certain universe actually changed the god of destruction? It seems that a lot of things have happened in the years I have been sleeping. I am the god of destruction from the 9th universe. Bardock told the truth. What? The 9th universe? Beerus was slightly stunned. Bardock did not speak, knowing that Beerus would be surprised. It's right to be surprised. You have been sleeping all these years, and there are so many things you don't know. And all these things happened during the years you were asleep. It can be said that during the time Beerus was asleep, some universes underwent earth-shaking changes. Even the 7th universe has undergone great changes. However, Beerus has just woken up and doesn't know many things. As far as I know, the name of the god of destruction of the 9th universe is Sidera. Beerus suddenly had a bad premonition and looked at Bardock and asked, "How is he?" "Dead." Bardock simply said 2 words. "Ya, what did you say?" Beerus exclaimed, his face changing again and again. Bardock smiled slightly and didn't continue. "You said Sidera died? How did he die?" Beerus said in a deep voice. "He provoked someone he shouldn't have provoked and died." Bardock didn't say in detail. "Who did he provoke?" Beerus was stunned and asked hurriedly. "He is a very powerful god." Bardock replied, "Even the guards have to be respectful in front of him." "You bastard! Aren't you talking about the Lord of the Omni?" Beerus' face darkened. "No." Bardock shook his head. Beerus was stunned again, showing a look of confusion. "Not the Lord of the Omni? Then it must be the Lord of the High Priest." "But the Lord of the High Priest has never beaten the god of destruction to death." "So, it's the Lord of the High Priest?" Beerus asked again without giving up. After all, a god of destruction died like this. Beerus was still very shocked. The corners of Bardock's mouth rose slightly, and he smiled lightly, and didn't continue. "You should say something." Beerus was anxious. Why did this guy stop talking halfway? "I have told you everything I need to say. You can slowly comprehend the rest by yourself." Bardock smiled. "In short, I only have one thing to say. That is, a lot of things happened during your sleep. You need to digest them slowly." "Beers, this bastard really pissed me off. He said everything, but it felt like he said nothing. Your answer is ambiguous. It's so annoying. I have been practicing hard all these years, just to defeat you as soon as possible." Bardock said in a deep voice. Said. "Oh? Really? Just relying on your mediocre skills?" Beerus smiled contemptuously. "Yes, just relying on my mediocre skills." Bardock nodded. After saying this, Bardock moved and disappeared in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Bardock appeared behind Beerus and swung his fist to attack with a powerful punch. Bang! However, Beerus's movements were faster, and he kicked back and hit Bardock's chin directly. Bardock screamed and leaned back. Beerus attacked again and hit Bardock's chest with his left fist. Bang! Beerus made a hook and kicked Bardock down from the air. Bardock fell down into the deep mountains and old forests below like a cannonball. "Damn it!" Bardock gritted his teeth, his body burning with flames, and stopped about 3 meters from the ground. Swish! Bardock turned into a stream of fiery red light, rushed towards Beerus quickly, and swung a punch. This punch shook the earth, and the whole sky seemed to be dyed fiery red. Looking at the powerful punch coming, Beerus raised his right hand calmly and pressed his right hand down. Pa! Bardock's fist hit Beerus' right hand on the spot and hit his palm. Looking at Beerus again, he just moved his arm slightly, that's all. "Yes, among the many gods of destruction, you are also a relatively powerful one." Beerus commented, "Even your current level can be compared with that guy Quitla." Bardock didn't say a word. "You know Quitla, right?" Beerus still held Bardock's hand and asked. "That yellow-haired mouse?" Bardock nodded. "That's him." Beerus smiled lightly, his expression suddenly became serious, "But compared to me, you are still a million miles away." Bang! Beerus said, kicking and hitting Bardock's head on the spot. Bardock felt dizzy at the time. Beerus swung his hand again, grabbed Bardock's arm, and threw him into the air. Swish! Bew saw that the situation was not good, and in a flash, he quickly appeared beside Bardock and took him down. Beerus looked in the direction of Bew, his eyes full of contemptuous smile. "Hey, how are you?" Bew looked at Bardock and asked. "Sure enough, he is the strongest god of destruction. I am far from his opponent." Bardock smiled bitterly. Only Broly can deal with that guy. Bu said in a deep voice. Please help me heal, little god of destruction. Bardock suddenly said to Bu. What? Do you still want to continue fighting with that guy? Bu was stunned. One last try, if it doesn't work, forget it. Bardock smiled. Oh. Bu nodded gently. Then, Bu no longer hesitated, and the healing flame in his hand quickly covered Bardock's body. Healing technique? Beerus raised his eyebrows, but he didn't mean to stop him. This god of destruction is so confident. Take good care of your injuries and recover your energy. It will be more interesting to fight like this. Beerus chuckled, or you two can come together. There is no need for that, I am enough. Bardock soon became energetic and his energy was fully restored. No matter how many times you are treated, you can never be my opponent. Beerus had a contemptuous smile on his face. If I still can't beat you this time, then I admit defeat. Bardock said in a low voice. Oh? Do you have any new transformations? Beerus was immediately interested. No, this is my strongest transformation. Bardock said solemnly, if I use this transformation to its fullest, I can reach a very high level. Really? Then use it to its fullest and let me see. Beerus looked at Bardock with a smile. Okay, next Bardock said, his face became extremely solemn. In the courtyard of Bulma's house, everyone looked up at the projection in the sky. Because the battle position of Beerus and Bardock was very far away from here, they could only watch through the projection. The projection was released by Myers, which was large enough to provide everyone present with no problem. Goku, can your father continue to increase his energy? Krillin asked, isn't it a trick? Snap. Just after Krillin finished speaking, his head was hit hard. Krillin gritted his teeth in pain and turned his head to look behind him. Hey, you bald guy! Don't make comments about my dad! Calorie snorted. Krillin, you're still cursing your dad to death. Krillin said unhappily. That's my dad. I can say whatever I want. It's not your turn to point fingers. Calorie said angrily, you little dwarf are really nosy. You Wukong, look. Take care of your brother. Krillin was so angry that his whole body trembled. Since my dad said so, there must be no problem. Sun Wukong laughed. Krillin, Wukong, you have changed. Am I not your best friend? The real battle is coming, Calorie, you should watch carefully. Sun Wukong called out to Calorie. Humph, you don't have to worry about me. Calorie snorted and turned away. Can Bardock continue to improve? Myers turned his head and asked Luo Tian. Yes. Luo Tian nodded. He has reached level 54 now. Even if he continues to improve, it will be very difficult to improve by 2 levels at most. Myers pondered and shook his head again. He was not optimistic about Bardock. Beerus is currently level 58. The gap is a bit big. After all, 1 level higher can easily crush the opponent. Beerus was just playing just now. Watch carefully. Luo Tian smiled slightly. Myers immediately looked over. Really a good birthday party has turned into a movie party. Bulma said helplessly. Whis and Linglong also looked up at the projection in the sky, but the two did not say much. Above the deep mountains, Bardock's expression became more and more solemn. Boom! Then, Bardock's body suddenly burst out with more and more powerful divine power. At the same time, the flames on Bardock's body became more intense. Sizzle sizzle, the next moment, the lightning on Bardock's body became more dense. Snap! A surprising scene happened. The flames on Bardock's body suddenly changed color and turned blue. Beerus was slightly startled and widened his eyes. Even Bardock himself was stunned for a moment, showing a look of astonishment. Why did it change color? Dad is amazing, isn't this Super Saiyan Blue 3? Sun Wukong was immediately excited, so amazing. I just mastered Super Saiyan Blue, and Dad can turn it into 3. Vegeta was completely stunned. It's a pity that my father is dead. If my father were still alive, he would definitely be stronger than Kakarot's father. Bu on the side opened his eyes wide and didn't react for a while. Humph, you. The color of your body has changed, it's not a transformation, right? Beerus' face turned black. No, I didn't know it would turn into this color. Bardock looked at his hands and the blue light that burst out from his body, and felt more and more surprised. Because at this moment, Bardock clearly felt the huge change in his body. It seemed to have a qualitative improvement. It's just a pity that Bardock felt that these powerful divine powers of his own might not last long. And it's extremely unstable and may spread at any time. My transformation time is limited. Next, I will go all out. You have to be careful to deal with it. Bardock said lightly. Come on. Beerus waved at Bardock, but his face became extremely solemn. Because Beerus also sensed that Bardock's current transformation is definitely not as easy to deal with as before. This guy changed color and became so powerful. Chapter 341 Bu absorbs Bardock and fights Beerus again. Swoosh. Bardock no longer hesitated and appeared in front of Beerus in just a moment. Luo Tian gently waved the scepter in his hand, and a powerful angel power covered the space where the two were fighting. If the two were allowed to continue fighting here, the entire earth might be shattered by them. Pa! The powerful angel power was like a huge cover, covering the area where the two were tightly. At this time, Bardock and Beerus' fists collided with each other. Both fists burst out with huge energy. The energy spread rapidly around. Humph! The earth is destroyed, don't blame me. Beerus snorted, you raised the energy to the extreme. The two fists collided, and for a moment they were evenly matched. The energy spreading from the fists surged wildly around. What a pity! This planet is probably going to be destroyed. I just can't taste the food here anymore. Beerus sighed for a while. After saying this, Beerus suddenly found that there seemed to be an invisible barrier blocking the energy that was spreading out. Pop! The energy that was spreading out disappeared all of a sudden. Don't worry, the earth will be fine. Bardock raised his mouth slightly and threw a hook. Bang! Bardock's fist hit Beerus' chin on the spot, and Beerus rolled in the air. Then, Bardock quickly attacked and hit Beerus' chest with another heavy punch. Puff! Beerus spit out a large mouthful of blood and felt that he was not feeling well. The next moment, Beerus quickly adjusted his body and punched Bardock, who was attacking him. Bardock reacted faster and appeared behind Beerus in a flash. Ha! Bardock kicked Beerus in the waist. Ouch! Beerus screamed in pain. His body sank down. Destruction bomb! Bardock raised his hands high, and a huge energy bomb condensed in his hands. The diameter of the energy bomb quickly expanded to 10 meters, and appeared on Bardock's hands, with endless momentum. Bardock pressed his hands down, and the energy bomb covered Beerus below. Looking at the rapidly falling energy bomb, Beerus's face changed again and again. Destruction! Beerus quickly adjusted his body and shot a destructive energy. The destructive energy and the destruction bomb released by Bardock collided together. Pop! In just a moment, Bardock's destruction bomb disappeared like a soap bubble. Humph! A piece of cake! Beerus snorted coldly. However, just as Beerus finished speaking, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Bardock's figure flashed, and he had quietly appeared behind Beerus. Bang! Bardock threw a heavy punch, hitting Beerus' lower back directly. Puff! Beerus spat out a large mouthful of blood, his face turned pale for a while, and he felt like a cat was in trouble. Damn it! Beerus grimaced in pain, and slapped Bardock's face with his backhand. Bang! Beerus kicked Bardock thousands of meters away with a flying kick. Bang! Bardock's body hit the barrier released by Luo Tian heavily, making a buzzing sound. The huge buzzing sound made Beerus' ears droop subconsciously, covering his ear canal. When he looked again, he saw Bardock's body tremble violently, and the blue light on his body suddenly dissipated. Snap! Bardock returned to normal. Beerus wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, put it in his hand and looked at it, becoming more and more angry, staring coldly at Bardock, who was attached to the protective shield. Damn it! I won't forgive you. Beerus' face was terribly gloomy. Swish! Beerus appeared in front of Bardock in an instant, frowned, and looked at the invisible barrier. But soon, Beerus seemed to realize that this barrier might be released by Whis, and he didn't think much about it. The god of destruction of the ninth universe, Sidera, didn't dare to be so presumptuous to me when he saw me before. Beerus said coldly, "You are a god of destruction who has just taken office for less than 40 years. Dare to be so rude to me, see how I will punish you." "Pa!" Beerus said, stepped forward and grabbed Bardock's hair, and slapped him hard on the face with 2 big slaps. Just now, Bardock's Super Saiyan Blue 3 had consumed all his energy. Or it can be said that Bardock now doesn't even have the energy to become a Super Saiyan god. Bardock can only be beaten. As the 2 slaps hit Bardock's face, his face immediately swelled up. "Humph! Although I don't know how you became the god of destruction, it doesn't stop me from destroying you." Beerus' eyes flashed with cold hatred, and he put his hand on Bardock's chest, and the destructive energy in his hand condensed. "No! Dad!" Sun Wukong exclaimed, and was about to use instant movement to help. Swish! Someone was faster, and suddenly appeared in front of Sun Wukong and blocked his way. "Vegeta? What are you doing? Don't stop me! My dad is in danger!" Sun Wukong said in a deep voice. "Give it to me!" Vegeta shouted, and stretched out his hand to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was stunned, and he didn't understand what Vegeta wanted to do. Then, Sun Wukong looked down at the melon seeds he was eating and stuffed them into Vegeta's hand. "Vegeta, cockroach, you idiot, why did you give me this thing?" Vegeta was furious, and the purple-red energy in his hand flashed, destroying the melon seeds in his hand. "Don't you want to eat melon seeds?" Sun Wukong asked. "I'm talking about the Potara earrings." Vegeta scolded. You want to merge with me?" Sun Wukong was surprised and happy. "Do you think you can defeat Beerus with your own strength?" Vegeta snorted and asked coldly. "I know I'm definitely not that guy's opponent, but I can't watch my father being destroyed by him." Sun Wukong's face was heavy. "Let's merge." Vegeta said this, feeling a little unhappy. "But you crushed my Potara earring last time, and I only have one." Sun Wukong was at a loss for words, pointing to the Potara earring on one of his ears. "Didn't you get a new one?" Vegeta asked unhappily. "It's been less than a day, and I didn't get a new one." Sun Wukong shook his head. "Humph, you failed at the critical moment, I can't do anything about you." Vegeta glared at Sun Wukong, then looked up at the projection, chuckled, "I'm afraid you don't have to play, it looks like Bu is going to take action." "Bu? Is he going to challenge Beerus?" Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. "That's right." Vegeta nodded. "Well, if Bu can help, it shouldn't be a big problem." Sun Wukong nodded thoughtfully. "You're right, Vegeta, even if I go there myself, I can't help." Vegeta said no more. The two slowly fell from the air. He looked up at the sky again. "Oh my, Lord Bardock still can't do it. That blue transformation is just a flash in the pan. It's a pity." Weiss sighed slightly. "If you practice hard, I believe you will make greater progress in the future." Ling Long pondered. Luo Tian's table was also watching Bardock and Beerus fighting in the sky. When he saw Beerus releasing destruction and trying to destroy Bardock, Mels became a little nervous. "Luo Tian, don't you save Bardock quickly?" Mels asked hurriedly. "No, Beerus will never dare to destroy Bardock. He is just scaring him. Luo Tian shook his head. What if it's true? Mels was a little worried. Then use the time cycle to let him recover. Luo Tian smiled. Mels stopped talking. You make a lot of sense. I don't know how to refute it. Above the deep mountains, the destructive energy in Beerus's hand has been condensed, ready to hit Bardock's body. Just at this time. Pa! Someone patted Beerus on the shoulder. Beerus slowly turned his head. Hey, your opponent is me. Bu snorted. Humph, you fat guy, I knew you would appear behind me at this time. Beerus smiled lightly, my destructive energy is prepared for you. Oh? Bu's eyes widened immediately. He is the god of destruction after all, how can I destroy him? Beerus said with a smile, but you are just a human. I destroyed you for no reason. Bu scratched his head. Destruction. Beerus waved his hand, and the destructive energy in his hand quickly covered Bu's body. Looking at the destructive energy coming at a high speed, Bu suddenly opened his mouth and ate it in one bite. Beerus was slightly stunned for a moment. Then, Bu's face suddenly became ugly. At the same time, Bu's body expanded rapidly and made a loud noise. Boom! Bu's body exploded and was blown into pieces, with pieces of flesh flying everywhere. You don't know how to live or die. You dare to eat the destructive energy. You are just asking for trouble. Beerus snorted, what a pity, he was blown to death. Humph, it seems that the destruction is strong enough to blow him to pieces. Vegetal looked up at the sky and muttered softly. Pico didn't say anything, but nodded thoughtfully. The destruction released by Vegeta at that time was eaten by Bu in one bite. That was because Vegeta's destructive power was not enough. The same destructive energy released by Beerus could easily blow him into pieces. Little god of destruction. Bardock's face changed again and again, and he couldn't help but exclaimed. Ya, what did you say? What little god of destruction? Beerus pricked up his ears and was stunned. He is the little god of destruction. Don't you know? Bardock gritted his teeth. I haven't heard of him. Beerus shook his head. Bardock, you are right. After all, you have been asleep for so long, and you don't know a lot of things. Bardock clenched his fists tightly. He is indeed the little god of destruction, and he is also recognized as a super god of destruction by many gods of destruction. Oh? Then tell me, which universe is he from? Beerus immediately became interested. Without the universe, the little god of destruction doesn't have a universe. Bardock shook his head. A god of destruction without a universe is not a god of destruction. Beerus snorted. Bardock was speechless. Next, I will give you a good beating, but don't worry, I won't beat you to death. I want you to feel the anger of the strongest god of destruction. Beerus snorted coldly, waved his hand in the air, and grabbed Bardock in the air. Bardock had no energy left, and was sucked in front of Beerus. Pa! Pa! Beerus was not polite, and the two of them fought fiercely, hitting Bardock's face hard. Blood was flowing from Bardock's mouth, and he felt unwell. Hey, Bardock, the god of destruction of the ninth universe, where did your courage go? Beerus sneered, aren't you the Super Saiyan god? In my dream, aren't you very powerful? However, at the moment when Beerus was fighting happily, he suddenly felt that something was wrong in the sky. Beerus looked up. When he looked over, Beerus's eyes almost popped out of his eye sockets. I saw that the pink fat man had appeared right above him without knowing when. Wasn't he beaten by me? He was still alive? Hey! Bu grinned and sat down on Beerus' head. Puff, then Bu farted at Beerus' head. Beerus felt dizzy at that moment. He was not knocked unconscious, but fainted by the stink. This fat guy's fart is so stinky. Wow! Bu's face turned slightly red, and he stuck out his butt and directly knocked Beerus away. The next moment, Bu quickly appeared beside Bardock. "Hey, are you okay?" Bu looked at Bardock and asked, while the healing flame was also covering his body. Bardock's injuries were quickly healed. Even several teeth knocked out by Beerus have been fully restored. "Your injuries are healed, but I can't restore your energy for you, because I have to have a good fight with that guy next," Bu said to Bardock. "Absorb me." Bardock's voice was low. "Well, I won't be polite then." Bu had nothing to be polite about, and his whole body quickly turned into a big net, covering Bardock in it at once. "Bardock, you are really not polite at all." "Pa." In just a moment, Bu absorbed Bardock into his body. But Bu was still the same as before, without any change. However, Bu's strength also improved by leaps and bounds at this moment. Boom! Bu's body was burning with flames, and the whole person immediately turned into a fiery red fat man. Bu silently felt his level. Level 58. It was about the same as Beerus' level. But in the decimal point behind, it seemed to be a little worse than him. Chapter 342 Broly and Xiao Ai return. "Damn it! You fat man! I will never let you go this time." Beerus had adjusted his body, and was immediately furious, whistling towards Bu. However, when Beerus approached Majin Bu, he suddenly found that something was wrong. Bu's body had turned into a fiery red, and his energy was raised to the extreme. "You absorbed that guy named Bardock? Right?" Beerus' face was extremely gloomy. Yet. Bu nodded. "Do you think you can defeat me like this? You fat guy?" Beerus snorted coldly, but his expression became more and more solemn. Because Beerus clearly sensed that the fat guy's strength had improved greatly. It seemed that the difference with himself was not that big. Moreover, this fat guy seemed to be able to regenerate. Just now, he was beaten into pieces of meat, but I didn't expect that he could recover through regeneration. Swish! Bu didn't say anything, his arm suddenly stretched several times, and he punched out like a rubber band. Bang! Bu's fist hit Beerus' face directly. Suddenly, there was a fist mark on Beerus' face, and his body tilted slightly to the side. Hee hee! Bu grinned and smiled happily. Beerus glared at Bu fiercely, his eyes full of hatred. "Is this move okay?" Bu laughed. "Nothing more than that." Beerus smiled contemptuously, and the hatred in his eyes became even stronger. "Then come again." Bu smiled more brilliantly. "Humph, I've had enough fun. Next, I will fight you seriously. Destroy you, and then destroy this planet. It's the anniversary of my awakening today." Beerus snorted coldly. Boom! As Beerus spoke, energy surged wildly, and purple-red light bloomed all over his body. Suddenly, Beerus's hair had turned purple-red. "Oh!" Bu widened his eyes, and his face became more serious. "You shouldn't provoke me, you fat guy." Beerus snorted coldly. Swish! Beerus rushed towards Bu at a high speed, and in just a moment, he closed the distance with Bu. Looking at Beerus rushing up, Bu punched him. However, Beerus's movements were faster, and he dodged Bu's attack. Bang! Beerus' knee suddenly pushed upward, hitting Bu's stomach heavily. Ouch! Bu howled dryly, and screamed in pain. Snap! Beerus grabbed down with his big hand and grabbed the tentacles on Bu's head. Bang bang bang! Beerus grabbed the tentacles on Bu's head with his left hand, clenched his right fist, and punched him in the face again and again. Bu's head was deformed and had several fist marks. Swish! 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 Then, Beerus pulled the tentacles on Bu's head and spun them in the air. 1 circle. 2 circles. 3 circles. I don't know how many circles he turned. Bu's speed of rotation was getting faster and faster. Beerus let go. Swish! Bu's body flew out directly and hit the barrier released by Luotian. Bang! The entire barrier made a humming sound and vibrated violently. However, the barrier did not break. This level of attack certainly could not break the barrier released by Luo Tian. Bu's body hit the transparent barrier heavily and was quickly smashed into a meat pie. Then, Bu turned into a meat pie and slid down from the barrier softly. Humph, nothing more than that. Beerus smiled lightly, his eyes full of pride. Pop! Bu's body swelled up like a balloon, returning to its original chubby appearance. Beerus frowned slightly. This fat guy is quite resistant to beatings. Swish, swish, swish. Bu waved his fingers in the air, and air bullets shot out from his hands. These air bullets quickly appeared near Beerus, ready to go. You're done, you dead cat. Bu laughed. Humph. Beerus snorted and quickly glanced at the hundreds of air bullets nearby. Bu clasped his hands together calmly. Suddenly, the air bullets floating near Beerus whistled towards him. Destruction. Beerus uttered 2 words slowly, and a large amount of destructive energy spread wildly from his body. Pa! 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 In just a moment, those rushing air bullets burst like soap bubbles when they came into contact with Beerus' body. In less than 3 seconds, all the air bullets released by Bu disappeared. You dare to show off your skills in front of me? Beerus' eyes were full of disdain. Even if you absorb Bardock, you are not my opponent. Puff! Just as Beerus' voice just fell, Bu suddenly pointed his butt at his head and appeared in front of him. Then, Bu farted loudly at Beerus' face. Beerus immediately felt a foul smell rushing towards him and almost fainted. Hey! Bu took the opportunity to track him. You use physical attacks, I use chemical attacks. No, this is called magic attack. Bang! Bu's fist hit Beerus' face directly. Beerus' face was extremely gloomy. Damn it! Beerus was furious and let Bu's fist hit his nose. Bu's eyes widened, revealing a look of shock. I punched him, and he was like a cat that was fine? You fat guy! Beerus shouted, holding Bu's head and driving his body to dive down quickly. At the moment when he was about to approach the ground. Bang! There was only a dull loud noise, and the buzzing sound came again. Bu's head came into close contact with the barrier released by Luo Tian, and was instantly smashed into a meat pie. Beerus was also caught off guard and felt that his arm was almost broken. Beerus took a breath of cold air in pain, and his face turned pale in an instant. Whis, you guy! Why did you put a barrier on the ground? Beerus kept shaking his arm in pain and shouted loudly to Whis in the distance. Oh my lord Beerus, that's not the barrier I released. Whis immediately cleared himself of all charges. Who else could it be if not you? Was it that trainee angel? Beerus shouted with a dark face. Which trainee angel are you talking about, Lord Beerus? Whis asked with a smile. Beerus, who else could it be? Of course it's your brother. Beerus shouted angrily, but then he felt something was wrong. Impossible, that kid can't have such a strong angel power. I noticed a long time ago that there is a female angel next to you. I remember she seems to be an angel from the 18th universe. Lord Beerus has a good memory. Whis praised. Didn't she disappear with the 18th universe? Beerus asked. Ling Long's angel power is still there, so it slowly recovered. Whis replied with a smile. Forget it, tell me next time you release the barrier. My arm was numb from the shock just now. Beerus rubbed his arm and looked down at Bu, whose head was flat. Bang! Beerus kicked hard and kicked Bu up again. Shua! Beerus' body shook and quickly appeared right above Bu. Then, Beerus punched Bu with a powerful punch. Bang! Bu hit the barrier below again like a cannonball, and the entire barrier was buzzing. Bu moved his fingers, gritted his teeth and climbed up from the ground, his body began to sway. Pa! Beerus slowly appeared in front of Bu and looked at him with a smile. Fatty, I just said that you shouldn't provoke me. Beerus said, grabbing his big hand forward and directly pinching Bu's neck. Bu struggled desperately, but couldn't break free no matter what. Then, Bu suddenly thought of something, and his head immediately changed shape, becoming thinner than his neck. Bu lowered his head, broke free from Beerus's hand, and quickly stepped back a few steps. Beerus was slightly stunned, but he didn't expect this fat man to use such a weird trick. Huff, hi, Bu panted heavily, feeling waves of fatigue attacking his whole body. Yes, overall, you are stronger than that guy named Quitra. Beerus snorted coldly, but you are still not my opponent. Bu took a few breaths and rushed towards Beerus again. Bang, bang, bang. Beerus threw several combo punches at Bu, and immediately he was beaten black and blue. Bu was knocked to the ground again. Even at this moment, Bu didn't want to get up while lying on the ground. Pa! Beerus stretched out his foot and stepped on Bu's face. You fat guy, weren't you arrogant just now? Beerus sneered, try to be arrogant again. Pa! Bu gritted his teeth, tilted his head, and spit at Beerus. This was Bu's last stubbornness. However, Bu's saliva was easily dodged by Beerus. Bang! Beerus had no reason to be polite, and increased the strength of his foot. In just a blink of an eye, a deep shoe print was directly stepped on Bu's head by Beerus. Fatty, you dare to humiliate this god of destruction? Beerus snorted, and you deserve to be called the little god of destruction? I, the strongest god of destruction, don't even have such a title. What qualifications do you have? At this time, everyone watching the battle in Bulma's family looked extremely solemn. Especially Saiyan, who grabbed Wolong's head fiercely, his eyes red. Hey, why are you grabbing me? Wolong screamed in pain. Sorry, I like to grab our pet when I'm nervous. Saiyan suddenly came to his senses, quickly let go of Wolong, and clenched his fists tightly. Bu, my Bu. Resist quickly. Who is your pet? How can you talk like that? Wolong shouted angrily. Uncle Bu Videl cried bitterly. Not good. Bu is in danger. My father is in danger too. Sun Wukong looked solemn and looked at Vegeta. I'll ask Lord Kaishin for the Potara earrings. Vegeta, will you merge with me later? Humph. Vegeta snorted, and didn't say he agreed, but he didn't refuse. Just when Sun Wukong was about to use instant movement to leave. Kakarot, wait a moment. Vegeta stretched out his hand to stop Sun Wukong. It's too late. Wait until I come back to talk about anything. Sun Wukong said hurriedly. Someone is coming. It seems that Broly is back. Vegeta looked up at the sky. Is it Broly? Sun Wukong suddenly showed a look of surprise. In addition to Sun Wukong and others, the rest of the people also sweated for Bu. In fact, they were mainly sweating for Bardock. From the current situation, if Beerus kills Bu, Bardock will also die. On Luo Tian's side, Mers frowned, and felt that Bu could not hold on for much longer. Although Bu absorbed Bardock, Beerus was too powerful. Even though both of them were at level 58. But don't forget, there is a hidden decimal point behind level 58. If Bu is at level 58.1, then Beerus' level has reached 58.9. It can be said that Beerus is only one step away from level 59. In the face of absolute strength, Bu is unlikely to be Beerus' opponent. Broly seems to be back. Mirrors was stunned for a moment, and immediately looked up at the sky. He's back just in time. Luo Tian nodded. Above the distant mountains. After crushing Bu's head, Beerus felt that it was not enough, so he kicked him up a level. Bang bang bang. Beerus punched and kicked Bu. Then, Beerus squeezed Bu's body several times. It was like playing with a piece of plasticine. In less than 30 seconds, Bu was squeezed into a pig by Beerus. This image suits you better. Beerus snorted and smiled proudly. Bang! Beerus slapped Bu on the ground of the barrier again, flattening him. Humph, little god of destruction. Beerus smiled contemptuously, with such little strength, you still want to be a little god of destruction? How ridiculous! Bu seemed to have no strength to struggle, and stuck to the ground of the barrier like a piece of pig-shaped meat. His body squirmed a little, indicating that he was still alive. I won't kill you this time, but next time you see me, you have to kneel down obediently, or I will beat you so hard that you can never regenerate again. Beerus shouted coldly, did you hear me? If you heard me, just squeak. Puff Bu didn't squeak, but farted at Beerus. Beerus became even more angry and stepped on the place where Bu farted. Pa! Beerus's foot crushed Bu's buttocks. You don't know how to live or die, you dare to be so presumptuous in front of me. Beerus snorted coldly. However, just as Beerus' voice fell, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Beerus looked closely and found that there was already another person behind him. This person had black hair, wore the clothes of the god of destruction, and had a cold face. And on this person's shoulder, there was a constantly flashing Chapter 343 Great God of Destruction. Official certification? Who are you? Where did you come from as a god of destruction? Beerus felt a headache. Why is there another god of destruction that I don't know? How long have I slept? I seem to have only slept for more than 40 years. Why do I feel like I have slept for 40,000 years? How come so many strange gods of destruction appeared in just 40 years? One Bardock is fine, but there is also this fat guy. And this guy in front of me. Looks pretty stupid. Broly. Broly slowly said his name. Oh? Broly? Never heard of it. Beerus snorted. As if he heard Broly's voice, Bu's body desperately condensed and transformed. But after struggling for a long time, Bu did not return to his original appearance, but only transformed into a chubby head. Broly. Bu cried and choked, I miss you so much. At this moment, Bu cried like a child, tears streaming down his face. Bu the light ball he transformed into flashed and sighed slightly. When did you become so crybaby? Broly said lightly. I miss you. Bu sniffed. Paused. I miss you too. Bu added. You are not allowed to miss AI. Broly said unhappily. Why? Bu was puzzled. No reason. Broly replied, because she is mine, I am the only one allowed to think about her. Bu? Bu was still puzzled. Beerus looked at AI, then at Broly, his smile became brighter, and he said lightly, what? Do you want to play a round-robin game? Then continue. Bu is my second best friend. I will not forgive you for beating him like this. Broly's face was cold. Bu felt heartbroken at that time. I regard you as my best friend, but you say I am your second best friend, oh? Then who is your best friend? Beerus asked with a smile. Luo Tian. Broly replied calmly. Luo Tian? That little angel Luo Tian? Beerus quickly reacted. I won't play a round-robin battle with you. I want to defeat you with my true strength. Broly said, raising his hand, and 2 more senzu beans appeared in his hand. Swish! Broly flicked his hand and threw one of the senzu beans to Beerus. What? Are you going to poison me before the battle? Beerus snorted and smiled coldly. This is a senzu bean. After eating it, all your energy will be fully restored. Broly looked calm, and while speaking, he flicked another senzu bean directly into Bu's mouth. After eating the senzu bean, Bu's body recovered immediately. Beerus glanced in the direction of Bu, examined the senzu bean in his hand, but did not intend to eat it immediately. You want me to recover to my peak state to fight you? You are so arrogant. Beerus snorted, there is no need for that. To deal with a guy like you, I only need to use 1/10,000th of my strength to beat you to a pulp. Although he said so, Beerus did not mean to destroy the senzu beans, but carefully put them away. In that case, let's start. Broly said lightly, and said to Xiao Ai, you and Bu stay away. Okay. Xiao Ai's body was shining. The next moment, Bu and Xiao Ai left here and flew to a farther place. After arriving at a safer place, Bu opened his mouth and spit out a puppet from his mouth. The puppet quickly changed its appearance and transformed into Bardock. Then, Bu opened his hands and covered Bardock with the healing flame in his hands. Bardock's injuries and physical strength instantly recovered to their peak state. Thank you, little destroyer. Bardock thanked him hurriedly. Say it again, I like to hear you call me little destroyer. Bu laughed. Bardock had to say it again. While speaking, Bardock turned his head and looked into the distance, and found Broly, who appeared at the scene. Broly is back. Bardock was excited. Well, there's something interesting to watch. Bu immediately showed an expression of a spectator. Are you sure you don't want to eat senzu beans? Broly asked at last. I just said that to deal with a guy like you, I only need to use 1/10,000th of my strength to make you become dust in the universe. Beerus said coldly. Humph, the laughter became more and more rampant. Pa! Broly had no reason to be polite. Dark green flames burst out from his body, his hair stood up high and grew rapidly. Swish swish, Broly's long hair fluttered, and lightning wrapped around his body. The legendary Super Saiyan 3. Seeing Broly's transformation, Beerus' pupils shrank sharply, and his face changed again and again. At this moment, Beerus felt the strong sense of oppression brought by the other party. This guy's energy is so strong. Although it is just pure energy, it can completely match the powerful divine power. Swish! Broly turned into a dark green stream of light and rushed towards Beerus at a very fast speed. Wait a minute! Beerus panicked and waved his hands hurriedly. Bang! Broly had no intention of waiting at all, and directly hit Beerus's stomach heavily with his head. Puff! Beerus spat out a large mouthful of blood at that time, feeling dizzy and dazed. Before Beerus could react. Bang! Broly hit Beerus's stomach and slammed him heavily onto the thick barrier. A buzzing sound came from the entire barrier. Blood spurted out of Beerus' mouth, and it felt like his heart was about to burst out. Damn it! I won't let you go! Beerus was furious and pretended to attack Broly. But Broly reacted faster, quickly leaped back, and with a jump, his uppercut soared into the sky. Bang! Broly's fist hit Beerus' chin directly. Beerus was hit and hung in the air. Broly's body even turned a circle in the air and landed steadily. Boy! You're too arrogant! Beerus was furious and kicked him. Broly threw another uppercut, and jumped up with his right foot. The kick that Beerus had just thrown was interrupted at that moment, and he was once again hit in the air. After Beerus landed, he sat on the ground, furious. The next moment, Beerus kicked over with a sweeping kick, trying to sweep Broly to the ground. Broly jumped lightly, dodged Beerus's sweeping kick, and hit Beerus' head with an elbow with his right hand. Beerus felt dizzy, and many little stars appeared in front of his eyes. Broly had already forced Beerus into a corner. To be precise, this was a small corner where Luo Tian released the barrier. Bang! Broly punched over with a heavy punch, hitting Beerus' stomach directly. Puff! Blood spurted out of Beerus' mouth. Then, Broly pressed down on the back of Beerus' head. Bang! Beerus' head hit the ground of the shield heavily, making a loud noise. Beerus felt sick at that time, and his head was buzzing. Broly stepped forward, pressed Beerus' head, and pushed his face to rub against the ground of the barrier. After rubbing for a while, Broly immediately turned Beerus over. Bang! Broly punched Beerus in the stomach again. Beerus howled in pain, and his limbs were slightly raised. Broly grabbed Beerus' arm and dragged his body back and forth and kept throwing it. Sun Wukong and other audiences at the scene were all stunned. Everyone knew that Broly was very strong, but they didn't expect him to be so strong. Beerus, a god of destruction, was beaten into a bear in front of him. I'm afraid it will hurt Master Beerus. Myers smiled bitterly. He is right not to eat the beans. Luo Tian smiled. Myers was slightly stunned. He didn't understand what Luo Tian meant by this sentence. He thought he said the opposite. Luo Tian, you mean he should eat the beans, right? Myers asked. I mean, he is right not to eat the beans. Luo Tian smiled. What do you mean? Myers was puzzled. After eating the beans, he can resist a little more, so he can be beaten for a longer time. Luo Tian explained with a smile. Myers stopped talking. What you said makes sense. Fortunately, Master Beerus didn't eat the beans. Broly beat Beerus for 10 minutes. Beerus was beaten black and blue, unrecognizable and unbearable to look at. It is worth mentioning that Broly forced Beerus into a dead corner, and Beerus didn't even have a chance to resist. Or it can be said that in this battle, Beerus didn't have time to show his true strength, and Broly had already pressed him to the ground and rubbed him hard. Beerus was soon beaten to the ground, his eyes full of resentment. Broly hooked his finger at Beerus in the air. Snap! The senzu bean hidden in Beerus' body flew out and fell into Broly's hand. Do you want to eat? Broly looked at Beerus with the senzu bean. Beerus nodded weakly. You want to eat now? You think too much. Broly snorted, stepped forward and gave Beerus a big fight, and said, this punch is for Luo Tian. Ouch! Beerus screamed in pain. Bang! Broly punched Beerus in the stomach again. Beerus spit out a mouthful of blood. This punch is for Bulma. Broly snorted coldly and kicked again. Beerus was kicked to the ground, and his body rolled over quickly on the ground. This kick is for Bu. Broly said coldly. Broly, let me do it myself. Bu's eyes lit up, and he immediately became interested and rushed over. While speaking, Bu jumped up, rolled over in the air, and sat on Beerus' face. Beerus's face changed, gritted his teeth, stretched out a hand, and punched. Puff! Only a strange sound was heard. When he looked again, Beerus's hand was deeply embedded in it. Bu's face was flushed. Everyone present was stunned, watching such a dramatic scene without blinking. Ah! Beerus then made a series of strange noises, feeling disgusting. Are you okay? Xiao Ai asked with concern. It's okay. Bu scratched his head. It doesn't hurt? Xiao Ai asked again. It doesn't hurt at all. Bu shook his head. Not only does it not hurt, it feels quite comfortable. Xiao Ai, what a pervert. Beerus retracted his hand and put it to the tip of his nose to smell it. After smelling it, Beerus almost fainted. It's so stinky. What the hell did I insert? Broly covered his forehead and was speechless for a while. Bu kicked Beerus in the face and said with narrowed eyes, this kick is for Bardock. Then, Bu kicked Beerus again and kicked him up a level. Swish! Bu flew into the air and quickly appeared beside Beerus. Hey, that kick just now was for Son Goku. Bu grinned. Damn it, I was just sparring with that guy called Son Goku. Beerus shouted coldly. By the way, I hit you 3 times on purpose. Bu put his mouth close to Beerus' ear and grinned at him. Ya, what did you say? Beerus was furious, and purple-red flames flashed on his body. Bu widened his eyes and looked stunned. How can this guy still have such powerful energy? Hasn't he been beaten very weak by Broly just now? Bang! Then, Beerus slapped Bu's head hard, causing it to spin several times on his neck. Bu, so fierce. You fat guy. Do you really think that this god of destruction is easy to bully? Beerus shouted loudly, and the destructive energy in his hand condensed. Go to hell. As he spoke, the destructive energy in Beerus's hand quickly covered Bu's body. At this critical moment, Broly flew up quickly, grabbed Bu's clothes, and pulled him behind him. At the same time, Broly crossed his arms to protect his body. Boom! Broly was swallowed by Beerus' destructive energy. A loud noise shook the earth at the scene. Humph! You don't know how to live or die. In order to save that fat guy, you are willing to come here to die. Beerus smiled weakly, with a bit of pride on his face. Anyway, he finally solved a guy. At least revenge. I believe these destructive energies are enough to completely destroy him, right? The purple-red destructive energy has completely covered Broly's body. As the purple-red energy dissipated bit by bit, Broly's figure gradually appeared. Beerus widened his eyes and showed a look of disbelief. You are okay? Beerus stuttered when he spoke. Nothing more. Broly smiled indifferently. Who are you? Beerus looked stunned. Don't you know yet? Bu came forward and grinned. Broly is the Great Destroyer, responsible for commanding all the destroyers. And it is officially certified. Chapter 344 Beerus, let me faint for a while. Don't be ridiculous. How can the official appoint the Great Destroyer? I haven't heard of it. Beerus snorted coldly, expressing his disbelief. Broly, take out the token that the Grand Priest gave you. Bu urged Broly. Grand Priest. Beerus pricked up his ears, his face changing again and again. Broly did not move. Because there was no need. Believe it or not. The God of Destruction doesn't need you one more or one less. The Lord gave you a token? I'm dying of laughter. Beerus laughed, and he didn't feel any pain in his body. Perhaps for Beerus, this was the funniest joke he had ever heard. Because Beerus never knew there was a great God of destruction. Take it out and show it to him. Bu urged again, and found that Broly was indifferent, so he had to search around on his body. Broly, keep your hands honest, don't move. Broly's face darkened. Found it. Bu smiled and took out a token from Broly's pocket. This token was the Great Destroyer order that the High Priest had issued to Broly. Here. Bu said, shaking the token in front of Beerus' eyes. Don't shake it so fast, I can't see it clearly. Beerus said angrily. Take your time to look at it. Bu handed the token to Beerus, and then watched his expression closely. Beerus took the token, looked at it carefully, and tapped it gently. Then, Beerus saw a round seal with the word big written on it. That was the seal of the High Priest. Beerus's hand trembled violently, and the token in his hand accidentally fell to the ground. Bang! The token made a metallic crisp sound. You're done. Bu clapped his hands happily. You dropped the token issued by the Grand Priest. The Grand Priest will definitely beat you to death when he finds out. Beerus picked up the token from the ground in a panic. Although there was no dust on it, he still wiped the dust off with his hands. Then, Beerus knelt on the ground and handed the token to Broly with both hands. Did you see it clearly? Bu grinned foolishly, happily took the token and stuffed it into Broly's pocket. Broly didn't say a word. Greetings to the Great Destroyer. Beerus kowtowed. Forget it. Broly ignored it, flew in front of Xiao Ai, and took her away from the barrier. The next moment, Broly quickly landed beside Luo Tian and knelt down to him. Get up, there's no need to be so polite between you and me. Luo Tian smiled. Yeah. Broly nodded and stood up. Beerus also quickly returned to the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Group. Although this place is thousands of kilometers away from the Universal Capsule headquarters, it only takes Beerus and others to reach it in an instant. When Beerus appeared in the sky, he saw Broly kneeling and bowing to Luo Tian. Beerus was stunned at the time. What is going on? How could this happen? Why did the Great Destroyer salute the little angel? And such a big salute. After a brief stagnation, Beerus immediately landed beside Whis. Whis, tell me what's going on. Beerus asked. Oh, Lord Beerus doesn't know yet? It was Mr. Luo Tian who trained Broly. Whis said with a smile. Are you saying that the little angel trained Broly? Beerus suddenly realized and sighed, it's really rare. He has become so powerful, but he still remembers the well digger. In addition, Mr. Luo Tian himself is also very powerful. Whis smiled slightly. As powerful as you? Beerus was stunned. No, much stronger than me. It is said that the two guards were defeated by him. Whis explained. Beerus was completely stunned, and his face changed again and again. Then, Beerus suddenly felt weak, and his brain was blank. Pa! Beerus' body softened and fell directly on Whis. Oh, Lord Beerus, you are seriously injured. Whis smiled and lowered his voice. Lord Beerus is pretending, right? Stop talking nonsense, leave here quickly. I want to go back to the 7th universe. Beerus said in a low voice with a cold face. Okay. Whis nodded and called to several chef robots, please pack this, and this all. Beerus, don't pack now, hurry up. Beerus was panicking. You have to come to the 6th universe to enjoy these delicacies in the future, so it's better to pack more and take them back. Whis ignored Beerus and said confidently. Beerus didn't want to talk anymore, so he just continued to pretend to be unconscious. It took half an hour. The things packed for Whis were finally ready. Whis flew forward with Beerus, who pretended to be unconscious, and appeared beside Luo Tian, bowing to him. Are you going back? Luo Tian asked with a smile. Yes, after all, Lord Beerus has fainted, so take him back as soon as possible. Whis nodded gently. Go. Luo Tian didn't force it, and naturally knew that Beerus was pretending. But Luo Tian didn't mean to point it out. Maybe fainting is the best choice for Beerus. This can avoid a lot of trouble. Luo Tian feels that his temper is much better now. If it were in the past, he would have to give Beerus a beating before he could stop. Then, we'll leave. Whis waved her hand, and a stream of light as bright as stars bloomed on her body. Swish! Whis quickly broke through the void with Beerus and appeared in the vast starry sky in an instant. After flying for a long time, Whis finally returned to the 7th universe with Beerus. Beerus felt that he had returned to the 7th universe, and then he woke up with a start. Whis, the angelic power of the scepter in his hand bloomed, covering Beerus' body and recovering his injuries. Beerus breathed a sigh of relief, his face was gloomy and ugly. Whis, how long have I slept? Beerus asked with gritted teeth. Didn't Lord Beerus sleep for more than 40 years? Whis smiled. Why do I feel like I have slept for 10,000 years? Beerus clenched his fists tightly and trembled. What happened in these 40 years? Where did the little angel named Luo Tian come from? Which universe was he born from? Does Lord Beerus still remember the Saiyan he met on planet Vegeta? Whis asked with a smile. Which Saiyan? Beerus was stunned, frowned slightly, and said unhappily, "Whis, don't change the subject, I'm talking about the little angel named Luo Tian." What Saiyan are you talking about? Lord Beerus, you should think about it carefully. When we went to planet Vegeta, was there a Saiyan who gave me a starch sausage? Whis explained with a smile. Beerus pondered. He thought for a full minute. I remember, it's true. Beerus nodded. The kid was selling starch sausage at the door of the palace. When he saw us coming out, he gave us 2. At that time, in order to thank him, you also gave him a simplified version of Ultra Instinct, right? That's right. Whis replied. No, what does this have to do with the angel named Luo Tian? Beerus snorted. The Saiyan who set up the stall was Luo Tian. Lord Beerus, have you forgotten his name? Whis smiled. Ya, what did you say? Beerus exclaimed. Whis sighed slightly and said no more. What a joke, you mean, that Saiyan named Luo Tian has become a real angel? Beerus was stunned and asked in disbelief. That's exactly the fact. Whis nodded slightly. This is the first time I know that humans can become real angels through practice. Beerus' mouth twitched. It's a long story, and I don't know the specific reason. Whis shook his head slowly. Then, Whis told Beerus some things that happened to Luo Tian in the past 40 years. Even the exchange of the earth between the two universes was told to Beerus in detail. When he heard that the earth between the two universes had been exchanged, Beerus was stunned at first, and then he laughed. What is Beerus laughing at? Whis was puzzled. I don't laugh at anyone, I only laugh at that idiot Xiongpa. Beerus danced excitedly. What do you mean? Whis still didn't understand. Think about it, there are such a strong god of destruction and such a powerful angel in their universe, that guy Xiongpa will definitely survive in the crack of the door. I just want to ask you if it's funny. Beerus laughed even more brilliantly. What Lord Beerus said seems to make some sense. Whis nodded thoughtfully. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. Let me laugh for a while. Beerus held his stomach and wanted to do a few backflips in the universe. At this time, Whis suddenly felt the scepter in his hand vibrate. Whis was slightly startled and immediately answered the phone. Beerus stopped laughing for the time being and looked at Whis. Oh my, it's Sister Bardos, what's the matter? Whis greeted with a smile. I heard that Lord Beerus woke up, right? Bardos's pleasant voice came through the scepter. Yes, Lord Beerus just woke up. Whis replied. Lord Xiongpa wants to talk to Lord Beerus. Bardos continued. Please speak directly, Lord Xiongpa, I've turned on the loudspeaker. Whis said. Hey, Beerus, you can sleep so well. You just woke up now. Xiongpa said to Beerus with a smile. Xiongpa, you bastard. It was you who proposed to swap the earths of the two universes, wasn't it? Beerus snorted and shouted unhappily. It was me who proposed it, what can you do to me? Xiongpa smiled proudly. Although it was not me who proposed it, I just wanted to say it, what can you do to me? Ha ha ha, you idiot. Beerus laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. What are you laughing at? What's so funny? Xiongpa was puzzled. I don't laugh at anyone, I only need you, an idiot. Beerus laughed more and more wildly. You are the idiot, your whole family is idiots. Xiongpa snorted. Xiongpa, you are an idiot. Doesn't my whole family include you? Beerus snorted. Then tell me, what are you laughing at me for? Xiongpa asked unhappily. That angel named Luo Tian will basically live on Earth, right? Beerus became happier and happier as he spoke, and the guy called the Great God of Destruction will also live on Earth, right? They are all in the 6th universe, but you, the God of Destruction in the 6th universe, don't have much status, am I right? Xiongpa suddenly felt that what Beerus said seemed to be right. I really don't have much status in the 6th universe. Because of the existence of Luo Tian and Broly, my sense of existence is already very weak. And in addition to Luo Tian and Broly, there is that Bu is back too. I feel like I, the God of Destruction, have to be careful in everything I do. Changpa was a little hurt by what Beerus said. Lord Changpa, get to the point. Bardos suddenly reminded him. Changpa, what do you want to say to me? Hurry up. I'm in a good mood today, and I can promise you everything. Beerus hummed, and his triumphant laughter came over melodiously. Beerus, Lord Luo Tian just contacted me and said that we should hold a social gathering in our two universes. Changpa replied. What social gathering? Beerus was stunned and didn't react for a while. To put it simply, our two universes will each select 5 humans from the universe, and let these 5 humans compete in strength. Changpa explained. Why hold such a boring conference? Beerus was a little unhappy. Wouldn't it be better to go out and eat something delicious this time? If you have any opinions, tell Lord Luo Tian in person. Xiongpa snorted, but you have to get past Lord Great Destroyer first. The corners of Beerus' mouth twitched, especially when he heard the words Lord Great Destroyer. He didn't dare to continue, and quickly changed his words. It seems that holding such a conference is also quite interesting. Tell me more about it. That's not what you said just now. Xiangpa laughed. Stop talking nonsense. Beerus snorted. Lord Luotian will give the Super Dragon Ball as a reward to the winning party. Xiangpa added. Super Dragon Ball? What is that? Beerus was slightly startled, feeling that this word was unfamiliar. Oh, to put it simply, there are 7 Super Dragon Balls in total, scattered in the space of our 7th and 6th universes. As long as you gather all 7 Super Dragon Balls, you can summon the Dragon of God and make a wish to the Dragon of God to realize any wish. Whis explained briefly. Oh? Not bad. Beerus nodded readily. Then let's decide it. I'll give you 3 days to prepare, is that okay? Asked Xiangpa. Of course it's okay. Beerus agreed. Chapter 345 Beerus' smile froze. I'll contact you separately about the location of the competition. Xiangpa smiled. Keep doing your best, Beerus. Humph, it sounds like your universe has already won. Beerus snorted coldly. The call ended here. WIS, hurry up and look for any powerful humans in our universe. This time, we must defeat the 6th universe. Beerus said excitedly. In fact, the Super Dragon Balls don't matter. Face is very important. We can't lose to the guys from Compa no matter what. WIS didn't say anything. But using the Super Dragon Balls to wish for a gourmet planet is a good choice. Beerus pondered. WIS still didn't say anything. WIS, don't be in a daze there. Hurry up and find a powerful human. Beerus urged. WIS, what's wrong? Beerus asked. WIS was just about to speak. Beerus laughed. Whis was stunned, looked at Beerus in confusion, and asked, why is Beerus laughing again? Let me laugh for a while. I'm still laughing at the exchange of the 2 universes Earth. It really makes me laugh to death. Beerus laughed more and more brilliantly, his mouth stretched to the back of his ears. Tell me, isn't this guy Xiangpa really tragic? Regarding the competition between the 2 universes, he still has to obey orders honestly. I just want to ask you, Xiangpa, the god of destruction, has no status in the 6th universe, right? As he spoke, Beerus laughed even more happily. But, Lord Beerus, if we really want to hold a human competition between the 2 universes, it seems that the powerful humans in our 7th universe have been transferred to the 6th universe. Whis said in a deep voice. Beerus' smile froze on his face, solidified instantly, and he felt more uncomfortable than eating shit. Beerus' expression was stiff, and his face was extremely ugly. There was silence for 30 seconds. What did you say? Beerus exclaimed. At present, there are no powerful humans in our 7th universe. Whis sighed softly. How is this possible? The universe is so big, it is impossible that we can't find even one powerful human. Beerus didn't believe it and shouted loudly while holding his head. Whis didn't answer. Look for it. I don't believe that I can't find a powerful human. Beerus clenched his fist tightly, and his teeth were almost broken. Looking, Whis took the scepter and searched the entire 7th universe. Another 10 minutes passed like this. What's going on? Whis? Beerus looked at Whis eagerly and asked. No, Lord Beerus. Whis sighed softly. About 30 years ago, the Grand Priest held a God of Destruction election competition, mainly to select a suitable God of Destruction and King of the Kai for the 18th universe. At that time, Lord Beerus was always sleeping and couldn't be woken up no matter how I called him, so I had to bring someone from our universe to participate in the competition. Is there such a thing? Beerus was stunned and asked quickly, who won in the end? Is it Broly? Yes, it's Broly. Whis nodded. Didn't the competition with Universe 6 this time say that the players should be selected from humans? Broly has become a god, so he doesn't count. Beerus breathed a sigh of relief, and that guy named Bardock is also very strong, but he has also become a god. The only difficult one now is the human named Son Goku. He hasn't become a god yet, right? Mr. Goku is currently a reserve Kaishin. Whis replied. Reserve Kaishin? That doesn't count as a real god. He should be able to participate in the competition. Beerus said in a deep voice, so we must find someone stronger than Son Goku to win. It's not easy to find. If I could find a suitable candidate, I would have found one more than 30 years ago. Whis shook his head. We have to find one quickly. We can't lose to Universe 6. Beerus gritted his teeth. A brief silence. By the way, who was the human you were looking for more than 30 years ago? Beerus asked. Frieza. Whis answered. That guy is dead, right? Beerus pondered. Yes. Whis nodded. Has he been reincarnated now? Beerus asked again. Whis immediately checked with the scepter and explained, he has not been reincarnated, he is still imprisoned in hell. Go ask him first. Beerus ordered Whis. Okay, let's go to the underworld right now. Whis nodded without objection and prepared to set off for the underworld. Wait a minute, what has that guy Kaishin been doing all these years? He should know that there is a suitable candidate, right? Beerus suddenly thought of Kaishin at the moment before leaving. Maybe we can contact Lord Kaishin. Whis groaned, but Lord Beerus should not hold too much hope. Ask that guy first. This is about the face of our 7th universe. Beerus snorted. Whis immediately contacted the Kai of the 7th universe and told him about the game. The game with the 6th universe? The Kai was stunned. I just want to ask you one question, do you know where the more powerful humans in our universe are? Find them for me quickly. We can't lose this game. Beerus ordered the Kai with a dark face. The Kai scratched his head and smiled bitterly, it seems that all the powerful humans in our universe have gone to the 6th universe, there really aren't any. You bastard! What have you been doing all these years? Beerus was furious. How can you watch the powerful humans in our universe run to other universes? How dare you, Lord Beerus, say that to me? It was Lord Beerus who was sleeping, and he slept for so long. The King of the Worlds replied with some grievance. Stop talking nonsense, find it for me. Beerus shouted angrily. Let me ask the old ancestor if he knows. The King of the Worlds said. Which old ancestor? Beerus was stunned. It's the old King of the Worlds who was sealed in the sword by Lord Beerus. The King of the Worlds snorted, feeling very unhappy. Beerus patted his forehead, finally remembered, nodded and said, I hope that guy can be more reliable. The old ancestor said, why don't Lord Beerus come to the King of the Worlds, and we can find a way together. The King of the Worlds quickly conveyed the old King of the Worlds' words to Beerus. Idiot! Go over and pick up Lord Beerus in person. The old Kai shouted hysterically. Beerus was startled. This old guy's voice is really loud. Swish! The Kai immediately used teleportation and appeared beside Beerus and Whis in an instant. The next moment, the Kai appeared in the Kai realm with Whis and Beerus. Lord Beerus, long time no see. The old Kai bowed. Don't say any more nonsense. Think about it. Is there any suitable powerful human? Beerus snorted and asked. Thinking. The old Kai held his chin and thought. I thought of one. What do you think of Frieza? Beerus asked. Frieza? Isn't that guy dead? Kai was stunned, and pointed at the halo floating above his head. Beerus was stunned again, and looked at the halo on Kai's head with his eyes wide open. Ya, what's wrong with you? How did you die? Beerus asked in surprise. I was beaten to death by Lord Beerus. Is Lord Beerus forgotten? Kai was very aggrieved, looking at Beerus with a bit of resentment in his eyes. Beerus, when did I beat you to death? Beerus was startled, looked at the old Kai, and then he was slightly relieved. As long as there is a Kai still alive, I will be fine. Otherwise I will disappear. Forget it, it's all in the past. Kai shook his head. Whis, quickly revive this guy. Beerus ordered Whis on the side. Okay, Lord Beerus. Whis nodded and waved the scepter in his hand towards King Kai. In just a moment, the halo on King Kai's head disappeared. King Kai was resurrected successfully. Hey? I'm resurrected? Thank you so much, is this an angel? It's amazing. King Kai was surprised again. Happy again. Okay, what do you think of Frisia? Beerus asked again. I can only say that he is okay, but he is not Goku's opponent after all. King Kai shook his head and said in a deep voice, and he was defeated by Goku before. Even if he participates in the competition, he will probably lose, right? Then bring him over to make up the number. The old King Kai pondered, or teach him to practice, maybe he can improve even more. It's decided, count Frisia as one. Beerus nodded, agreed to it, and asked King Kai to continue looking for someone. Several people were thinking hard. As a result, after thinking for a long time, they didn't think of a more suitable candidate. Of course, some people thought of Frisia's brother Cooler. But this kind of person can only be used to make up the number, and the possibility of winning is not great. It's all your fault, you idiot. Why don't you think highly of the Earth in our universe? Beerus got angrier and angrier as he thought about it. He punched King Kai on the head. If the Earth in our universe didn't go to the 6th universe, would I have to rack my brains so much? Lord Beerus, can you blame me for this? It was you who slept for so long. King Kai was in pain and argued. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Find someone quickly. Beerus snorted. By the way, I remembered something. King Kai scratched his head and pondered. I remember Goku said that he went to the future through the time and space ring and studied with the future King Kai of the 6th universe for a long time. Beerus was slightly startled, his brows locked together, and he asked with narrowed eyes, what do you want to say? Lord Beerus, think about it carefully. Maybe in a certain time and space in the future, the Earths of our two universes have not been exchanged. King Kai smiled. Boy, you finally came up with a very good idea. Old Kai nodded with satisfaction, and praised with a smile, this is a good idea. We can indeed go to a certain time and space in the future to find the humans belonging to our 7th universe. You know shit. Beerus' face darkened, it is illegal to change time and space without authorization. Well, we didn't actually change time and space. We just went to a certain node in time and space and brought people there to participate in a competition. That's all. Old Kai said with a smile. Lord Beerus, come with us? Kai suggested excitedly. Humph, I'll pretend I don't know about this. If you want to go, go by yourselves. Beerus snorted and asked Whis, this is not a violation, right? If we don't change the time and space we are in without authorization, but just go to a parallel time and space and bring back humans to participate in a competition, it is indeed not a violation. Whis pondered, but it is on the edge of violation. As long as it is handled properly, this method is still feasible. You go to another time and space to find someone, I will go to Frisia first, and then see if there is a suitable candidate. Beerus thought about it and finally agreed. Who asked you, the 6th universe, to dig away all the people in our 7th universe? I found someone from another parallel time and space, who can I blame? Both sides acted separately. The 6th universe, Earth. Bulma's birthday party gradually came to an end. As for the lottery, Shishi won the 3rd prize, Emily won the 2nd prize, and Jinia got the right to use 7 Dragon Balls. After the lottery, Xiangpa and Bardos also fell from the sky and landed near Luotian. Lord Luotian, who are we going to let participate in the competition with the 7th universe you mentioned? Xiangpa asked directly. There is a competition? That's great. I want to participate. Sun Wukong immediately pricked up his ears and said excitedly. Okay, one for Gaku. Luotian nodded. Count me in. Vegeta also volunteered. One for Vegeta. Luotian did not object. Can I participate too? Bu pointed to his nose. Gods are not allowed to participate, only humans can participate. Luotian shook his head. Oh, Bu was a little disappointed. Only humans can participate in the competition, that's great. I will participate too. Piccolo responded. Luotian nodded in agreement. Brother Gohan, shall we participate too? Kai turned his head and asked Son Gohan. Okay. Son Gohan readily agreed. Forget about Gohan this time. Luotian shook his head, let Kai participate. Why don't you let brother Gohan participate in the competition? Kai was puzzled. Gohan's level needs to be improved. Let's wait until he improves. Luotian is not optimistic about Son Gohan now. Only humans can participate in the competition. Why not let my brother Calorie participate? Sun Wukong scratched his head and suggested. Hehe, I have a very good player here. Xiangpa smiled mysteriously. Everyone looked at Xiangpa together. His name is Hit, known as the #1 killer in our 6th universe. Xiangpa smiled and said the name of this player. Okay, then Hit. Luotian nodded. Hit? Is he very powerful? Sun Wukong was even more excited. Chapter 346. Is there no one in the 7th universe? But then again, Xiangpa is great. Sun Wukong came over and smiled. It seems that among the candidates participating in this competition, only Hit is the real person from the 6th universe, and we all belong to the 7th universe. Xiangpa's expression froze and he glared at Sun Wukong fiercely. This kid is really talking nonsense. Humph, Kakarot, don't forget that Kai is from the 6th universe. Vegeta snorted and rolled his eyes at Sun Wukong. Yes, I almost forgot. Sun Wukong nodded. Xiangpa took a deep look at Vegeta and felt that this kid was still smart. Lord Luotian, who do you think Beerus will choose to participate in the competition? There is no one in the 7th universe, right? Xiangpa laughed so hard that his mouth couldn't close. Let him look for it slowly. Although we have a great advantage here, we must not underestimate the enemy. Luotian pondered. I'll bring Hit here first, you guys can get along with him and practice at the same time. Xiangpa suggested. Okay, I also want to try Hit's strength. Sun Wukong nodded. Myers, let's build a ring first, shall we? Luotian turned and suggested to Myers. Okay. Myers agreed. Actually, Myers, this is not just a duel between Xiangpa and Beerus, it's also a small duel between the two of us. Luotian smiled and patted Myers on the shoulder. After all, you are an angel who trained in the 7th universe, and I am an angel who trained in the 6th universe. Myers, then I have to find someone myself. Myers wiped his sweat. I'll go first, you can call me anytime for the ring. After that, Myers tapped the scepter in his hand on the ground lightly and was about to leave in a hurry. Wait a minute. Luotian grabbed Mel's. Mel's looked back at Luotian. You won't tell all the information about the players in our universe, right? Luotian asked. I think it's better to knock him out. Xiangpa suggested in Luotian's ear. Mel's wiped his sweat quietly. Even if you want to knock me out, you don't have to say it in front of me. Is it appropriate for you to do this? This actually Luotian, I feel that this game has nothing to do with the two of us. Mel's laughed and said to Luotian. Mel's, I still like the unruly you. Luotian sighed sincerely. Unruly, that's because I'm stronger than you. Mel scratched his head embarrassedly. You are so much stronger than me now, it will be really miserable if I don't admit my defeat. Okay, you can go. Luo Tian smiled and waved his hand, indicating that Myers could leave. You really won't reveal the information of our universe, right? Bardos suddenly asked. No, don't worry. Myers nodded immediately and said, I won't participate in this matter. Let Lord Beerus and Brother Whis find the players. I promise that I won't mention anything about the players here. That's good, that's good. Bardos smiled slightly. If it doesn't work, move the Galactic Patrol to the 6th universe? Xiongpa suggested, don't you have a good relationship with Lord Luo Tian? Wouldn't it be more convenient for you to move here? That I have something else to do. Bai Mels tapped the scepter in his hand on the ground lightly, and the brilliant light on his body burst out, and immediately turned into a stream of light, and quickly disappeared. What a mistake! Everyone here is from the 6th universe. Why did I follow him to join in the fun? I almost got myself in. Mels flew so fast, afraid of being left behind. Seeing Mels's departing back, Luo Tian and others all smiled heartily. After laughing for a while, Bados, I have to criticize you for this. Luo Tian scolded with a stern face. Bados? He is your brother, is it appropriate for you to say that about him? Luo Tian said. Oh, angels don't talk about family affection. Bados chuckled. Luo Tian, then the contestants from our 6th universe are Mr. Sun Wukong, Mr. Vegeta, Mr. Hit, Mr. Piccolo, and Miss Kale. Bardos said, and balls immediately appeared in his hands, and the heads of the contestants appeared in the balls. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Piccolo and Kale immediately came over and stood. Now only Hit is still on other planets. Bardos pondered. I can teleport. Tell me the specific location, and I will go and bring him over. Sun Wukong raised his hand and volunteered. Okay, Mr. Wukong. Bardos nodded, without objection, and the crystal ball on the scepter projected an image. In the image, there was a purple planet. As the camera kept zooming in, an alien with a rather strange appearance appeared in front of everyone. Is he Hit? Sun Wukong pointed at the person inside and asked. Yes, he is Mr. Hit. Bardos replied, and pointed to a certain location with his scepter, a purple planet over there. Well, let me see. Sun Wukong replied, and looked over there. About 10 seconds passed. Great, found it. Sun Wukong said excitedly, and was about to perform instant movement immediately. Pa! A big hand quickly placed on Sun Wukong's shoulder. Sun Wukong was slightly stunned, and looked back. Vegeta? What are you doing? Sun Wukong looked at Vegeta in some confusion. Take me with you. Vegeta snorted. Why? Sun Wukong asked. How can I not know you? As soon as you stick your butt out, I know what you are going to fart. Vegeta snorted. You want to challenge that guy named Hit alone, right? Hey? You really know me? Sun Wukong nodded seriously and replied, okay, since you want to go, let's go together. Swish! In just a moment, Sun Wukong disappeared with Vegeta. The next moment, the two appeared on a purple planet and met Hit in a coat. This is a planet emitting a mysterious purple light, and the vast land on the planet presents a deep purple tone. The color of the sky is shining with elegant purple light, and the stars are like bright lights, lighting up the entire vast starry sky. The air was filled with a fresh smell, and the plants were growing luxuriantly. Sun Wukong simply took a look at the planet, and immediately turned his eyes to Hit. Hit was slightly stunned, and looked at Sun Wukong and Vegeta with some vigilance. How did these two people appear? It felt like they appeared in front of me in an instant. Teleport. Hit reacted very quickly, looking at Sun Wukong, his face heavy. You know Alota, you are Hit, right? Sun Wukong greeted. Who are you? Hit frowned. Just as Sun Wukong was about to explain, Vegeta took the lead and said lightly, I heard that you are very powerful, I came here to challenge you. Humph. Hit snorted coldly, his expression full of disdain. As a killer, Hit could clearly sense that the strength of the person in front of him was very average. Kakarot, get out of the way, let me go first. Vegeta greeted Sun Wukong. Vegeta, you are too cunning. Sun Wukong was speechless and argued, I hardly fought for Boo's matter, I will go first this time. You don't want to fight. What does this have to do with me? Vegeta shouted angrily, besides, didn't you fight when Lord Beerus came to Earth? This what you said seems to make sense, how about rock paper scissors? Sun Wukong scratched his head and suggested. Okay. Vegeta had a dark face and did not object. The two played rock paper scissors. Hit's expression was extremely cold. Who are you looking down on? I am the #1 killer in this universe. And I have participated in the God of Destruction election competition for the entire universe on behalf of the 6th universe. Where did you two come from? How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? Hit suddenly had an idea and suddenly had a very good idea. Rock, paper, scissors. No one wins. Goku and Vegeta are still playing rock, paper, scissors. A few seconds passed. I won. Vegeta chuckled, showing a smug expression. It's terrible, I don't think I've ever won rock, paper, scissors. Goku scratched his head. Of course, even if it's rock, paper, scissors, I won't lose to you. Vegeta snorted. As he spoke, Vegeta stepped forward and appeared in front of Hit. At this time, Hit's expression had calmed down, and he silently stared at Vegeta on the opposite side. The most powerful human in the 6th universe, right? Vegeta's face showed endless expectations. You can say you are from other universes? Hit was stunned. Defeat me first, then tell you. Vegeta snorted. However, just as Vegeta finished speaking, he suddenly found that Hit on the opposite side disappeared. Vegeta's eyes widened immediately, his face changed again and again, and he became more alert. Bang! With a muffled sound, Vegeta's chest was unfortunately hit. It was Hit who made the move. This move can be said to hit the vital point. Puff blood spurted out of Vegeta's mouth. Then, Vegeta fell softly to the ground and almost fainted. Vegeta! Sun Wukong was shocked, and he never expected Vegeta to lose so quickly. Humph, don't you know? I'm a killer. I will kill you when you are not expecting me. Hit sneered. After the voice fell, Hit's figure suddenly appeared behind Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's eyes widened immediately, and his face changed again and again. You are the next one. Hit said, poking a finger at Sun Wukong's back. At this critical moment, Sun Wukong's ultimate freedom was automatically activated. Shua! Sun Wukong dodged Hit's attack and quickly appeared beside Vegeta. Pop! Sun Wukong released healing flames with both hands, covering Vegeta's body. Vegeta's injuries were soon healed by Sun Wukong. Although Vegeta was seriously injured, the injury was only to his heart. Sun Wukong's treatment was very effective. It's much more convenient. Dodged? Hit was slightly stunned, looking at Sun Wukong in disbelief, and then saw the healing technique he performed, and couldn't help but be more surprised. This person is not simple. He actually dodged my attack. Damn it! After Vegeta's injuries recovered, his face became extremely ugly, and a huge amount of energy suddenly burst out of his body. Boom! Vegeta changed and immediately turned on the transformation of Super Saiyan 4. That's enough. I can obviously keep this transformed appearance all the time, even when I sleep. Why was I so careless just now? This guy with a bird-like head is really hateful. Seeing Vegeta become like this, Hit's expression became extremely solemn after a brief surprise. "You birdhead! You are so unethical!" Vegeta cursed. "Hit?" Then, a look of surprise appeared on Hit's face. "Birdhead?" Hit asked excitedly, "What kind of bird do I look like?" The last time I heard this name was more than 30 years ago, when a pink fat man said it. I really wanted to know why he called me that. I didn't expect that someone would call me that now. It just so happened that I got to know the details through him. Over the years, I visited many planets and asked them what kind of bird I looked like, but they all said they didn't know. Now someone finally knows. Vegeta didn't know how to explain it. "Vegeta, I don't think Hit looks like a bird, like a sparrow or a parrot, it's completely different." Sun Wukong added thoughtfully. Vegeta couldn't say anything. "Humph, Kakarot, you can slowly understand this kind of thing yourself." Vegeta snorted coldly. "Speak clearly to me!" Hit shouted angrily. "It's so hateful. Don't say half of the words. I have been searching for this mystery for more than 30 years. Humph, wait until you defeat me." Vegeta gnashed his teeth in hatred, and of course he couldn't explain what the bird head meant. "How can I explain this kind of thing? Do you want to compare Kakarot's thing? It's that simple?" Hit breathed a sigh of relief, "Then it's settled. As long as I defeat you, you tell me why you call me that? Okay? Of course." Vegeta nodded and took a fighting stance. "Come on!" Hit waved at Vegeta. Vegeta's expression was extremely solemn. Although Vegeta looked down on his opponent on the surface, he definitely didn't mean to look down on him when he really started fighting. "What? Don't you dare to attack?" Hit put his hands in his pockets, with a faint smile on his face. "Ya, what did you say? Do you know who you are talking to?" Vegeta snorted coldly, and then without any hesitation, he swung a powerful punch at Hit. However, before Vegeta's fist could hit Hit's bird head. Bang! Chapter 347 What's your relationship with Broly? Vegeta's body flew backwards, his face changing again and again. "What? How is this possible?" Vegeta fell to the ground, gasping for breath, looking at Hit opposite him with some horror. Hit still had his hands in his pockets, with a mocking look in his eyes. Sun Wukong was a little surprised, holding his chin and feeling a little intriguing. How did this guy called Birdhead by Vegeta attack Vegeta? Was that teleportation just now? It doesn't seem like it. It only took a moment to knock Vegeta down. And Vegeta is still in the form of Super Saiyan 4A. Vegeta roared, turned into a stream of light, and rushed towards Hit again. Bang! Hit kicked Vegeta in the abdomen. Vegeta's face twitched, blood spurted out of his mouth again, and he felt severe pain in his abdomen. The next moment, Vegeta almost fell to the ground, and he supported himself with his right hand to prevent himself from falling. Vegeta immediately jumped up from the ground, his face was extremely ugly. Then, Vegeta wiped the corner of his mouth with his thumb and found that there was bright red blood on his hand. Sun Wukong was stunned again. "I can't see it. I can't see it at all. How did he attack?" "Ah!" Vegeta was furious and rushed over quickly. Bang bang bang! Vegeta was greeted by Hit's fists and feet. For a while, Vegeta was beaten and unable to fight back. 30 seconds later, Vegeta lay softly on the ground, his consciousness became blurred, and his eyes looked at the purple sky in a trance. "Humph, you can tell me now, why do you call me that?" Hit asked coldly. "Damn it!" Vegeta was so angry that his whole body trembled. "Do you admit defeat? If not, stand up and continue fighting," Hit said lightly. Destruction! Vegeta was furious, and a destruction ball condensed in his hand and smashed it towards Hit. "Vegeta, don't mess around." Sun Wukong was beside him. A little anxious. "If you destroy people, our universe will lose one person. How can we compete with the 7th universe? Looking at the destructive energy coming at a high speed, Hit's pupils shrank. Flash. Hit immediately used the flash. Shua. Hit dodged the attack of the destructive energy. Pa. The destructive light ball quickly hit a towering tree behind Hit. In just a moment, the towering tree was hit into nothingness by the destructive energy, and turned into stars and disappeared without a trace. Hit's face changed again and again, and he looked at the disappearing tree in horror. Are you the god of destruction? Hit stuttered a little. Humph, of course. Vegeta gritted his teeth and climbed up from the ground, panting heavily, his face pale for a while, and pointed at his nose with his thumb, sneering, although I am not a formal god of destruction now. But I will definitely become a very powerful god of destruction in the future. Hey, Vegeta, don't point your thumb at your nose. Sun Wukong hurriedly advised. Vegeta? You will lie down faster that way. Sun Wukong explained. It's good that it's not formal. Hit breathed a sigh of relief. That makes sense, the real god of destruction is not as weak as you. As your companion said, then let you lie down quickly. Bang bang bang. As he said, Hit rushed up and punched and kicked Vegeta. Vegeta was beaten black and blue at the time, and lay on the ground howling in pain. 10,000 grass mud horses passed through Vegeta's heart. Kakarot, you bastard! I really met a stupid teammate. It's my turn, it's my turn. Sun Wukong immediately rushed forward and waved to Hit. Don't worry, I think Vegeta can still be saved. Hit, I'm here to spar with you, not to fight you to death. Sun Wukong made it clear first. Hit didn't answer. Wait a moment. Sun Wukong said, and stepped forward to perform a healing spell and gave Vegeta a simple treatment. Vegeta was almost cured soon, but his energy was not fully restored. Fortunately, his injuries were completely healed. Vegeta, are you okay? Sun Wukong asked with concern. Get out of here, I don't want to talk to stupid teammates. Vegeta's face turned black and he shouted angrily. Why do you say that to me? Sun Wukong scratched his head, feeling a little puzzled. Don't talk to me. Vegeta had a cold face and was very angry. Do you have any good suggestions? Sun Wukong asked. No. Vegeta didn't want to pay attention to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, what at least tell me? Sun Wukong felt a headache and immediately looked at Hit opposite him. Hit also looked at Sun Wukong calmly. Then, Hit suddenly thought of something and turned his head to ask Vegeta, you can tell me now, why do you call me like that? Humph. Vegeta gritted his teeth and suddenly said to Sun Wukong, Kakarot, do you want to urinate before the battle? That's right, I just drank a lot of drinks. Sun Wukong patted his forehead and nodded without objection. As he said that, Sun Wukong ran to another tree to urinate. You will know why I call you like that if you go over and take a look. Vegeta pointed at Sun Wukong. Hit? Hit looked puzzled and walked to Sun Wukong and looked down. Do you want to join us? Sun Wukong greeted enthusiastically. Hit, together, damn. Then, Hit saw a scene that made him feel like he was struck by lightning and unbelievable. What the hell, why is your thing so similar to my head? How is this possible? Hit's face turned green immediately. Hey? How did you become Piccolo's face? Sun Wukong asked curiously while peeing. Hit felt sick. Why? Why is this happening? The pink fat man said this to me more than 30 years ago. Now I finally know the reason. It's so hateful. I can't forgive you. Hit was furious. What? Why are you so angry all of a sudden? Sun Wukong scratched his head, feeling a little puzzled. Hurry up and pee. I'm going to give you a good beating. Hit's nostrils were smoking, and he was really angry. You guys are just too much. You actually said my head looks like that. Okay, okay, it'll be fine soon. Sun Wukong shook, took a deep breath, and did some stretching exercises. Hit's face was extremely ugly. Let's start, please take care of me. Sun Wukong smiled slightly. You can still laugh. Hit shouted angrily. What's wrong with you? Is it because I wasted time peeing? Sun Wukong was a little puzzled. Hurry up and transform. Hit shouted angrily. Don't be in a hurry to transform, it consumes too much energy. Sun Wukong grinned. Smile. You are not naive enough to think that there will be a protracted battle between you and me? Hit said coldly. Because I haven't found a way to defeat you yet, I want to observe you more. Sun Wukong told the truth and took a fighting stance. Hearing Sun Wukong's honest words, Hit's expression gradually eased, and he sneered, You are really too young to show your intentions so easily. Although I look young, I am actually not young. I am almost 40 years old. Sun Wukong laughed. I am over 1,000 years old. Hit said lightly. 1,000 years old? Really? That's much older than me. Sun Wukong said in a lost voice. His face immediately became respectful, and he stood at attention and bowed to Hit. Since this is a game for me, please allow me to say it again, please take care of me. Hit felt much better. This opponent is not bad. Just looks a bit silly. However, I like his silly look. It feels a bit like Broly I met a long time ago. He talks more than Broly. Broly talks too little. Then I'm going to start. Sun Wukong moved his fists and feet and said to Hit. After that, Sun Wukong rushed quickly in the direction of Hit. Bang! Hit punched and hit Sun Wukong's nose directly. Sun Wukong fell from the air, his feet landed on the ground and kept backing up. After backing up about 10 steps, Sun Wukong finally stopped and rubbed his nose, tears falling, and smiled and said, It hurts so much, I can't see anything, it hurts to be hit in the nose. What's your name? Hit immediately became interested. My name is Sun Wukong, and that's Vegeta over there. Sun Wukong said his name and introduced Vegeta to Hit. Vegeta snorted, his face darkened, and shouted angrily, Kakarot, you don't need to introduce me. Sun Wukong, I remember you. Hit nodded gently, you'd better admit defeat as soon as possible and tell me the purpose of your coming here. The purpose of our coming here? Didn't I tell you just now? Sun Wukong was obviously stunned, and then suddenly realized and responded, I'm really sorry I forgot to tell you such an important thing. In fact, we came here to let's talk about it after we decide the winner. Hit smiled and interrupted Sun Wukong's words. Okay. Sun Wukong rubbed his nose again and grinned, I will compete with you seriously next. Because I have thought of a way to deal with your attack on me just now. Really? Hit's mouth corners slightly raised, you are just bluffing, you will never be able to break my moves. Then give it a try. Sun Wukong said, and rushed towards Hit again. Bang! Hit punched hard and hit Sun Wukong's face directly. Sun Wukong's body rolled several somersaults in the air, and then rushed again. Hit's right hand moved slightly. Sun Wukong looked at it carefully, swung a punch, and the other fist hit Hit's face. Hit used the flash, and just as his body recovered from the shadow, he saw a fist coming towards his face. Hit was shocked and it was too late to dodge. Pa! Sun Wukong's fist rubbed Hit's face. Vegeta felt very uncomfortable. Why? Why could Kakarot hit that guy in the face? Hehe, I hit him. Sun Wukong laughed. Hit immediately straightened his body, rubbed his hurt face, and snorted, it's just a coincidence. If it's possible, try again. Sun Wukong nodded and flew towards Hit. Flash! Hit didn't hesitate at all and used flash again. Sun Wukong missed his kick, and then an uppercut hit Hit's chin on the spot. Ouch! Hit screamed in pain. Look, I hit you again. Sun Wukong laughed and shook his fist. Hit took a few steps back, and his face became more and more ugly. Vegeta widened his eyes, not knowing how Sun Wukong did it. Cockroach, this bastard, really pissed me off. Why could he hit the bird's head? Why can't I? How did you do it? Hit asked in surprise. Although I don't know how you move, even my instant movement can't do this, but I found a detail. Sun Wukong chuckled. What detail? Hit asked. Your hands. Sun Wukong looked at Hit's hands in his pockets. Hit was slightly startled. You put your hands in your pockets and covered your legs with your coat, all to prevent people from seeing your movements, right? Sun Wukong said with a smile, your movements before you disappear can't be changed, right? I just need to predict your next movement. Cold sweat slid down Hit's face. This guy's observation is really careful. Cockroach, you idiot, don't say such things. Vegeta was so angry that he was shaking all over and couldn't help shouting. It's okay. Sun Wukong looked indifferent. Pa. Then, Sun Wukong's body burst into golden light and immediately turned into a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. Hit's expression became extremely solemn. Thinking back to more than 30 years ago, Broly became like this and showed his prowess in the arena of the God of Destruction competition. No wonder this guy is so powerful. It turns out that he and Broly are of the same race. From now on, I'm going to show my real skills. Sun Wukong smiled, I'm going to start. Vegeta, Cockroach, you bastard. You just turned into an ordinary Super Saiyan, is that what you call showing your real skills? What is your relationship with Broly? Hit asked with a cold face. You know Broly? Sun Wukong scratched his head, not surprised. I know him. We had a fight in the past. Hit nodded. Ah? You and Broly had a fight? Who won? Sun Wukong was even more curious and surprised. Hit smiled and said nothing more. Chapter 348 Big Destroyer and Little Destroyer? You and Broly are of the same race, right? The guy who was beaten black and blue by me just now has a tail behind him. I remember Broly also has a tail, why don't you have a tail? Hit asked again. My tail was cut off a long time ago. The gods said that keeping the tail would only cause some unnecessary trouble. Sun Wukong told the truth. Humph, Cockroach, the reason you removed your tail is because you will lose consciousness when you turn into a giant ape. Vegeta took the opportunity to mock, we, the Royal Saiyans, will remain rational when we turn into giant apes. Only low-level warriors will lose consciousness. Sun Wukong glanced at Vegeta and did not refute. Vegeta smiled triumphantly. Finally, he defeated Cockroach verbally. Come on. Hit stretched his hands out of his trouser pockets and took a fighting stance. Sun Wukong's body was shining with golden light, and his figure flashed, and he quickly appeared in front of Hit. Hit immediately started a fierce battle with Sun Wukong. The two fought from the ground to the air, the speed was getting faster and faster, and the figure was constantly changing. After several rounds of competition, Sun Wukong kicked over, but Hit waved his hand to block it. Well done. But compared with Broly back then, there is still a big gap. Hit chuckled. Really? Broly is a genius. Sun Wukong commented. And even if you can predict my moves, you can only follow my moves. Hit smiled, his eyes full of excitement. Then I will predict your more advanced moves. Sun Wukong chuckled. The two stopped talking and started another fierce battle in the air. About a minute later, Sun Wukong's physical strength seemed to be exhausted, and his breathing became heavier. Looking at Hit again, he still didn't change his expression. The two slowly fell from the air and appeared on the purple land. Your speed has dropped a lot? Where did the momentum just now go? Hit snorted. It seems that it's not that easy to defeat you. If this goes on, I will use up my physical strength first. Sun Wukong said seriously, and his breathing became more intense. So you admit defeat? Hit smiled. There is no other way, try this. Sun Wukong said, and a fiery red flame suddenly burst out from his body. Super Saiyan God, transform. Vegeta was so angry that his mouth twitched. Kakarot, this bastard, has not shown his true strength yet. You just became Super Saiyan God. You didn't even turn blue. And I know you have Ultra Instinct. How shameless. Red hair? Hit was stunned and looked at Sun Wukong's transformation in surprise. This is called Super Saiyan God. Sun Wukong grinned. You have so many transformations. Hit smiled and glanced in the direction of Vegeta. Vegeta, don't look at me. Vegeta gritted his teeth and felt very unhappy. It is worth mentioning that Vegeta is still in the form of Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta did not recover to normal because of the serious injury before. Won't you become like that? Hit asked. No, because I don't have a tail. Sun Wukong stuck out his butt and pointed behind him. Hit, so the transformation requires a tail? Hit understood. That's what I mean. Sun Wukong nodded. Come on, let me see what's special about your red hair. Hit waved at Sun Wukong and asked curiously, by the way, won't you turn your hair green? You are talking about Broly, right? He is the legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta and I are just ordinary Saiyans. Sun Wukong replied. You mean that is to say, Broly is stronger? Hit nodded thoughtfully. That's right. Sun Wukong replied. Then, Sun Wukong no longer had any extra nonsense and quickly rushed towards Hit. At the same time, Sun Wukong's fist went straight to Hit's body. Hit's expression became extremely solemn, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, with a shallow arc. Snap! Hit dodged Sun Wukong's attack lightly, and suddenly slapped Sun Wukong's back of the neck. Sun Wukong seemed to have expected it long ago, and punched over, just hitting Hit's nose. Hit covered his nose, and his face became extremely ugly. What a joke! Why is the time to stop shortened? Has this guy's energy surpassed mine? Hey! Sun Wukong attacked again and kicked Hit. Hit gritted his teeth and raised his hand to catch the kick from Sun Wukong. Shua! Sun Wukong dodged and immediately appeared behind Hit. Hit's face changed again and again, and fine cold sweat oozed from his forehead. Bang! Sun Wukong punched hard and knocked Hit to the ground. Hit's body rolled several times on the ground, and his head rubbed against the purple ground, leaving a long mark. Hit climbed up from the ground with difficulty, his eyes full of endless shock. This time the time to stop was shorter. This guy reminded me of Broly. I feel that he is stronger than Broly 30 years ago. Shua! Sun Wukong released an energy bomb in the distance. The energy bomb whizzed towards Hit's position. Hit hurriedly crossed his arms and caught the attacking energy bomb with his arms. Boom! The energy bomb exploded, and a large cloud of dust and smoke rose at the scene. The smoke gradually dissipated, revealing Hit's body. Sun Wukong looked closely and found that he was not injured. Well, it's time for me to get serious. Hit said, and suddenly shouted, and a deep purple light burst out from his body. Oh! Sun Wukong was slightly stunned, looking at Hit and asked, This is all my energy? I haven't used this state for a long time. I'm afraid I can only last for 1 minute at most. Hit smiled, and I can only use the last trick just now, you have to be careful. You also said what you think. Sun Wukong grinned. This time I will hide my hand. Hit said, and put his hands in his pockets again. Vegeta, Sun Wukong's body was burning with flames, and his expression became more and more solemn. Then, Sun Wukong no longer hesitated and rushed towards Hit again. Sun Wukong's fist was getting closer and closer to Hit's forehead. Flash! Hit immediately used flash and fixed Sun Wukong in the air. Then, when Hit was about to attack Sun Wukong, he suddenly glanced and found that the color of Sun Wukong's hair had turned blue at some point. Is this blue hair? Hit was stunned for a moment. Hee, be careful. Sun Wukong grinned and kicked Hit fiercely, sending Hit flying. Hit rolled several times in the air, then adjusted his body, slowly fell from the air, and looked at Sun Wukong with an uncertain expression. I never thought there is someone as powerful as you in our universe. Hit had a smile on his face. Vegeta's body shook violently again. Kakarot, you bastard! Are you pretending in front of me? Hit, you are a killer, right? Sun Wukong asked. Hit, after a pause, Hit asked coldly, so what? If you use the killer's skills, I am definitely not your opponent. Sun Wukong smiled. So what? Hit was stunned. So I lost this game. Sun Wukong said, and the blue light on his body suddenly dissipated and returned to normal. Ya, what did you say? Hit looked at Sun Wukong in disbelief. I admit defeat. Sun Wukong laughed, after all, we are just sparring. If it is a real fight, I may not be your opponent. Hit was silent. It was silent for 10 seconds. Tell me, what do you want to see me for? Hit asked. Our 6th universe and the 7th universe are going to hold a competition. Xiangpa said that he wanted you to participate, so I came to pick you up and spar with you briefly. That's what I mean. Sun Wukong explained. Competition with the 7th universe? Hit was slightly stunned. Let's go, I'll take you back. Sun Wukong extended his hand in a friendly manner. Hit hesitated for a moment, and did not extend his hand immediately, but looked at Sun Wukong and asked, will Broly also participate in this competition? He won't participate. He is a god and cannot participate in the competition. Sun Wukong smiled. What do you mean? Hit didn't he? It is very clear. Broly is the god of destruction, and gods of destruction are not allowed to participate in the competition. Sun Wukong scratched his head and explained. Broly has become a real god of destruction? Hit was a little shocked. Yes, not only that, he is also the leader of all gods of destruction, known as the Great God of Destruction. Sun Wukong explained. The Great God of Destruction, is he responsible for commanding all the gods of destruction? Hit's face was covered with cold sweat. We participated in the competition on the same ring back then. After many years, he has grown into a great god of destruction. How powerful is he? That pink fat guy, are you in touch with him? Hit asked again. You are talking about Bu, right? Sun Wukong scratched his head and explained, that guy is also very powerful, Vegeta, and I have not beaten him even if we merged. He is now a little god of destruction. Little god of destruction? Hit was stunned. How should I put it? He should be a little god of destruction under the great god of destruction. Sun Wukong answered. Even he has become a true god of destruction? Hit was even more surprised. There was another silence. That what about Luo Tian? Hit asked again. Luo Tian? He is so powerful. And he has become a real angel. It seems that he has become a real angel 30 years ago. Sun Wukong replied with a smile. Hit was stunned again. Has Luo Tian become so powerful? Let's go, I'll take you to see, they are all on earth. Sun Wukong stretched out his hand again. This time Hit no longer objected and put his hand on Sun Wukong's hand. Let's go. Sun Wukong said, and immediately performed instant movement and disappeared. Vegeta, Kakarot, your uncle. Have you forgotten me? When Vegeta came to his senses, Sun Wukong had already left with Hit. Vegeta was furious, his face was extremely ugly. Damn Kakarot! Shua! In just a blink of an eye, Sun Wukong brought Hit back to Earth and appeared beside Luo Tian at the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Group. Hit, long time no see. Luo Tian stepped forward and touched Hit's head. Your head is still so unique. Hit's body shook violently. You are too much. You touched my head more than 30 years ago. What do you think of my head? If he didn't know that Luo Tian was a very powerful angel, Hit would definitely use his killer move now and beat him up. Oh my, you know everything? Luo Tian was slightly stunned and asked Hit silently. I know. Hit wiped his sweat. Bird head, long time no see. Bu grinned and stepped forward to touch Hit's head. Hit's body shook more violently. Don't you have it? Why do you always touch my head? Don't you have it? Hit looked at Bu with a dark face. What? Bu was stunned, a little confused about what Hit meant. That's it. Hit pointed to his head. I see, I really didn't. Bu said, and deliberately lifted his pants to show Hit. Hit, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand it? Sun Wukong was a little puzzled. Where is Vegeta? Emily asked on the side. Hey? Didn't Vegeta come back? Sun Wukong looked around and became more puzzled, then scratched his head and said, Oh no, I left Vegeta there. Emily stared at Sun Wukong with a pair of beautiful big eyes. I'll go get Vegeta right away. After Sun Wukong finished speaking, he immediately disappeared. Afterwards, Luo Tian briefly told Hit about the competition with the 7th universe. I know, I will work hard. But if I win, don't call me that again. Hit clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Okay, no problem. Luo Tian agreed with a smile. Luo Tian, what do you mean? Bardos came forward curiously and turned his head to ask Luo Tian. Nothing, little girl, don't ask around. Luo Tian laughed. Bardos, who are you talking about? I have lived for hundreds of millions of years. But your name sounds quite comfortable. The underworld. The area where Frisia is. Frisia and Frost are hanging on a big tree, and there are many dolls singing and dancing inside. Frost has a look of despair. Frisia's forehead veins popped up, and he was so angry that his teeth itched. It's so hateful. Why do you want to lock me up in such a place? I feel that being in an oil pan is better than being in such a place. Chapter 349 King Kai brings people back from another time and space. Blame me? Frisia said lightly. If it weren't for you, would I die? Frost was furious. You are too weak. Frisia snorted. Why should I take the blame for the mistakes you made? Frost was so angry that he was smoking. Oh, ho, ho. Frisia laughed strangely, you should feel honored. Damn it. Frost shook violently and said angrily, if there is one day I am resurrected, I will never forgive you. Oh? Really? Then you do your best. Frisia smiled more and more brilliantly. Just then, two figures suddenly appeared in front of Frisia. Frisia's smile froze instantly, and his face changed again and again. It was Whis and Beerus who appeared in front of Frisia. Get out! Beerus said coldly to the dolls present. The dolls saw Beerus' fierce eyes, trembled with fear, and immediately found a place to hide. The scene suddenly became quiet. Lord Beerus! Frisia said hurriedly. Lord Xiangpa! Frost also hurriedly said. After finishing speaking, the two looked at each other, both of them showed disdain, and cursed each other in their hearts as idiots. Even the name of the god of destruction can be called wrong. How stupid! Lord Beerus, please forgive me for not being able to salute. Frisia hurriedly explained. Lord Xiangpa, when did you lose weight? Now your figure is getting slimmer and slimmer. You still look better like this. Frost said with a flattering face. Bang! Beerus slapped Frost and almost fainted. Who is Xiangpa? Do I look like that guy? Beerus' face turned black and said coldly. Frost felt dizzy and his soul almost dispersed. Isn't this guy Lord Xiangpa? Frisia, you are living very comfortably here. Beerus looked at Frisia with a smile. Not at all comfortable, Lord Beerus. Frisia shook his head vigorously. If I give you another chance, can you defeat that guy called Son Goku? Beerus asked lightly. Of course, no problem. Frisia's eyes lit up, feeling that happiness came too suddenly. I have been trapped here for these years, and I have been practicing my mind. Just give me 4 months. I will definitely press that guy called Son Goku to the ground and rub him hard. It takes 4 months? Beerus frowned. Only give you 3 days, can you do it? Frisia, aren't you making things difficult for me? Useless thing, you are embarrassing me, I will destroy you. Beerus snorted coldly, and aimed his big hand at Frisia's soul. Endless despair appeared in Frisia's eyes. It's over. This is going to be a dead end. Whis, can you contact King Kai and the others now? Beerus did not destroy Frisia immediately, but looked at Whis and asked. Oh my Lord Beerus, Lord King Kai is in another time and space, I'm afraid I can't contact him. Whis shook his head. Who are you? Beerus narrowed his eyes and looked at Frost, who was floating next to Frisia. Lord God of Destruction, I am Frost. Frost responded respectfully, if you give me a chance, I can definitely defeat that guy called Son Goku. Oh? Really? Beerus snorted coldly, looked at Frisia, then looked at Frost, and smiled contemptuously. Why do I feel that you are not as strong as Frisia? Frisia is not sure to defeat that guy called Son Goku, how can you defeat him? Frost was speechless for a moment. By talking nonsense? Beerus's face became colder and colder. I can really try, Lord God of Destruction. Frost hurriedly defended. Destruction. Beerus had nothing to be polite about, and the destructive energy in his hand quickly covered Frost's body. Pop! In just a moment, Frost's body shattered like a soap bubble, turned into nothingness, and completely disappeared. Frisia on the side was trembling with fear, and his face was scared green. After destroying Frost, Beerus squinted and glanced at Frisia. Lord Beerus, spare my life. Frisia felt endless despair. 4 months, right? Beerus snorted, and asked Frisia again. Yes, 4 months. No, if you work hard, 3 months is fine, but it's really the limit. Frisia tried to squeeze out a smile, but it was uglier than crying. You are very honest. Beerus nodded with satisfaction, and ordered Whis beside him. Whis, take this guy to the other dimension. I remember there is a space with a different flow rate of time. 1 day outside is equivalent to more than 40 days inside, and 3 days is just over 3 months. Okay, Lord Beerus. Whis agreed readily, and pointed the scepter in his hand at Frisia. Snap! The cocoon bound on Frisia's body disappeared instantly. Frisia moved his body and knelt down to salute. Let's go. Beerus greeted and said to Frisia, I hope you won't let me down. If you don't perform well, I don't mind destroying you. Yes, I will definitely work hard, Lord Beerus. Frisia nodded vigorously. Of course, if you perform well enough, I can revive you. Beerus gave Frisia another sweet date. Really? Lord Beerus. Frisia was delighted. Whis, build a body for this guy. Beerus told Whis. Okay. Whis waved the scepter in Frisia's hand gently. Suddenly, Frisia's body was completely renewed. Frisia originally existed in the form of a soul body, and now Whis has rebuilt a new body. Swish! The next moment, Whis and Beerus took Frisia away from the underworld. Then, Whis took Frisia to an alternate dimension and let him practice well in it. Mr. Frisia, you must do your best. Whis advised again before leaving, this competition is related to the face of our 7th universe. Can't you kill that guy named Son Goku? Frisia was so angry that he trembled all over. Killing is prohibited during the competition. Weiss shook his head, his expression became serious. I know, then I'll press him to the ground and rub him hard, that should be fine, right? Frisia asked, gritting his teeth. That's fine. Wes nodded. Wait for my good news in 3 days. Frisia smiled, his expression full of confidence. Weiss said no more and closed the door. The moment the door was closed, this white space was completely isolated from the outside world. Frisia started a new round of training here. Time passed quickly. 3 days later. Universe 6, Earth. Headquarters of the Universal Capsule Group. Everyone hold me tight. Sun Wukong called out to the people present. Suddenly, everyone at the scene held hands and touched each other. This time, even Bulma and Emily ran over to watch the fun. After all, this was the first inter-universe competition. Soon, about 20 people held hands and gathered together. These 20 people included Vegeta, Son Gohan, Krillin. I won't go into detail here. In short, even the turtle stretched out its claws, but was kicked away by Calorie. Why are you, a turtle, joining in the fun? 10,000 grass mud horses passed through the turtle's heart. Okay, let's go. Sun Wukong smiled. Shua. The next moment, Sun Wukong used instant movement and disappeared with everyone in an instant. The boundary of nothingness. The 18th universe. This planet is not bad now, and it has developed quite well. Luo Tian knocked the scepter in his hand on the ground. Be gentle, it's not good to break it. Ling Long was heartbroken. It is worth mentioning that after so many years of development, although this planet has not been taken care of, its area is constantly increasing. Now this planet is already as big as several moons. The planet is still white. Luo Tian and Bardos built a ring here. In the distance, Bu was circling around the planet, happy like a child. Broly, come and chase me. Bu called out to Broly in the distance while running. Broly was unmoved. Come on. Bu continued. Broly simply ignored Bu. Broly, did you and Bu play like this before? Xiao Ai asked on the side. I was still young at that time. Broly replied. Actually, I still like you when you were a kid. Xiao Ai whispered. Broly was silent. Shua. Just then, Sun Wukong and the people from the 6th universe appeared on the scene through teleportation. Everyone present was curiously looking at this strange planet. Of course, some people also saw the ring placed on the scene. The sun shone on the square ring, illuminating the entire space. The surface of the ring was flat and solid, surrounded by sparse audience seats. Luo Tian, are we going to compete on this ring? Sun Wukong asked. Yes. Luo Tian nodded. Sun Wukong looked at the ring and felt that the size was just right. When will the people from the 7th universe come? Sun Wukong looked up at the sky. Humph, that guy Beerus will definitely be late. Xiang Pa snorted, somewhat unhappy. Universe 7, Kaishan Realm. At this time, Whis and Beerus had already appeared on this land with Frisia, patiently waiting for Kaishan to return. And the old Kaishan beside Whis was pacing back and forth with his hands behind his back. You old thing, stop turning around in front of me, it makes me dizzy. Beerus shouted angrily. Master Beerus, you still have the nerve to say that, when you sealed me in that holy sword, I couldn't even touch the 5-fingered girls. The old Kaishan felt angry just thinking about it. 5-fingered girls? What are those? Beerus was stunned. Those are 5 very caring girls. The old Kaishan's face flushed. Get lost, I let you lead me astray. I just don't want you to hang around in front of me, get out as far as you can. Beerus shouted with a dark face. I'm not hanging around, I'm just walking around casually. The old Kai argued. But then again, weren't you going to go to that time and space with that Kai? Why didn't you go? Beerus suddenly thought of something and asked coldly. It's enough to have that kid and Jebet go. I'm too old to travel through time and space. It's unbearable, it's easy to get weak. Old Kai snorted. Beerus didn't want to pay attention to him. Then, Beerus looked at Frisia beside him. Frisia's expression immediately became serious, with respect in his expression. How are you? Are you sure? Beerus asked. Of course, I am the Emperor of the Universe Frisia. This time I must press that guy Son Goku to the ground and rub him hard. Frisia's forehead veins bulged, and he clenched his fists tightly. Yes, your words are enough, I hope you won't let me down. Beerus was very satisfied with Frisia's attitude. I will definitely work hard. Frisia responded respectfully. So, in 3 days, Lord Beerus only found one player? Old Kai sighed helplessly. You old immortal, you still have the nerve to say that. Beerus was so angry that smoke came out of his nose. If you had taken good care of the earth in our universe, would I have been unable to find contestants? If you hadn't sealed me into the sword, would the current Kaishin be so stupid? Old Kaishin snorted. Both of them showed endless anger in their eyes. Lord Beerus and Lord Old Kaishin, please calm down. The competition is important. Whis acted as a peacemaker and stepped forward to persuade, but for now, our universe does not have any suitable contestants to participate in the competition. It seems to be true. Our universe is so miserable. Old Kaishin sighed. Now it depends on how many people that kid can bring back. What if he can't bring enough people? Then just find someone to make up the number. Beerus snorted coldly. Anyway, with Frisia here, we will definitely win in the end. This is a good idea. Old Kai nodded, thinking that what Beerus said was right. Shua. While they were talking, the space nearby was distorted. The next moment, Kai and Jebet appeared from the distorted space with a few people. Beerus and Old Kai immediately looked over and checked the number of people brought back by Kai. A total of 4 people. Great! However, when he saw the faces of the people brought back by Kai, Beerus's face immediately became ugly. Bang! Beerus slapped Kai to the ground with a slap. Beerus, why are you still hitting people? Kai screamed in pain. I'm not late, am I? Boy, who are the people you brought back? Beerus angrily lifted Kai off the ground. Let me do it. Old Kai rushed forward quickly, jumped high and punched Kai's head hard. Kai screamed and cried in pain. Grandfather, Lord Beerus, what do you mean? Kai felt miserable. Jebet didn't dare to say a word, for fear of being beaten. Chapter 350 The Players of GT Time and Space. You are the Lord God of Destruction, that Lord Kai said, right? At this time, a child who looked almost exactly like Sun Wukong came forward and greeted Beerus in a friendly manner. This person looked like a smaller version of Sun Wukong, with a long tail behind him. Although he was young, his eyes showed a taste that didn't match his age. Are you Sun Wukong when he was a child? Beerus squinted his eyes and looked at the other party. How should I put it? I am not the me when I was a child. I let Shenlong make me smaller. In fact, I am already over 50 years old. Sun Wukong grinned. Beerus, are you the most powerful god that Lord Kai said? Sun Wukong suddenly became interested. Yes. Beerus nodded and felt the energy intensity of Sun Wukong. The energy intensity of this little guy is not low. Although Shenlong made him smaller, his energy is stronger than his in our era. Can I compete with you? Sun Wukong suddenly became interested. You should save your strength to fight the people of the 6th universe. Beerus snorted and looked at the second contestant. The second person brought back by King Kai was Vegeta. Vegeta glanced at Beerus and couldn't help but snorted, his eyes full of arrogance, and he even disdained to look at Beerus. Beerus? Isn't this Vegeta? Beerus asked with narrowed eyes. You are called this name in another time and space, right? Of course. Vegeta snorted and simply answered with 2 words. It's okay that the guy named Son Goku doesn't know me, but don't you know me either? Beerus asked curiously. It stands to reason that Vegeta wouldn't have this expression when he saw me. There was no fear in his eyes. Why should I know you? Vegeta asked strangely. When you were very young, I went to your planet Vegeta, and I stepped on your father's head and rubbed it on the ground. Have you forgotten it? Beerus smiled at Vegeta and said. Humph, when I was 5 years old, my fighting ability had surpassed my father's. Vegeta snorted. As for what you said about having been to planet Vegeta. How do I know about this? Weren't you there at the time? You were only this tall at that time. Beerus gestured at Vegeta's height. Vegeta at that time was about the same height as I am now. Sun Wukong laughed at the side. Shut up. Cockroach. Vegeta said angrily. Sun Wukong quickly covered his mouth. That means you haven't seen me? Right? Beerus snorted. That's right. Vegeta nodded. Lord Beerus, there are no gods of destruction and no angels in the time and space I went to. King Kai smiled mysteriously, his mouth stretched to the back of his ears. What? Is there such a thing? Beerus was a little stunned. Lord All-King and Lord High Priest didn't exist in that time and space either. Kaishin laughed even more happily. In that mysterious time and space, our Kaishin is the greatest god in the true sense. Beerus was even more shocked. A time and space without Lord Omni-King and Lord High Priest? It is said that a long time ago, there was an abandoned time and space. Maybe it was the time and space Lord Omni-King mentioned. Whis suddenly interrupted. Abandoned time and space? Beerus was stunned. Kaishin and Old Kaishin immediately turned their heads to look at Whis, with question marks on their heads. Jebet also pricked up his ears. To be precise, that time and space should be the time and space erased by Lord Omni-King. Whis explained. Ya, what did you say? Beerus was stunned, pointing at Sun Wukong and others in horror and asked Whis, since they were erased by Lord Omni-King, why do they still exist? Oh my, maybe Lord Omni-King's erasure ability was not good enough back then, and there was a delay? Whis smiled. You mean that time and space will disappear soon? Beerus' face changed again and again in fear. That's about it. As for when it will disappear, it's hard to say. Whis nodded. Beers, Kaishin was so scared that his whole body was shaking. What are you talking about? Will our time and space disappear? Sun Wukong asked in surprise. Yes, Mr. Goku. Whis nodded and comforted him, but don't worry, it won't be a big problem if you hold on for a few hundred years. Sun Wukong was immediately at a loss for words. Vegeta also snorted, his eyes full of doubt. Hey, why should we believe your nonsense? Will our entire time and space disappear? Don't be kidding. Kaishin, Vegeta in that time and space is your biological son, right? You are very similar when you doubt others. Beerus said with a smile. Kai, okay, let's not talk about the disappearance of that time and space for now. Beerus snorted, changed the subject, and looked at the third person brought by Kai. Beerus carefully identified the third person and suddenly felt that he looked familiar, but also a little strange. What's your name? Beerus looked at the third person and asked. Broly. The other person answered. Ya, what did you say? Your name is Broly? Beerus was stunned, and immediately stepped forward to look at the other person up and down, and nodded thoughtfully. Yes, you do have the smell of Broly on you. You don't look very similar, but the burst of energy is very strong. Humph, it's just the legendary Super Saiyan, it's an outdated transformation. Vegeta snorted on the side, with a bit of disdain in his expression. Beerus ignored Vegeta and cast his eyes on the fourth person brought back by King Kai. The fourth person was a dark-skinned young man, about the same height as Vegeta. Is this an Earthling? Beerus looked at the fourth person and asked. I am Oob, the direct disciple of Master Gaku. The fourth person answered politely. Hehe, Oob is indeed an earthling. King Kai chuckled on the side, and looked at Beerus mysteriously. Lord Beerus, if you know his true identity, you will be very surprised. Why? What other great identity does he have? Beerus was puzzled. This Oob is the reincarnation of Majin Buu. Kaishin smiled proudly. When these words came out, Beerus was really surprised. The reincarnation of Majin Buu? Who killed the pink fat man in your time and space? Beerus asked. It's a long story. Sun Wukong scratched his head and replied, we used the spirit bomb and gathered the spirit of all the people on earth to kill the evil Buu. Later, I casually said that I hope he can become a good person after reincarnation. Lord Yama heard it, so there was Yubu. Humph, don't underestimate that guy. Vegeta snorted, he is stronger than Majin Buu back then, and many times stronger. Not bad, Kaishin, the players you found this time are worthy of praise. Beerus nodded with satisfaction. Then why did you hit me just now? Kaishin rubbed his head and said unhappily. The problem is, if you bring Sun Wukong and Vegeta from another time and space, and Sun Wukong and Vegeta from the 6th universe also appear in the competition, if it is written into a novel, how do you let the author named Baimingde Azu express their names? Beerus rolled his eyes at Kaishin with a cold face. That Ishi's business has nothing to do with me. King Kai snorted. By the way, what kind of competition is it? Mixed match or knockout match, or round by round? Asked the old King Kai. Participate in the competition round by round in order, and the universe with more wins wins. Beerus said. In this case, Gaku or Vegeta from time and space should not happen to meet by chance, right? King Kai thought for a while and smiled, or we call it GT Gaku or GT Vegeta here. GT? What does it mean? Beerus was stunned. The time and space I went to is called GT Time and Space. King Kai explained. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Beerus waved his hand. Enough? When are you going to participate in the competition? I also want to see Kakarot from your time and space. Vegeta couldn't help it and asked with gritted teeth. This is Frieza? Sun Wukong suddenly found Frieza standing aside without saying a word. Frieza rolled his eyes at Sun Wukong. Frieza, there is a circle on your head, it seems that you are dead. Sun Wukong said with a smile, who killed you in this time and space? Get out of here, I have nothing to say to you. Frieza shouted angrily. Why do I feel that you have become much stronger? Sun Wukong stared at Frieza closely and looked him up and down. I am a genius, and I will practice seriously occasionally. Frieza sneered. So we are teammates this time? Let's cheer together. Sun Wukong extended his hand in a friendly manner. Of course, Frieza couldn't shake hands with Sun Wukong, and felt disgusted. If this guy was not a teammate of his group, Frieza would have wanted to go up and press him to the ground for a while. Tisk, your time and space are so miserable that you actually used the outdated Frieza. Vegeta smiled lightly. Boy, I've been putting up with you for a long time. Beerus was so angry that his teeth itched, glaring at Vegeta. What? Are you going to challenge me, cat? Don't underestimate me. Vegeta immediately pointed his thumb at his nose. I've been looking down on you for a long time, why are you pointing fingers here? Show me your strongest strength, let me see it. Beerus said with a dark face. I couldn't ask for more, today I'll let you see how powerful the Saiyans are. Vegeta said, and immediately took out a universal capsule from his arms and pressed it. Pop! Vegeta threw the universal capsule out. The moment the universal capsule landed, it quickly transformed into an instrument. A golden light was emitted from the instrument, instantly covering Vegeta's body. When he looked again, Vegeta's body changed immediately. I saw that Vegeta had grown a lot of red hair on his body, and a red tail was swaying gently behind him. Oh! Beerus was stunned. Isn't this Super Saiyan 4? You know a lot. Vegeta snorted. This is indeed the strongest transformation Super Saiyan 4. No, wait a minute. Beerus' face darkened, pointed to the instrument thrown by Vegeta, and asked, do you need to rely on that instrument to transform? Vegeta felt heartbroken at the time. Of course. That's not important. Vegeta snorted, as long as I can transform. Beerus wanted to cry but had no tears, and then he became angry. It may be because Mr. Vegeta has no tail. Whis guessed on the side. You are too nosy, let's get started. Today I will let you see the powerful strength of me, Vegeta. Vegeta pointed his thumb to his nose again. Swish! Beerus' figure flashed and appeared in front of Vegeta in an instant. The speed was so fast that Vegeta's pupils shrank sharply, and he didn't even have time to react. Snap! Beerus reached forward with his big hand and pressed Vegeta's forehead. Vegeta was shocked and wanted to resist, but suddenly felt that he seemed to have no strength. Bang! Beerus pressed Vegeta's head and slammed it to the ground. With a loud bang, a huge crater suddenly appeared on the ground. When he looked again, Vegeta's head was deeply embedded in the crater, and green smoke came out of his body. Shua! Vegeta returned to normal, but was seriously injured. The powerful scene displayed by Beerus stunned Sun Wukong and others present. I told you, Goku, don't provoke Lord Beerus, he is very scary. Kaishin came close to Sun Wukong and whispered. Sun Wukong nodded vigorously, thinking that what Kaishin said was so right. Oob was also scared and sweated. Broly's mouth twitched constantly, feeling a wave of fear. Such a powerful Vegeta was killed instantly in front of this cat. It's worthy of being the tragedy tower of speed. Whis, is it almost the agreed time? Beerus asked Whis. Yes, Lord Beerus, there are still 3 minutes. Whis looked at the time and nodded. Heal this guy, and let him grow a tail, and see if he can turn into Super Saiyan 4 by himself. Beerus ordered Whis, if not, destroy it as soon as possible, otherwise it will be embarrassing to go to the 6th universe. Okay. Lord Beerus. Whis stepped forward and treated Vegeta with the scepter, and let him grow a tail. Soon, Vegeta's injuries were completely recovered, and he climbed up from the ground in a mess, looking much more honest. Your tail has grown out, I don't want you to use the instrument to turn into that Super Saiyan 4 again. Beerus snorted. Vegeta looked at Beerus with some fear, his eyes full of fear. This guy is more terrifying than the evil dragon. It's so scary.